Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. It was evening, we see windows and someone asks a question. What if the company they worked for suddenly goes bankrupt? What feelings will come to them? There were feet on the floor and he says that it is anger, bewilderment. There was a call from the boss on the phone, who did not answer. The protagonist is sitting in disarray. He smiles at the screen. Raising his head, he asks for an answer and how he could have escaped at all. It was evening, the sun was already hiding behind the buildings. 6 days have passed, the lantern is shining. People are walking down the street and someone is asking for forgiveness, because he was not old enough to work in a cafe. He pokes at the phone screen. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Rick says that now it is difficult to find even a part-time job. He puts his hand in his pocket and could not believe that he could not get a job for a whole month. Walking down the street, he understands that now he has problems because of this, because he could not pay the phone bills. His feet stop on the ground. Closing his eye, the protagonist thinks, why is it so bright? He stands near the store and asks when a big store appeared here. Approaching the door, he looks at the ad. It is written on the paper that they are looking for an employee for a part-time job. Looking into the distance, he is greeted. Pointing to the glass, he says that he saw an ad for a part-time job. The girl opens her mouth and is silent. Still holding his finger, he thinks that with her and apparently does not know that they are looking for a part-time job. With her mouth open, she is called again. Putting her hand on her chest, Amelia says that she is the boss of the store. Knock was moved in the store. Putting him near the table, she asks to sit down. The main character holds onto the chair and asks to make an Americano. Holding a pen in her hands, she asks to tell about himself. She is told that he is 29 and lives nearby. Opening his mouth, he says that he worked in the store a few days ago. Folding her hands, Amelia says that he is suitable and was looking for him. He drinks coffee and is told that they will address him informally. Pointing to her watch, Amelia says that she will have to work for at least a year and the night shift every day from 10 in the evening to 10 in the morning, and the rest of the time she will. Making a sad face, he understands that he will have to live at night again. Raising 2 fingers, Amelia says that she pays 20,001 per hour and they tell her that she will start today. She begins to clap her hands with happiness. He signs something on a piece of paper. Turning his head, Rick says that he is finished. We see blue fabric. Holding clothes in her hands, she decides to give a briefing. 3 hours have passed and she puts her hand on the table, asking him to check the goods against the list. Standing behind the cash register, they tell him that goods come when they are urgently needed and she will sort out the goods herself, and he only needs to accept them. Raising a finger, she asks not to accept too many suspicious visitors. With his mouth open, Rick says that he is used to working with suspicious people. Squeezing her hand, Amelia decides to leave and wishes her luck on her first day of work. He waves his hand after her. He closes his eyes and mentally tells the landlord that he has money and will pay the rent. Standing next to the computer, he realizes that not only has he gotten a job with a high hourly rate, but the boss is also a nice person. Typing on the keyboard, he thinks that if he works 12 hours a week all week, he will earn 1,680,000 won. His face blushed, because this is equivalent to 10 years of work in the office of a large company, and 1 monthly salary will be enough for several months. There was a fiery silhouette next to him, because at least he had to make every effort to stay here. Opening his mouth, they ask him where the toothbrushes are. Rick answers that they are over there. The client stands next to him and asks again. He starts to growl at him. With his hand open, he demands an answer from him. The protagonist stands in shock, because they start calling him names and asking to show him the toothbrushes. Raising his finger, he says that they are on the 4th shelf. The client starts to leave and says that he should have answered like that right away. Harry stands near the rack and chooses. Then he bends down, and he thinks that they are probably filming a movie. With his mouth slightly open, he thinks that he did not notice a film set anywhere. The visitor starts to get into his jacket and asks how much is it? He puts a bill on the table. The main character looks after him and says that they forgot the change. With his mouth open, he shouts for him to stop bothering him and that he can keep it. After that, the door closes. Looking into the distance, he thinks that the client at least allowed him to keep the change. Holding his head, he asks how the mask can be so realistic? The door opens and he says that the visitor was also growling. There was money in the bag. The bag is placed on the table near Rick. He squeezes his hand and the coin was on top. With his mouth open, he asks to exchange it for 10,001 bills. The main character's eyes widen in shock. Rick looks down where the visitor is standing. Then he turns his head. Nate picks up the phone and asks to exchange change. Rick, mouth agape, says that a goblin has come to the store. The door was open to the store. The visitor comes out of the building and holds money in his hands. The protagonist is kneeling and wants to go home. His eyes were wide. Rick counts the coins on the table. The protagonist looks at the table and tries not to get confused. The goblin sticks out his tongue, because he giggled while counting the change. Clenching his fist, He realizes that in 20 minutes he counted 145 coins of 101 and 31 coins of 501. The boss called on the phone. His head was on the table and he says that he has gone crazy, because from the very beginning the visitors look strange. We see a dog, because he was irritated. The second was a goblin, who asked to exchange 30,000 won for bills and change. We see the phone and he is told that there is nothing strange about it. Turning her head, Amelia tells him that the store is near the teleportation zone. Holding the phone, he asks how teleportation is connected to the store. Clutching his head, he asks, "Is the boss a magician?" His eyes widen and they answer in the affirmative. There is a portal near the store and she did it. Rick is standing behind the cash register. His legs start to walk and they apologize to him for not warning him, because it completely slipped his mind. He holds the door handle and she wants to tell him the details tomorrow. Rick holds the phone to his ear and they ask him why he is acting so strangely. Looking at the creatures near the store, they tell him that if you listen to him, it is as if he is from another world. The bat was wearing a cap. The goblin is standing and reading something. The protagonist is standing near the passing creatures. With his mouth slightly open, they tell him that he was funny. He folds his hands behind his back. His hand is shaking and he calls the boss. Looking at the phone, Rick says that it is so, and he was really from another world. Amelia eats chips and is told that in the world where he lives, there is no magic in other races. Opening her mouth, she is surprised. He turns his head and is called. Near the glass was a girl who made sounds. Chloe's eye glows. The protagonist opens his mouth in surprise. He sits near the shelves in shock, and Amelia asks for an answer. We see milk on the counter. The girl is standing near the food. He had horns, and they tell him that they do not understand how this could happen. Sitting at the checkout, they tell him that this is the first time this happens. Peeking out from behind the counter, Rick says that in any case you have to work, but how to behave with creatures? The girl is lying on the floor and laughing. Her hair was pink, and she laughed creepily. Opening her mouth, they ask him what she looks like. She had horns on her head. She had small wings on her back. Kloe got up and goes somewhere. She was a succubus. Looking seriously, he is asked to look under the counter and look for a curse meter. The protagonist begins to rummage through the boxes and tries to find. We see a pen, a ruler. Holding the box, he asks a question, "What do you mean?" In his hands was a pink stick. Looking at it, Rick calls the boss. In his hand was a phone and he asks a question, "Was this toy magic wand a curse meter?" Near the doll there was a stick, because if you were cursed and all such depressed and sad, and also refused to let the level of the curse be measured, then that's why she came up with the idea to make the meter colorful and bright. Looking at the object, he is asked to put the meter to the area of the client's skin, then press the button and wait. Kloe climbed to him over the counter. Opening her mouth, she asks for forgiveness. The protagonist raises his head. Holding the phone in his hands, he thinks that they are not dangerous. After that, the object begins to fly. He shoots her right in the head. The girl starts to fall. Her hand was raised. Rick's eyes are wide from the events. Kloe is lying on the floor. The meter starts to glow with an aura. The guy is sitting on the floor and is silent. The object was pink and butterflies were flying around it. He looks at the meter. The protagonist gets up and starts to walk. He sees legs and glasses on the floor. The girl had her eyes closed and her mouth open. Holding the phone, he mentally says that he killed the customer. Standing next to her, he says that he hit the customer with the meter. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist says that the meter is glowing pink. On the shelf near the chewing gum was a section with medicines. Approaching her, he asks a question, "Is it a cure for mental pain?" Rick puts the pills on the table, because these were them and he had to give 2 pieces. Looking at the girl, he is told that they will work for some time. Kloe is sitting on the floor and is silent. Remembering her, he says that this is very sudden for a first meeting. Standing next to her, he decides to check her, but not to come close. The girl looks down and is silent. Turning her head, she is told that there is a cure. Looking at her, Rick thinks that she is not bad. She holds her mouth and her hand is shaking. The main character raises his hand and asks to stop, and a rainbow flows from her mouth. Rick was in complete shock. The girl smiles and holds her chin. There was a puddle near her. Having made a satisfied face, she is asked to leave the room. Kloe turns her head to him. Closing her eyes, she says that she does not want to. Rick begins to smile and is silent. She looks at the puddle she made. After that, she falls to the floor. The protagonist looks down. He stands next to her and asks a question, "Is she asleep?" Steve comes in and greets the cashier. He stands next to the girl and is silent. Making a displeased face, he is greeted. The guy turns his head and is asked what he is looking for, and he says that he needs bags with 17-degree blood. Choosing a product, the boss understands that a client has come and did not have time to give the medicine to the succubus. Rick begins to clean the puddle from the floor and Amelia asks to tell the buyer that they only have 15-degree blood and let him go to another store. Holding the phone, he is told that when selling bags of blood, you need to check the documents. Steve looks at the products, and the girl says that vampires live a long life and therefore have to regularly renew their identity cards. During the reissue they walk around with expired documents. They have an X stamp on them. He holds a bottle in his hands, and usually vampires with such certificates were adults. Holding a broom in his hands, he is told that they have a magical protection system and can calmly ask to show documents. Standing next to the sleeping girl, Steve says that he wants to pay for the goods. Putting the basket on the checkout, he is told that they only have 15-degree blood in bags and he will need to look in another store. Scanning the goods, he is told that a bag costs 101. Raising a finger, Steve asks for a pack of cigarettes. Turning his head, Rick asks a question, which ones? Pointing with his finger, he says which ones he wants. His hand was near the cigarettes. Smiling, the vampire says that these are the ones. Looking back, they ask him for them. Silence hung around them. The vampire turns his head and is silent. Looking at him, Rick thinks. Standing next to the checkout, he asks to show documents. Open-mouthed, he says that his ID is being reissued and there is only the old one. Looking down, he asks to show it then. Steve puts the paper on the table. Pointing at them, he says that his friends are waiting for him. Rick takes them in his hands. Looking at the ID, he thinks that they are very similar to those from his world. Looking at them, he reflects that at first glance, there is nothing suspicious. Something is glowing near the photo. Looking closely, he asks a question, is it supposed to be like this? After that, he tries to remove the photo with his hand, because it is glowing. Having removed the photo, everything began to glow everywhere. Steve opens his mouth and asks what his uncle is doing. Widening his eyes, he screams. The guy holds the paper and is silent. Steve runs and asks why the aura is chasing him. Jumping over the counters, they ask for his forgiveness. Kloe is still sleeping despite the noise. Everything was glowing near the counters. Steve is standing near the cash register. The main character looks at the ID. It is glowing brightly in his hands. In the photo there was a man with a cat's face. His eyes widen sharply. Holding onto the shelf, they tell him that he tore off the sticker and the document changed. With wide eyes, they tell him that it is illegal. Holding the phone in her hands, Amelia says that she is going to call the police now. Steve stands next to him with his eyes closed. After that, he runs out of the store. Smiling, they ask him for an explanation. He holds a bottle in his hands and says that he decided to check his ID. Holding the phone, the guy says that he gave him fake documents with a sticker. Remembering how everything started to glow, he says that the buyer stuck his photo on someone else's ID and when he peeled it off, all sorts of firecrackers began to fly off. Exhaling, he says that he has never seen anything like this. Amelia puts her hand to her chin and says that this is actually difficult. Seeing the document, they tell him that in their world, an ID is very difficult to forge or destroy. The creature is doing something, because those who do this are not stopped, and they impose special camouflage magic, which is difficult to notice with the naked eye. The boy puts down his basket and is told that the store's security magic is weak, but will definitely notice unusual or illegal things. Holding the phone in his hands, he thinks about her words. He remembers Steve, because he was able to forge documents. He peers at them. His finger begins to peel off the photo. Holding the phone, Rick realizes that the boy was jumping in surprise. We see the ceiling and the light. His eyes widen and he is told that he needs to terminate his employment contract. He stands near the counters and asks again. We see various goodies on the shelves and he is told that he is doing great. Squeezing his hand, Amelia says that he got into this world by accident, and it will be difficult for him to work. Holding the phone in his hand, he says that he was fine and not at all difficult. The phone flies around her, and she is asked if she could have stayed here. Standing near the shelves, Rick thinks that she probably needs to think and the situation really is unusual. Remembering the statements, he thinks that he should definitely stay here, because next month there will be nothing but expenses. He pushes the phone away and they tell him not to have any complaints. We see the floor and the protagonist asks if she could stay on the phone with him today, and they answer in the affirmative. He approaches the succubus, who needed to be given medicine. The pack of medicine was open. The girl opens her mouth and sleeps soundly. The protagonist sits down next to him and holds a pill. Kloe had her eyes closed. Looking at her, he says that he gave the medicine. The phone was next to her and Amelia asks not to worry, because there was no effect. The girl turns over and she should come to her senses soon. Holding the phone in his hands, he is asked to keep an eye on her. We see bottles and he is asked if he is dizzy. He is answered in the affirmative. Looking at the phone, he answers again. The boss's name was written on the screen and he is asked to put the curse meter to himself. The protagonist holds an object in his hands and says that it does not glow, but makes sounds. Putting the phone to his ear, he is told that everything is fine with him. The girl looks into the distance and speaks. Rick looks at the screen and is told that his condition is unusual. The store begins to shake. Looking up, he wonders what is this noise. Rick starts to run and asks a question, do meteorites fall in this world? He runs out into the street. The protagonist looks up. There are boxes near him. The guy looks up and is told that this is a delivery. Elsa is sitting on a horse. Smiling, she says that they told him about him. Looking in different directions, he asks to stop. The girl jumps off the horse and straightens it, and she is asked, "Are these the same goods?" Holding the phone, he is told that she told the girl about the delivery. There were feet on the ground and she says her name. Rick turns his head to her. Squeezing his hand, the courier asks to open the door. He starts to run and agrees. There is a paper in her hands and she is asked to sign it. The protagonist takes the paper and is asked to do everything well. Holding the phone, the guy says that he does not know the writing of this world and how he can check the goods. Legs enter the store and he is simply asked to sign. Kloe is still asleep. Looking at the screen, he is told that everything was delivered. Putting her hand to her chin, Amelia asks if there are dragons in his world. Smiling, they tell him that it is worse than a village. Kloe opens her eyes, and he asks if it is true that his world was compared to a village. He turns his head towards her. The girl is sitting near the shelves. With her mouth open, she calls him sir. Making a sweet face, he asks the boss to call a taxi. The protagonist holds her by the shoulders near the car. After that, he puts her in the car. Exhaling, he says that this is her card and a receipt for the drugs. Rick hands her the things and asks her to hold on tight. The driver asks if the girl is drunk. Opening his mouth, he asks to take her safely. Turning his head, he is asked a question about love. Looking down, Kloe asks what it is like when you don't want to do anything. Her eyes widened and she waited for an answer. The guy is silent and looks at her. Approaching him, she asks the same question again. The protagonist holds his neck. Bending his body near the taxi, he is told that it just slipped out. His mouth was open. The taxi was driving along the road, and he hopes that they will never meet again. Pulling himself up, he understands that now there will be peace. Elsa opens the door near him. Holding her head, they ask her what's wrong with her. Turning her head, they ask her what's the matter. Squeezing his hand, they tell him that she's taking the dragon scale she brought, because there was a problem with it. The guy looks into the distance and is silent. Elsa holds the phone, and he thinks, is the problem really that serious? Remembering people, it reminded him of the times when he worked as a waiter. The girl stands with her back to us. Turning her head, he thinks that he can only watch the people above him like a meerkat. They come up to him and ask him about his name. Showing the phone where Amelia was, she says that she wants to talk. They hold the phone up to him and ask him if he could check the dragon scale. We see a door in the store. The light on the ceiling was shining. The guys were walking down the stairs. The main character turns his head and asks if this is really a store. We see a tunnel, because the storeroom looked like a dungeon with monsters. Exhaling, he says that this is his first time here. Smiling, Elsa says that she will get used to it, and there was the same reaction. Holding the phone, Amelia says that this is her store and does what she wants. Folding her arms, she is told that the interior of the warehouse is unusual. They enter the room. Turning her head, she asks to wait a minute while he turns on the light. Looking at the screen, Rick notifies that he has arrived at the warehouse. Closing her eyes, the girl asks to do what she says, because she has everything planned. There was a purple liquid near him. Liquid was flowing out of the hole. His mouth opened in surprise. There was liquid near his feet. Looking in the other direction, Rick says that there is some kind of sticky substance everywhere. Putting her hand to the wall, Amelia says that it is magical mud that forms when dragon scales are not cleaned correctly. Opening her mouth, he is told that these large things were scales. Folding her arms, she says that she was told this morning that they found it, and that is why she hurried to get it. Liquid is leaking from the hole, because the condition was so terrible and could have been cleaned, but she trusted the wrong people. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. She holds her head, because now no organizations were working that could do this. Looking at the screen, he is told that he wants to ask for help. Smiling, Amelia asks to touch the pus. His eyes suddenly widen in shock. Elsa is standing next to her and asks to hold it. In her hand was a liquid that is not so dangerous. With his mouth open, he asks a question, what if he gets sick with something? Amelia's eyes lit up, and she will pay him 100,000 won if he touches it. Rick holds out a trembling hand, because he was corrupt. He squeezed his hand, but the liquid avoids him. His eyes widen in surprise. The protagonist holds out his finger and asks a question, is it alive? With his mouth open, he is asked not to say stupid things, because it is just a piece of magical liquid. Holding the phone, he is asked not to fool around and to touch it properly. The substance begins to glow from his touch. He opens his mouth in surprise. Elsa also looks down. He removes his hand, and the liquid has turned blue. Hugging him, she says that everything is as they said. Holding the object, she understands that everything really worked out. Putting her hand to her chin, Amelia says that it is too early to rejoice and asks if he can use the meter. He touches the object to the substance. Looking at the screen, he is told that the magic of the curse evaporated from the liquid. The meter did not react to the object or creature in any way, if the purification was carried out properly. We see her eyes, because she thought so. Open-mouthed, He is told that his body has anti-magic properties. Raising a finger, Elsa says that he has a body that is not affected by magic, and the girl asks to turn off the speakerphone. He turns off the phone and puts it to his ear. She asks if he remembers how he tried the meter on himself. We see the meter, because it made sounds, and such a reaction happens in two cases. Firstly, when the creature has no mana at all. Putting her hand to her chin, Amelia says that in this world it would be very dangerous, but since he was from another world, this option is impossible. Smiling, she suggests that the resistance magic did not allow the meter to work. Snapping her fingers, she would like to believe in this theory and therefore asks to go with Elsa. Holding the phone, she wants to tell him more when the courier leaves. They are standing behind him, and he thinks that he has a body that negatively affects magic. Looking back, he felt like a heroine from a drama. Elsa leans him against the wall. Wide-eyed, he asks a question, "What is it?" Smiling, she asks for help in cleaning the dragon's scales. Open-mouthed, he is told that he can do it. Looking down, he is asked to listen. Amelia made her eyes wide and asked for help. Touching the wall, the protagonist wonders if she wants him to do the cleaning work. The girl smiles and comes up to him. Closing his eyes, he thinks about their looks, because they are putting pressure on him. Squeezing his neck, she thanks him. Taking a stone, she asks him to put his hand in the hole. Rick looks into the hole with displeasure. Elsa smiles, although she is told that she will not do it. Her phone flies and says that it looks dangerous, but he has a special body, so it may not work. Closing his eyes, he apologizes. The guy shifts his gaze when he is called. Amelia holds the money and says that if good sales go, a bonus awaits. There was liquid near him, because you can live without hands. The liquid flowed from the hole. Putting his hand in there, he decides to endure for the sake of money. Closing his eyes, he thinks about the bonus. His hand was squeezed. The protagonist presses deeper. His eye was closed. The girl runs up to him and asks if he is okay. He says with his mouth open that he is being sucked in. We see purple liquid splashing out. Elsa grabs him from behind to pull him away. Looking into the hole, he thinks that the pus is being sucked back into the hole. White lines appear. It was the glow from the hole. The stone turns from purple to white. Closing his eyes, he says, "You can go crazy like this." His hand is shaking and they call him. Elsa lies next to him and says that she is not injured. Getting up, she is told that she softened his fall. The meter was near the stone. The main character looks into the hole. The girl smiles and says that everything worked out, because there was no reaction, only sounds. Rick is embarrassed, because they thank him because he saved them from several million won. It was evening, the girl is sitting on a horse and says that she will call the boss, and in a few days there will be another delivery, but this will not happen again. Looking at her, the cashier asks if deliveries are made every day, and he is told that delivering goods is not an easy task. His eyes widen and she asks to switch to informal familiarity. Amelia hits the table, and she hears that she is a year older than him. He taps his finger on his cheek, and they tell him what to call him. Elsa puts on her glasses and smiles. The guy puts his hand to his face, because the sun was shining on it. We see a horse's wing. He looks in the other direction. Raising his hand, he sees that it is already morning. There is food on the table and the customer wants to pay. He shakes his head and asks to hurry, because he needs to run for the bus. Turning his head, Rick says that he owes 9,601. They give him the money and ask him to keep the change. The customer runs out with the food. There are other customers standing around him, holding on a gyri. We see a clock showing the time. Looking up, he thinks that he has not worked at night for a long time. Picking up the phone, he sees a message from Amelia. The chat said that he did a great job and when he comes, he will give a bonus for cleaning. Turning his head, he greets the customer. Looking at the door, he does not notice anyone. Holding the phone in his hands, Rick writes that he has trouble sleeping at night. He types on the keyboard and is told that he can make a sleeping potion. The protagonist looks into the distance. Someone is standing near the table and calling him. He raises his head and looks down. His eyes widen and he greets. A girl with yellow eyes is standing and asks a question, "Do they sell colored cardboard?" Looking in the other direction, he asks again and is told that they also sell scissors. Pointing to the rack, Rick asks if she should get it. Kate bows her head and thanks you for telling her where the goods are. She starts to go to the racks. The girl tries to get it, and her hand is shaking. Shifting his gaze, he thinks. Kate is standing near the shelves. She looked like a dragon or a lizard. Then she holds out her hand. She was wearing red shoes. Tears were coming out of her eyes. He sat down next to her and took out her supplies. Smiling, the guy showed her paper and scissors. The girl opened her mouth and thanked him. He bowed his head and thought that if the girl really was a reptile, she could breathe fire if she got upset and cried. Kate was holding the supplies. She looked at the scissors and called her uncle because she couldn't bite. Rick picked up the scissors and was told that she only had 5,001 and was short 101. Looking at the prices, she was told that she could lend her 101. Kate turned her head and said that her mother told her not to take money from strangers. We see a child's drawing, because her mother's birthday is coming up soon and she wants to give her a present. Looking at the cardboard, she learned for the first time that such a day exists in kindergarten and that her mother always gives a present for Children's Day. Making cute eyes, she tells him that she did not know about Parents' Day, so she wants to give origami. Straightening her hand, they ask her if she knows that you can do origami without scissors? The girl squeezes her hand when they ask her what's wrong with them. There were claws on her fingers. Looking down, the cashier thinks that such claws can do more than just tear paper. Holding the cardboard, he understands that it is difficult for her with such hands, and he cannot accept money. Looking down, he calls her and offers to lend her scissors. Rick draws flowers and asks to put colored paper on it, and start cutting along the lines. Her eyes widen in surprise and she thanks. The guy puts his hand to his face. Remembering the scissors, he understands that scissors cannot be taken outside the store and organized at kindergarten. The girl cuts out cardboard, but in general it was wrong, because she did it in the store. Putting his hand to his cheek, he thinks about what he will tell the boss. Kate ran to the counters. She holds a chocolate bar and asks how much it costs. He goes to the cash register, because she wants to buy it for 2001. The customer puts money on the table. Taking it in her hands, she is told that she can open it and eat it. The protagonist looks at her. Breaking off half, she decides to share. Rick's eyes widen in surprise, and he is offered to do origami together while they eat. Holding the chocolate bar, she says that they helped her. Smiling, they tell him that his mother said that if you eat a lot of chocolate, your mouth will rot. Scratching his head, they offer him chocolate. Taking some of the chocolate, he thanks. Amelia smiles and wishes good morning. They sit at the table, and Rick is surprised. The boss looks at what they are doing. Kate is cutting and he lent her the scissors. Putting his hand to his chin, he apologizes, because she did not have enough money to buy scissors and thought he would finish quickly. Looking away, he is told that he understands everything and the girl is very cute. Looking at the scissors, she says that the baby is a representative of a special race. Kate smiles, she was a purebred dragon. We see the egg where the dragon was. They grew and developed for 3 years. During this period, in addition to the body, something else develops. We see the horn, because they also developed, as well as magical sense organs. Standing next to it, Amelia says that children have the hardest time. We see the silhouettes of people, because young dragons can see the colors of the magic of other creatures through their horns, and it is difficult for them to control this ability until they become older. Putting her hand to her chin, she says that they subconsciously detect magical abilities. Since young dragons have no experience at all in distinguishing the colors of creatures' magic, they can make a mistake, taking evil magic for good and end up in danger. The client cuts out a flower, because dragons need to have experience communicating with people. We see a chair and talk about the attitude towards the dragon. Raising her finger, Amelia says that dragon parents instruct their children on how they should behave with strangers. Turning her head, Rick is called. Holding a flower in her hands, she says that she is finished. The girl closes her eyes and says that it turned out beautifully. Kate stands behind the guy. She puts her hand on his chest and asks a question, "Do you understand?" We see the street and the girl is told that the guy needs to go, because he worked all night. Kate holds the flower and is asked to come later. She looks at the guy. Smiling, he says that he can leave everything here and come at any time in the morning. Opening her mouth, she asks, "Is that possible?" Waving her hand, Kate says that she is always welcome. Looking at them, she thanks him. Closing her eyes, she asks to call her aunt. The guy's eyes widen sharply. Approaching her, Amelia asks to call her by name. Rick looks down and understands that apparently for the boss, talking about age is a sore subject. They wave their hand, looking at the door. After that, she blocks it. Going further, she says that they need to get ready to send him home. The protagonist is standing and is asked to open the cabinet door. We see a cabinet that needed to be opened. The guy opens the doors and thinks, what does she want to do? We see a globe and a keyboard. It was a special mechanical device that allows you to move the store from place to place. Opening her mouth, Amelia says that she made it herself and their store is the center of the teleportation zone. The keyboard was English. It had coordinates where the store operates. If you accidentally touch it, they will move to another zone. Looking at it, he is told to be careful, since the goods will also change when moving. With her mouth open, the girl says that she can type the address of her house into a search engine. Raising a finger, he is told that she should be doing anything at all. Putting a finger to her chin, Amelia says that there was a chance, then they will not be able to move into the world. Closing her eyes, she says that the magic of spatial movements assumes that the caster has clear information about the destination. The protagonist puts his hand to his ear and he is told that therefore, if the caster has never been to a certain place, then the magic may simply not work. Raising her hand, she says that she does not know the world well and it will be better if she moves himself. The protagonist looks at the globe. Trying to touch it, he says that this is magic during the cleansing of the scales from pus and his body has the opposite effect on it. Looking down, he says that he will not succeed. Turning his head, he is asked not to worry and to trust. Smiling, Amelia says that he will succeed. The guy looks at her and says that it is worth a try. His hand is near the keyboard and asks a question, can he just type in the address of his house? Standing next to him, she answers affirmatively and asks to think about wanting to go home. Closing his eyes, he thinks that the main thing is a strong desire, be it good or bad memories. After that, he presses the keyboard, thinking about wanting to go home. The guys run near the slide, because he wants to go to the place where his employer betrayed him, where he was a child. He wants to make bubbles, because he used to have fun for many days with his friends. His eyes begin to open. The girl points to the door and asks to go out, to check. Rick is standing near the cash register and asks if everything is ready. He is told that he does not know and therefore let him check. He opens the door to the street. His eyes widen sharply. Rick stands on the street and looks around. We see the building where the signs were. This was his neighborhood. There was a traffic light on the road, and in just a few seconds he found himself in his world. The girl comes up to him and says that she was not mistaken. Opening her mouth, she says that his body can be controlled by the mind. He stands near the stone where the liquid is, because if his body did not have any properties, then there is a possibility that the dragon scale could simply be destroyed, but fortunately everything was successful. Opening his mouth, they tell him that therefore the probability that he has special properties is much higher. Turning his head, Rick asks a question about what they made him touch that liquid. Based on just one guess, they answer him in the affirmative. We see buildings, and in any case, he is able to control the body, probably due to the fact that he accidentally ended up in her store. Amelia bends over and asks if there is anything else of interest, to which a negative answer comes. Holding objects in her hands, she says that he should take it and go. We see the guy's shoes. The main character is in the hallway. Looking up, he thinks that this old one-room apartment is his home. Closing his eyes, he says that today he needs to go to work and he needs to set an alarm clock. There is a bottle in his hand. He smiles and remembers his boss, because he never thought that he would actually make it for him. Rick sets his alarm for 9:30 in the evening. He undresses and thinks that since the boss made the potion, it will definitely work. He starts drinking and hopes that he will not be completely passed out and will hear the alarm. It was already night, and drool is flowing from his mouth. Next to him lies a phone that is glowing. The guy closes his eyes and exhales. He picks up the mobile device and looks at the time. Rick walks down the street and pulls himself up, because he slept well. Closing his eyes, he realizes that he really ended up in another world. He stands near the store and wonders if the store will still be standing. Light falls on him. Taking hold of the handle, he thinks that this is further proof that what happened yesterday was not a dream. Closing his eyes, the guy wonders if he is the only one who sees the store. After that, he opens his eyes. We see the white hair of a customer. Raising his finger, he says that if he drinks the drink here, there will be an empty bottle left, and he will give it away, because they are giving 101 for it. Amelia smiles and he decides to drink it here. Opening his mouth, the customer says that he will drink the bottle in one gulp. Turning his head, the protagonist remains silent, and the customer asks to open it. Putting her hands on the table, she says that drinking alcohol is prohibited in the store. Chuck makes a displeased face, because he is asked to drink at home. Raising her hands, she is asked a question, what is the problem with drinking alcohol where she bought it? Raising her eyes, she looks at the guy, who says that legally the store is a place of rest, as well as a restaurant, where such things are not allowed. Raising his hand, he says that the same applies to the territory adjacent to the store and let him drink at home. Looking back, he says that the boss did a good job. Chuck raises a finger and asks a question, what are you interfering with? Grinning his teeth, he says that a simple employee dared to contradict a customer. Rick looks at the finger and asks a question, when did he ever treat him disdainfully? Widening his eyes, he says that his race has nothing to do with it. Chuck lies down on the floor and screams that they did it and treated him with disdain. Swinging his legs, he says that this is discrimination. Amelia smiles as the customer is told that he is about to accidentally kick a shelf, and everything will be blamed on him. She presses a button at the bottom of the table. We see red and blue lights. The police are standing outside the store. The wolf takes Chuck with him. Iruel opens his mouth and asks a question about the citizen who did not pay for the drink, shouted and accused of discrimination. The cashier is behind the register, and the officer is answered in the affirmative. Someone takes hold of the door handle and asks if they can help them figure it out. Amelia stands and is told that everything is fine and will take a look for a minute. The boss approaches a subordinate and is told that the elves here are significantly different from those imagined in their world. We see a girl with white hair. Looking down, she is told that elves are often described as a noble race. The protagonist looks at her and is told that they were like that before the war. We see a city and cars, because the world has had a scientific breakthrough that could make life easier for all races. There are silhouettes because there were people who developed all this. Elves are standing near a table with papers, because having tasted the delights of technology and science, many races agreed to implement it in life. A crane digs sand and huge regions were developed in the name of a better life. We see bushes, because progress was destroying nature, but they did not care. People were in hoods behind the trees, because the elves refused to implement science in their lives. Tears come from the girl's eyes. The protagonist looks down, and is told that after this, the war began. Putting her hand, Amelia says that they tried to prevent the complete destruction of nature. We see products, because the elves smashed factories and other industrial buildings, putting the races before a choice. Looking down, he is told that the first option was to evolve further with people. Turning her head, she continues that the second choice was to follow the elves and remain independent. The creatures walk around the store and thus, it was unanimously decided to follow the path of scientific progress. Looking into the distance, he is told that even if all the races united against humans, the war could continue to this day. People walk around the store and eventually humans and elves came to a peace agreement, but the consequences of the war were too destructive. The number of races was greatly reduced. The man is sleeping in the car, because the remaining elves moved to live in civilization, but they are often oppressed and discriminated against. Squeezing his hand, she says that recently discrimination has been fading away and then asks if he remembers the elf policeman. Irua looks somewhere, because she apparently tried her best to get the position and that is why the tips of her hair were dyed black. Looking up, he is told that if an elf customer suddenly comes to them, then let him be polite. Opening her mouth, Amelia says not to waste manners on bad people. Raising a finger, she says that if any of the customers swear, then let him throw them out. Irua leaves and the boss says he will go with her. They turn their heads and thank her for her service. The boss smiles and asks if he can talk on the way. The protagonist stands at the checkout and they say that they will arrest him first and the punishment will be determined after they learn all the circumstances. She puts her hand to her head and thanks him for their assistance. Waving at them, he wishes them a safe journey. Rick puts his head on the table. Looking into the distance, he understands that this is the second day of crap and he needs to get used to it as soon as possible. We see his feet on the floor. Raising his head, they ask him if he sleeps at his workplace. Harry opens his mouth and asks a question, is he not going to work? Looking at him, he wonders if he can be fired. Looking angrily, he asks where the toothpaste is. Pointing to the shelf, he says that it is in the same place as the toothbrushes. With his mouth open, Harry shouts that he must remember each product. Smiling, he asks to explain properly. He comes out of the cash register and invites us to follow him. We see toothpaste on the shelf. The customer starts choosing and asks which toothpaste is the best, to which they answer that they don't know. Turning his head, he asks what he's going to sell if he doesn't know the product. The protagonist looks down. Pointing to the toothpaste, he offers to take 2 at a discount. Harry kneels down and says that he needs toothpaste. They answer that the second one is free. The customer looks at the product he wants to take. After that, he puts money on the table. Looking at the item, he asks to pack it. There is a box on the table. Taking it too, he is told that he owes 6,301. Rick rings it up and says that this is also on sale. They tell him that he doesn't need the second one and let him take it for himself. The cashier gives him the money and says that he paid for the product and cannot take it. Opening his mouth, the customer says that he got it and will not beg for money later. After that, he leaves and says goodbye. Making a disgruntled face, he asks if he won't become a regular customer. Remembering the dog's head, he understands that he probably works nearby and will have to be patient. Raising his hands to his head, he greets the visitor. Next to him stands a girl who is holding on to the strap. Remembering her drunk, he wants to say something. Opening her mouth, Kloe asks if they sell resignation letters. Looking down, he hopes that he will not cause chaos again. Her face was sad and she was calmer than yesterday. Sitting at the cash register, he holds the phone and is told that he needs to use the curse meter. Closing his eyes, Rick thinks maybe he should do nothing. Remembering Amelia, he is asked to remember the envelope he received. The girl turns her head, because her name is called. Rick shows the meter and says that if he is going to come here, he should check something. The girl puts her hand to be measured. The protagonist looks down and is asked to listen. Putting her hand to her face, she apologizes for yesterday. The cashier thinks about yesterday. The girl puts her hands on her face and asks not to talk about yesterday. Standing next to him, she says that she overdid it with mana and was not herself. Taking her ears, she says that she works in a pharmaceutical company and yesterday they were developing a love potion. Looking at the meter, Rick asks a question, isn't it magicians who create potions? He is told that succubi work with everything related to love. We see a girl, because their race is very skilled in charm and charisma, so they are closest to love. There are pills, because they work in pharmaceutical companies that produce various drugs related to love. She is standing next to a man with unrequited love, because many have problems with this feeling. The main character stands and thinks that it seems that succubi in this world are good. Kloe looks down and they ask her why she wants to quit her job. With her hands on the table, they ask her what's wrong. Tears are streaming down her face, because she's never been in a relationship. With her mouth open, they tell him that she doesn't know what love is. Kloe sits at the table and says that all she did during her studies was study hard day and night, so there was no talk of romance. We see products on the shelf, because this is her first job and she wanted to prove herself, but she has no idea what love is, so everything always goes wrong. Holding her head, the girl says that she asked her colleagues about love, everyone answered differently, and she got confused. Putting her hand to her head, they tell him that that's why she came to buy a resignation letter. Holding the meter, he thinks that he takes everything too seriously. She raises her head and is told that the first job is difficult for anyone and that she shouldn't dwell on only the bad. He touches his cheek with his finger. Looking at her, they tell him that she came here because his words are stuck in her head. We remember how she got into a taxi. Looking away, they tell him about doing what you want. Getting up from the table, Kloe says that his words inspired him greatly. His eyes widened, because many said that love is simple, full of joy and happiness, and someone said that it hurts. Open-mouthed, they tell him that he said something different. Clenching her hands, Kloe asks the question, what was the meaning of his words? Closing her eyes, they ask him to answer. He stands on the floor and asks for forgiveness, because he knows nothing about love. Kloe is next to him, and she is told that she is also inexperienced. She also folds her hands and asks the question, right? Her eyes were purple. Rick looks down, because he looks like he was randomly given the ugliest face. They stand next to each other, and are silent. The cashier turns his head to the other side. The girl puts her hand to her face. The guy closes his eyes and thinks that he is not asking for understanding and should go home. We see a store that is glowing. Someone was signing a notebook when he said that this is great, and that it is over. The girl smiled widely when she said that before she starts, she will say that everything they will talk about will remain within the confines of this store, and that the information received will be used only for personal purposes, so he can feel free. The main character looked in front of himself in confusion when he wondered what he was doing. Kloe looked ahead in admiration as the protagonist thought about how he hadn't been in a relationship since he was born, and what he could possibly know about love and where to start since he was sure he couldn't help her. The girl was in front of Rick, who decided to change the subject, and then asked her if maybe instead of an interview she could try dating someone. There were products on the shelves when Kloe asked him again, and the guy answered in the affirmative, adding that he felt awkward saying that, but hadn't she met anyone she wanted to get to know better. The girl with pink hair looked ahead in confusion as she said she had. The protagonist stared ahead as she explained that she was just passing by because she was scared. There was a shiny stone above her palm as Kloe explained that as soon as she joined the company, she immediately began to study love and that people and books kept telling her that love was a great thing. Her heart was enveloped in dark energy as the girl added that it could not be seen. She imagined herself surrounded by flowers as she shared that since everyone's opinions on love were so different, she wondered what if love was not what she imagined. Kloe looked down sadly as she concluded that these thoughts made her afraid, which is why she avoided everyone. The protagonist continued to look ahead as the girl suggested that it was strange that a succubus was afraid of love. Her eyes widened as Rick responded that it was not strange. The cat sat next to her, as he explained that they were all afraid of the unknown, especially when it came to love, which was the most difficult of all feelings. The dark-haired boy looked thoughtful when he asked her why she couldn't take love more lightly since it was part of her job. Kloe looked ahead in surprise when she asked him again. The protagonist looked down sadly when he reminded her that she had said that love was a great thing, and then added that, frankly, he had a hard time agreeing with that. They were sitting across from each other when the girl asked him why and what made him think that way, to which the protagonist replied that he felt that way when he looked at his married friend. He imagined a couple in love, explaining that when they first started dating, he would brag a lot about his girlfriend and say that they were a match made in heaven. Rick imagined people arguing, adding that when they got married and started living together, they began to notice things they hadn't seen before. The girl was writing in a notebook when the guy said that this was the reason for their frequent fights, and that in the end they said that they regretted getting married. Then Kloe asked about how it turned out that his friend and his wife were completely different. They were sitting at the table when the protagonist answered that it seemed like that, and that the comrade said how he liked everything about his girlfriend when they were just dating. The protagonist was shown in profile when he said that in fact, this concerns not only his friend, and that as soon as the situation changes, love changes too, summing up that usually something great remains so no matter what. The succubus looked ahead questioningly when Rick said that even love is subject to change, because it is a feeling that is experienced by creatures that are very different in themselves, so she should date and not weigh herself down with their burden, summing up that, perhaps, love is a wonderful feeling, but it is definitely not the greatest. The guy's face sweated as he asked her to be careful and not to fall into dangerous love, literally, and Kloe asked him what that meant, to which he replied that he believed that there were two types of the most dangerous love. He imagined one person pinning another down as he explained that the first type was imposition. Someone was shown watching another person as he explained that the second type was stalking. The protagonist imagined two people crying as he said that he believed that these two types of love were the most dangerous, and that they left scars one way or another, and sometimes someone would close their heart forever. There were people passing by outside the window as the protagonist explained that there were different types of love, but only these two were one-sided, and love was not created for one being. The beast men in jackets looked at each other as Rick said that he believed that a feeling could only be called love when a relationship was established through the mutual exchange of that feeling. The girl stared ahead when the boy added that that's why you should be careful with dangerous love and try to take relationships easier. She continued taking notes when she wondered if she could do it, because everything was so complicated. The protagonist was sitting in front of her when he answered that he was sure she could do it, because she was a very attractive girl. Kloe looked surprised when the protagonist apologized for what he was going to say, explaining that he thought many men would be happy to date her, summing up that she should be confident in herself and try not to overthink things. Rick covered his mouth with his hand when he started talking about what to do if things got hard. The girl blushed when the boy apologized, saying that he seemed to have talked too much. Then she exclaimed that it was okay and that she had never had a relationship, but she made love potions. The protagonist closed his eyes, mentally asking her to stop humiliating him, when the succubus added that she sincerely understood him, since he was the same as her, and that, moreover, she was very interested in knowing the opinion of someone who had never had a relationship. She was holding a phone in her hand when the protagonist asked the customer if she would be late for work, to which Kloe replied that the first bus would be arriving soon. They were standing near the door when the girl thanked him for talking to her today and for helping her a lot, to which Rick replied that he was glad to know that. He was holding a package in his hand when he asked her to take it, then she asked why he was giving it to her. The girl looked closely at the item when the guy said that she was going to work, and that it would make her feel a little better in the office, since, apparently, she had been drinking yesterday. The succubus took the item in her hands and thanked him. She grabbed the door handle. Kloe smiled charmingly when she asked if she could come to him if she failed again. Someone adjusted his tie when he asked if the protagonist really allowed the succubus to come again, to which he replied in the affirmative. Amelia opened her mouth wide and asked him not to take such customers seriously. The protagonist looked away and asked if it was true when the girl explained that these creatures were known to become possessed. The headmistress stood in front of Rick when she exclaimed that it was true and that if he did something wrong, there would be trouble, and then asked if he realized that he had to be extremely careful, to which the young man replied in the affirmative. Someone in a hood passed by the window when they began to talk about the fact that the baby dragon was not visible today and that she still had a lot of things to do, suggesting that she might have forgotten about it. Amelia and the boy looked in the same direction. They were running when the protagonist asked what the sound was, to which she replied that she didn't know and that it seemed like something was broken. The headmistress ran outside when she asked if he was okay. The hooded creature was lying next to the bike when she called it toy car, asking if he was hurt. A face appeared on his head when he answered that everything was fine, and then thanked her for her concern. Then the protagonist thought that it was a robot. The guys started to help him up, when Amelia asked what it meant that he was fine, because the sound of the fall was heard throughout the area. Then the robot apologized for scaring them and thanked them for their help. Rick looked away carefully when the robot was asked how he managed to fall on a flat surface. A wheel was shown when he answered that something unexpected happened and that the bike suddenly stopped working. The girl and the robot looked in the same direction when he was told that his chain came off, then he asked again. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth when he said that he seemed to be changing gears, so the chain came off, and that if he put it back like this, and then switched this there, everything would be fixed. The headmistress and the robot looked at the protagonist with admiration, who said that everything was ready. The bicycle chain was shining when Amelia exclaimed that it was incredible, because he fixed everything so quickly. Then the robot thanked him for fixing it. The girl patted the protagonist on the back when she said that Rick is a jack of all trades, and that he is a good boy. Then the young man replied that he simply rode a bicycle a lot as a child. That's where the knowledge comes from. The robot held a white sheet of paper in his hands when he once again expressed gratitude for the fix, explaining that it was his business card, and that if the guy needed anything, he could call him. The headmistress and the protagonist were standing in front of him when she asked if he specialized in killing monsters, to which the robot answered affirmatively, saying that he was the boss and that one call would be on him. Then the protagonist said that it was not necessary. Then he explained that he really wanted to thank them somehow, so they should definitely call. The cyclist had his back turned when he said goodbye to them. Amelia waved her hand when she thanked him and advised him to be careful on the way. The girl turned to Rick when she said that it was time for him to go home too, warning him that tomorrow would be a hard day. Then he asked about tomorrow, assuming that a lot of goods would arrive. The dark-haired youth looked away attentively when the headmistress answered that tomorrow was Friday. The protagonist's mouth dropped open when she added that if he didn't get enough rest he would definitely die tomorrow, and the protagonist realized that he had completely forgotten that Friday was a day for partying. There was a large monitor on the table. The system window was open on the screen when Friday was said to be flaming. Several mugs were shown when it was explained that it was literally the flamingest day of the week, when everyone went wild, relieving the tension and stress of the past work week. The customers were crowding around when someone asked how they relieved their stress, and then he himself answered that, of course, alcohol, explaining that it made all the bars a profitable day, and that the same applies to the shops. The man held a bottle in his hand when it was explained that the customers there were very different from those in the bars. The creature in the suit sat cross-legged when asked if it was ready for the 18th song to be sung to it, to which it answered affirmatively. The young man was shown in profile when he sang about how she had left him like the wind, and how he missed her so much and couldn't hold her even in his dreams. Someone flapped a wing when he wondered what he should do, adding that he was shedding tears for her. The girl had long braids when the singer exclaimed that tears were pouring down his cheeks. Paws with sharp claws touched the floor. The winged maiden closed her eyes when the boy repeated the last words. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile, thinking that this is what their customers were like, and then asked if anyone would like to work in a store after this. He snatched the bottle from their hands. The protagonist took the bag of popcorn. An ominous aura surrounded him as he said that he understood that the dear customers were having fun, and then asked them not to open the goods without paying for them. The customers walked away from him, apologizing and promising that they would pay for everything now. Rick looked away when asked if he could help her. A girl with wings appeared in front of him. The dark-haired youth looked shocked. The customers looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist held the winged girl with his hands, screaming loudly. She looked up in admiration when she said that she had finally become a swan. Then the protagonist mentally asked her to go home and dance there. He looked ahead, bending his arms when he told the customer that such things were not allowed there, after which a loud scream was heard. The customers looked at the horned monster. The creature with horns looked from under his brows. The guy looked ahead in shock when he asked where he was. The glass doors were shown being broken when the monster explained that he had just been in a bar. The protagonist looked sad when he asked if he had broken something, so the protagonist mentally called him a veal, saying that he had broken glass. Rick looked at his phone while lying on the floor when he was spoken to and asked if he was alive, so he asked his boss to save him. The girl was lying on the bed when she asked him for forgiveness, explaining that she was also dying. The headmistress covered her face with her hands when she said that today had been a hard day, and that they hadn't had many special customers before, so the boy asked her again. The customers crowded around with their backs turned when Amelia explained that Uncle Goblin had decided to pay for the purchase using several cards, and that there were many customers behind him. The green creature was standing at the cash register when he asked to withdraw 10,001 from one card. Then the girl said that suddenly the reptile auntie had cut in line. The headmistress's face sweated as she turned to the customer, saying that they couldn't pay for one check with different cards, summing up, which eventually led to the auntie and uncle arguing. A shocked Amelia watched the argument, asking the customers to keep the line, when the reptile exclaimed that she would pay first, to which the goblin replied that he was actually standing there. The dark-haired guy propped his head up when the girl said that they often had such customers, but today there were especially many of them. Then the protagonist thought about how hard it was for the boss, and that work is work. He had a phone in front of him when the headmistress turned to him, asking if he was okay. Then the protagonist asked her again. Rick looked thoughtful when Amelia explained that it was just his exhausted voice. The broken door was covered with boxes. The boy's eyes were closed when the girl asked if something had happened, and the protagonist called her boss, starting to answer. The headmistress turned her head to the side and asked again when the protagonist reported that a minotaur had broken the front door. Rick was holding a phone in his hands when she asked if he was okay and if he was hurt, to which the boy replied that he was fine. The girl brought her hand to her mouth when the protagonist asked the door not to worry either, explaining that he had taken the minotaur's contact information so that he would pay for the damage. The protagonist looked ahead with annoyance. He had a phone in his hand when he thought that the boss seemed to be shocked by the news. Rick stood at the cash register, wondering if he should have prepared her before telling her everything, and that it seemed like he had really taken her by surprise, and that perhaps he should calm his boss down somehow. The dark-haired boy looked down attentively when the headmistress turned to him, saying that she thought he would need a special tool. There were goods on the shelves of the store. When the boy asked her again, then Amelia answered in the affirmative, explaining that she had been thinking about it since the first day, and that she would try to make it as soon as possible. The protagonist looked closely at the phone when he said that he thought it was unnecessary. Then the girl answered that in their world, almost all races have mana, and that there are those who have physical or magical skills, depending on their characteristics. She introduced the blonde elf when she added that they are known for their longevity. The headmistress imagined Kloe when she said that Succubus had the ability to charm and such. Amelia imagined a crowd of different creatures when she summed up that among all these races with different abilities, the protagonist is the one most at risk because he is a human from another world. She remembered them touching the sparkling object when she said that fortunately his body had some anti-magic property, and that he could somehow control it with his mind and willpower. Rick looked down in disappointment when the girl explained that therefore it could be said that this ability would protect him and that it was only a question of whether he would be able to resist very strong magic. The dark-haired boy's mouth fell open when the headmistress said that therefore for his safety she would do something for him and that it was better not to contradict him. Then he agreed with her and thanked her. He had a phone in his hand when Amelia said that she would study everything for now and wished him luck. Then the protagonist asked her to rest. The protagonist was shown in profile when he thought about how from the first day he realized how good the boss was and how she cared about him despite the fact that he was a simple worker. Someone opened the door slightly when Rick decided that when he got his first paycheck, he would treat his boss to something tasty. The dark-haired guy looked ahead and greeted the visitor, asking if he was looking for something specific when he was asked for forgiveness. The protagonist turned away to the closet when he was politely asked for a pack of cigarettes. The protagonist looked intently ahead when he was asked for something else. There was a scar on the man's palm. Rick covered his mouth with his hand when he apologized for his ignorance, explaining that he had simply never seen such a large scar. The bearded man opened his mouth slightly when he replied that everything was fine and that such scars were not seen every day. The long-haired creature smiled when he asked not to worry about such a reaction, saying that curiosity was one of the normal reactions to something like this. The dark-haired man looked forward in admiration when he was asked if he could sit there for a while because he wanted to rest, to which the young man replied in the affirmative, adding that he could sit there as long as he wanted, thinking that it was the first time he had seen this middle-aged gentleman. The bearded man turned his head to the side and thanked the protagonist, who explained that they had tables and chairs there, adding that the payment had been successful. The protagonist looked at the customer's phone, who apologized, explaining that he had some business to do. The screen of the device glowed blue, when Rick thought that he looked very busy. The guy's eyes were shown closely, when he realized that it was the middle of the night, and the gentleman in the suit worked at night. The bearded man looked at the device in his hands, when the protagonist guessed that he most likely worked somewhere in the financial sector. The customer turned to the protagonist, who addressed him and apologized, and then wondered if he could ask a question and whether he was currently browsing the stocks. The customer's hand reached for a pack of cigarettes when he replied that he was not and that he did something else, so Rick apologized for his curiosity and asked what he did. The dark-haired guy looked surprised when the man explained that he was a driver. The customer was holding a phone in his hand when he added that he was a sober driver. The cars were stuck in a traffic jam. The protagonist was shown in profile when he thought about how many cars there were. The protagonist looked away when he assumed that the man was a kobold, thinking about how he was actually sitting calmly and looking at the phone screen. Leo looked closely at the device in his hands. Rick folded his arms when he realized it was after midnight and there were no weird customers, just a nice guy sitting there and not bothering anyone, and then he wondered if this was the perfect time to work. The protagonist was at the cash register when he asked for it to stay like this in the future, and then the customer apologized to him. There was a map on his phone when the protagonist asked what it was, and then Leo asked if he knew where it was by any chance. Rick was in front of a kobold when he apologized, explaining that he had only started working a few days ago, so he didn't know the area, and then the man exclaimed that it was a coincidence, since he had also recently started working there. The dark-haired salesman looked away, saying that so far it was not bad when Leo asked how he was doing there. The door was covered with boxes when the young man explained that today the Minotaur broke their door there. Then the man said that then it was clear why it looked like that, and that it turned out there was a reason for it. Then the protagonist said that this was the first time something like this happened. Leo turned around, standing in front of the protagonist, when a loud sound was heard. Cars were visible through the window. Green monsters got out of the cars when Rick assumed that there was an accident. The goblins looked at each other when one of them asked if the second one really passed driving with his feet, and whether he was taught to use turn signals, to which he replied that it was the opponent who did not learn the rules of the road, and then asked why he was turning around in the wrong place. They grabbed each other by the clothes when the first one asked where the wrong place was, calling him names, then he was called stupid in response. The protagonist and Leo were watching them when someone asked if he really wanted to die and if all the brains in the gym had dried out. The protagonist looked ahead worriedly, thinking that he didn't think he would witness an orc fight while working there and that the fight was much more serious than it seemed. The green monsters were lying on the ground when Rick mentally advised them to call the insurance company and then fight. 2 cats were standing behind the goblin, discussing if it was the orcs again and saying that they did this every day. Then the guy realized that everyone was just passing by, assuming that this was a usual situation. The protagonist was looking ahead with concentration, thinking that he really was in another world. Then he was asked if he would have problems. Leo looked away when the protagonist asked why, to which the kobold replied that those orcs would fight, so he wouldn't be able to accept customers. The green monsters fought in front of the boy when the kobold said that it seemed like they didn't have many customers today, to which Rick said that they probably did, and that everyone was just watching the fight. The man took a step forward when the youth added that there were no sales planned today, to which he replied that in that case he would give them a warning, to which he was asked again. The green orc turned around when someone addressed the youth. Leo looked ahead confidently when he said that it was nice to see them in good shape, but they should stop this mess and clear the street. The monsters stood in front of the kobold when they asked who he was and why he was meddling in something that wasn't his business. The man's eye was shown up close when he was advised to back off before he got into trouble. Leo clenched his fist when the orc added that he was too old to interfere. The kobold punched the monster in the face when he told him to just stand there and watch. The orc looked at his wounded opponent in surprise. The spectators looked shocked. The man in the suit stood next to the monsters when one of them asked the other why he was lying down. The green monster clenched his fist when he addressed the old man. Leo looked ahead indifferently, then he was asked about what kind of tricks he used. The kobold deftly dodged the orc's lunge. He dug his feet into the ground, turning around. The man kicked his opponent. The bodies of the monsters lay in front of him when he said that it was finally calm. A dog looked out from behind a car when he was addressed. Leo closed his eyes when he said that since the two had calmed down, he should call the police and insurance. Then the dog agreed with him and thanked him for his help, to which the kobold replied that it was not necessary. The protagonist looked amazed when he turned to the gentleman and asked him what he did before becoming a driver. Leo looked ahead carefully when the protagonist asked him what race he was. The man imagined a beast with glowing eyes when he answered that he was a werewolf, and that it was hard to tell because it was not yet a full moon, and he used to just enjoy his youth and do all sorts of nonsense. Rick looked ahead in awe when Leo summed up that now he was just an old man in retirement. Then the young man thought about how cool he was. The werewolf was holding a phone in his hand when the protagonist thought about the scar on his hand and how he knocked out orcs, and also that it seemed like this gentleman used to have an unusual and very cool job. Then the man said that it was time for him to work. The police cars arrived when Leo expressed his gratitude for allowing him to rest, to which the protagonist replied that he was welcome. The inspector stood in front of the dog when Rick asked the gentleman if he had a business card, explaining that their store was often visited by drunk customers. The werewolf was in front of the guy, who added that if such a situation arose, he would call him. Then Leo replied that he would be immensely grateful. He handed the boy a card when he said that he was counting on him. The protagonist held the business card to the lamp. He looked at it with one eye when he said that it seemed ordinary. The protagonist remembered the bright flash when he thought about how it seemed to have nothing special on it, like a vampire's ID. Rick remembered the werewolf's face, who asked if the boy minded that he would come to them sometimes and rest. Then the guy decided that he definitely did not look like a swindler or a crook. Someone stepped forward. The dog stuck out its tongue when they were greeted. The protagonist looked closely at the customer who asked for 2 packs of cigarettes, and said that animals were not allowed in the store. The creature with the dog in its hands looked forward when it was politely asked to tie it up outside. Then the customer asked what was wrong with that, since his dog was well behaved. The pet's face was shown close up when the customer added that he would quickly buy everything and leave. The customer held the dog in his hands when he repeated that it was very calm. The protagonist looked closely at the dog when its owner explained that he would buy beer and cigarettes, and they would leave immediately. Then the young man thought about the fact that in any case there were no other customers now, and that, besides, it would leave immediately. Then he agreed, asking it to hold the pet and not let go. The customer stood with his back when he answered that he understood. Rick looked back. A notification popped up on the phone screen when the boy realized it was the boss. The dark-haired boy tilted his head to the side when the headmistress explained that she was writing about the tools she had mentioned earlier, and then asked if there were any special requests, and the protagonist thought that he wanted it to work. The messages included messages about needing a mop for cleaning, to which Amelia replied that she had already prepared one, and then asked if anything else was needed. The customer stood in front of the salesperson, who told her to choose herself and that he would be grateful. The dog looked at the bottles when his owner politely asked for everything to be packed for him in a bag. The cashier swiped his card when he asked him to wait a minute. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. The customer opened his mouth, looking ahead. When he was told that the limit on the card was exceeded, then he asked again, exclaiming that this was strange, and that he did not take cash with him. After that he was told that it was possible to transfer by number to the card. Then the buyer answered that he did not have a phone with him, because he went out for a walk. The protagonist looked at the dog in confusion when his owner said that there was nothing to be done, and that he should go home for his wallet. The pet stuck out its tongue when the customer asked the guy to look after it for now. Rick looked ahead in shock when he mentally asked him again. Then the buyer said that he would be there in 10 minutes. The dog turned its head to the side when the seller turned to the customer, who explained that there was no need to be afraid of it, because it does not bite. The protagonist touched his neck when the customer said that he would come back and buy everything he chose, and left the dog as a deposit, summing up that he would come soon. Then the cashier agreed. The customer left the store. The pet sat next to the protagonist, who thought that he really left the dog. The dog looked at Rick, who thought that he had seen many strange owners, and that situations, of course, are different, but you shouldn't leave an animal to just anyone, especially as collateral. The fluffy pet looked ahead attentively. The dark-haired guy watched him. He put his hand to his head when he said that he was probably suffering with such and such an owner. The protagonist propped his head up with his palm when he suggested that he was a good-for-nothing. The protagonist closed his eyes when he added that if the dog could talk, he would tell him everything. Rick's pupils narrowed when the pet answered affirmatively, assuring him that he had something to say. The dark-haired guy looked at the dog in surprise when he explained that he was afraid that he would not be understood, so he had remained silent until now. The protagonist moved away from the animal. The pet stuck out his tongue when he addressed the master, asking if he could tell him everything. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, looking ahead when he wondered if he could really talk. The dog looked straight when he answered in the affirmative. They were opposite each other when Rick asked why he didn't say anything in front of the master then, because he wouldn't have left him there, to which the pet replied that they usually try not to talk, and especially tried to be careful in front of the master. Then he was asked why. The dog imagined how he looked at him with displeasure, saying that he was very small, but he made a lot of noise. The dark-haired guy watched the pet, who explained that when he barked and asked for something, he threatened to cut his vocal cords, so he tried to keep his mouth closed. Then the young man thought about how that man really turned out to be a bad owner, and that he knew it. The chair legs lifted off the floor when the protagonist addressed the dog and asked him his name and age. He scratched the dog's face, then the dog replied that his name was Doggy and that he was 2 years old. Then Rick said that he was only 2 years old and that he spoke so well. The dog was in front of the guy when he explained that this age meant that the dog was already an adult, so talking was not a problem for him. Then the young man replied that he understood and apologized, saying that he just did not really know anything about dogs. The pet looked up attentively when the protagonist addressed him, asking if he had ever seen other dogs talking. He watched the guy and his dog when he replied that he had never seen and that usually other dogs had fun and played with their owners. The dog rushed to the man's hand when Doggy explained that this is why he had never seen anyone talk like him. The pet imagined that there were a bunch of dogs around him when he admitted that he was scared from the realization that they simply had their vocal cords removed, and that it seemed to him that everyone else was also living in fear, which is why they were silent. The dog looked down sadly when he asked the gentleman if it was really strange to be a dog. Rick looked away when he answered that he did not know, and that it seemed to him that those who had dogs doted on them. The pet wagged his tail and said that he was lucky when the young man told him that one of his friends even took his animal on a trip abroad. The protagonist watched the dog when he asked if he was often beaten, adding that his owner even left him there as collateral. Then he replied that he could not even imagine how hard it was for him. The man was standing on the sidewalk when the pet explained that he was always arguing with his wife and then taking it out on him, and that he often drank and when drunk, squeezed him, and that he smelled terrible. The dog looked down in disappointment when he explained that his owner fed him and kept him, so he tolerated it. The protagonist stared ahead when the pet admitted that sometimes he just wanted to up and run away. The dog looked shocked at Rick, who suggested that he talk to his owner. Then the animal asked about his vocal cords. Then the guy reminded him that the man just didn't know that he could talk. The dog was walking along the sidewalk when the protagonist said that, to be honest, at first glance he thought that his owner was a complete scoundrel, and his stories only confirmed it. Then the dog replied that it would be even harder for him without a home. The white pet closed his eyes when the protagonist reminded him that his life was already hard, and then advised him to just try talking, because everything could change. Rick sat in front of Doggy, who agreed with him, saying that he would do as he said, and the boy praised him. Other houses were visible through the window when the boy realized that 10 minutes had passed, and then wondered where his owner was, to which the pet replied that he did not know, and that he had once waited for him for an hour. Doggy looked pitifully ahead when he was called a poor thing. The dark-haired boy looked thoughtful when he allowed the animal to speak, who asked if she could ask him something. The pet watched the protagonist when he asked what castration was. The protagonist covered his face with his hand when Doggy explained that he had overheard his owner and his wife saying that they were going to castrate on Monday. The furry animal stuck out his tongue when he asked what that meant and if it had anything to do with his vocal cords. Doggy tilted his head to the side. Rick placed a piece of paper and a pen on the table. The dark-haired youth looked serious when he said that it would be better to explain with pictures, and then advised his pet to watch carefully. The family was shown in party hats when it was explained that as the pets get older, castration is one of the most important things that can be done. The dog wore a green collar when it was explained that the procedure prevents prostate hyperplasia, testicular tumors, cystitis and more, as well as breast tumors, uterine and ovarian cysts, and the like. The girl watched the sleeping pets as it was explained that many owners choose to spay or neuter their dogs for the health of the animals, but that it is not mandatory, and that some owners match their animals with a suitable mate, and when the animals have babies, they all live together. The dog stuck his tongue out, looking up, when it was explained that, one way or another, any decisions are made for the good of the pet. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, standing in front of the dog when it was explained that owners think twice before making a final decision. The dog opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he did not want to, when the protagonist wondered what would happen if the pet could talk, just like him. The protagonist looked ahead indifferently when the pet exclaimed that he would die, but would never sign up for this, and then wondered why he had to suffer, and why he was being punished like this. The animal raised its head when it added that it did not steal other people's bones and always buried its feces. Then it was explained to it that this was done for its own sake. The dog angrily looked ahead when he asked the gentleman not to talk nonsense, adding that he would never allow those same organs to be touched. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth wide when he asked if he himself would allow his organs to be cut off for the same reason. Then the young man asked why he wanted to do this. The pet was in front of the protagonist when he asked that if he could not do this, then why do such a thing to him? The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand when the dog said that he was sad. The animal cried when he repeated that it was sad and sad. He imagined himself running on the green grass when he realized that he had not yet met his soulmate. The white dog stuck out his tongue, running after the dog, when he exclaimed that he was already an adult and dreamed of offspring. He imagined how he would watch his sleeping family. The pet opened his mouth wide when he shouted that he would soon be castrated. Rick calmly looked ahead when Doggy wondered what he had done to anger the heavens so much. Then the young man apologized to him, thinking that he should not have told him. The pet looked upset when he was offered a drink of water. The dark-haired guy stroked the animal when he asked him if it had calmed down, to which it answered in the affirmative, adding that it was better, and then apologized for what it had done there. The protagonist carefully looked away and replied that everything was fine when Doggy explained that he had become so scared that he could not control his emotions. There were sheets of paper and a pen on the table when the protagonist addressed the pet, saying that it had learned about castration, so it should talk to its owner. The dog stood with its tongue hanging out when Rick advised it to say that it did not want to do it, then it was told that there was no need. The white pet looked ahead confidently when it explained that they had an owner-pet relationship since birth, and that it had always believed that it should be strictly adhered to, because that is how everyone else lives, so it is right, but now it understands that it cannot live like this anymore. The guy turned his head to the dog, who added that he would break off the relationship with his owner in order to enjoy every second of his life. The protagonist looked shocked when he thanked him, explaining that thanks to him, he finally decided to do it. The dog sat in front of the protagonist, who asked him to stop, saying that he was just advising him to talk to his owner. Then the pet said that there was no need for that, and that sooner or later it was bound to happen. The sun was shining on the houses when Rick advised him to think carefully, because life on the streets is much harder. Then the pet asked about what difference it made, because with or without a house, he would still have to suffer. The dog imagined a cracked nut when he said that if his organs were in danger, then he should leave the house. The dark-haired youth looked straight when he answered that he was right. The protagonist touched his collar when the pet said that in any case, the decision had already been made, and then asked if he could help him a little, first by removing the collar, to which he agreed. The dog shook his head when the protagonist thought about the fact that he did not even know if he could do this at all. The pet arched, raising his head when he exclaimed that he was very good. Then Rick asked if he could help him with anything else. The man was walking down the street when Doggy answered in the affirmative, explaining that he would be very grateful if he could help him talk to his owner before parting. The dark-haired boy looked at the animal intently when he asked if he really wanted to say goodbye, to which he answered in the affirmative, explaining that although their relationship was not good, he did not want to turn it into hatred and wanted to allow each of them to move on. The protagonist touched his neck when he agreed to help. The man in the tank top opened the door slightly when he said that he was back. The protagonist and the pet were in front of him when the boy asked if he really came. Then the owner asked what was going on. Doggy looked angry when the man asked why he took off his collar. Sweat appeared on Rick's face when he turned to the customer, who assumed that the animal took it off itself. The man opened his mouth and looked ahead when he asked the guy again, who said that his pet wanted to tell him something. The dog opened his mouth and turned to his owner when the visitor asked what kind of nonsense this was. The shocked man stood in front of the pet, who explained that he wanted to ask him a question, so he asked him to answer honestly, and then asked if he really came back there for him and not for cigarettes. The owner opened his mouth in surprise when the dog asked if he really wanted to castrate him. The pet looked ahead in anger when he answered in the affirmative. The dog took a step forward when he thanked him for his answer. The man looked away in surprise when the pet said that from that day on, he would not return to their house and would go his own way, and then asked him not to ask him for reasons and not to try to bring him back, wishing him luck. The dark-haired guy looked ahead intently when he was addressed. The dog stood on his hind legs when he asked if he could visit him sometimes. The man was in front of the seller, who began to answer. The protagonist touched his face when he allowed the animal to come. The dog stuck out his tongue, thanking him and wishing prosperity to the store. The man was standing next to the protagonist. Rick looked at the customer, who asked what it was. The man covered his mouth with his hand, crying. When he addressed the pet, then the young man asked if the customer was okay. Someone tied the bag when he said that it was great, and that everything was ready. The protagonist put his hands on his belt when he said that today was much calmer than he thought. He remembered the crying customer when he thought that besides that owner and the dog, it was a good day, and that when he finally realized what had happened, he ran off somewhere like crazy. The protagonist held the bag in his hands, thinking that he might not have been a good owner, but he seemed to love the pet. Rick arched his back, bending his arm, as he decided to let it be as it was meant to be. The dark-haired boy turned his head to the side when someone sneezed. The girl with the wings covered her mouth when the boy said it was her. Kate's eyes widened when she greeted him. The boy held a napkin to the girl's nose when he told her to blow her nose properly. Kate was sitting in front of him when he suggested that she had a cold, to which she replied in the negative. The blonde opened her mouth, looking forward when she explained that her nose was just itchy when she was asked what was wrong. The girl closed her eyes when she sneezed. The protagonist's eyes were closed as he thought about how much she was sneezing. Kate covered her mouth with her hand, agreeing with the protagonist, who asked her to wait a minute. He took a cup. Water began to flow from the cooler. The girl looked ahead intently when Rick said that he clearly remembered that it was somewhere there, and then exclaimed that he found it. The dark-haired boy looked down when he offered her to eat the medicine. The blonde continued to look ahead when the guy explained that once she took the medicine, he would give her cocoa. Kate looked at her hands when she replied that she did not want to eat it. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. The protagonist stood in front of her when the girl said that she did not have money today and that he did not have to give her anything. Then he thought about her trying to come up with an excuse not to take the medicine. The blonde presented a syringe when the protagonist said that later she would be injected with a huge syringe, and then asked if she was still refusing the medicine. The girl stretched out her hands to Rick when she answered that she would eat it. She was sitting on a chair when she was asked why she hadn't come on Friday to give her mother a present, and then Kate explained that she had piano lessons yesterday. Kate remembered sitting at the piano when she added that she had lessons every Friday, and the guy answered that she was very diligent since she went to piano lessons. The blonde was eating the medicine, looking forward when he said that because of a cold she couldn't come to continue giving the present, and then asked if she was afraid that she would sneeze on him and burn him, so she came today. The protagonist turned around, looking back when Kate replied that she didn't and that she just came to say hello today. Then he asked her again. Then she explained that a store is a place where people go to shop. There were sweets on the shelves. When the girl added that she didn't have much pocket money and that she would save up more and come there to buy something, then she was asked how much she had saved up already. Coins and bills were shown when Kate replied that she had 2,001, saying that her mother gave her 501 every day. The protagonist imagined a calendar when he thought about how she came once every 4 days, and about how there were less than 2 weeks left until Parents' Day. Kate drank water when he thought about how kind this little girl was, but she wouldn't have time to prepare a gift, and about how he didn't want to sell her all sorts of useless junk. Rick looked away thinking that she wouldn't just come there for no reason. He had some lollipops in his hand when he decided that would do. The dark-haired clerk stood in front of the girl when he spoke to her, explaining that it was a reward for taking her medicine, adding that it was hot so she should drink it carefully, and she thanked him. Kate was shown in profile when she was asked how much pocket money she took with her, and she answered that it was 501. The protagonist looked at the candies when he said that it was great, adding that they had exactly 2 lollipops that cost that much. The goods were on the shelves when he told her that besides these, they had many more goodies that could be bought for 501, and that he could show her if she wanted. The blonde looked ahead carefully when the protagonist told her to take 501 with her and come to the store if she had time. Rick handed her the lollipops when the girl answered affirmatively, saying that she would buy these candies today. Then he thanked the buyer. Kate held the lollipops in her hands when she was asked what they were, suggesting that they needed to be exchanged for another flavor. The dark-haired guy looked confused when she asked what flavor he liked. Then he suggested that she wanted to share with him again, adding that she should just keep the second one and eat it later. The girl looked closely at the candies when she reminded him that her uncle had treated her to cocoa. The main character smiled slightly when she added that her mother said that if she ate too many sweets, she would get diabetes. Then the guy wondered if this was really it now. Kate looked ahead intently when she said that sharing makes goodies even better, so she suggests eating the candies together. The protagonist brought his hand to his face when he decided that it couldn't be helped, and then asked her what flavor she liked best, to which she replied that it was sour. He was holding a lollipop with an orange wrapper in his hand when he said that in that case, he would take the chocolate flavor. Rick looked at the candy in his hand when he realized that he had taken something delicious away from the child again. Kate was drinking cocoa when the boy wondered if all children were like this these days, thinking about how he didn't remember them being so innocent and sweet in his time. The boy remembered Amelia standing next to him when he thought about how the boss said that young dragons can see the colors of souls, and how he didn't think that this little girl was so stupid that she would follow a stranger if she saw the color of his soul for the first time. The girl put her glass down on the table when she turned to her uncle, saying that she was curious about something, when he realized that he was still worried. The protagonist propped his head up with his hand when she asked if he really lived there, to which he replied in the affirmative, adding that he lived 3 minutes walk from there. Kate smiled widely when she asked again, exclaiming that it was very close, when the protagonist agreed with her, suggesting that she lived in that area too. A child's drawing was shown when the girl explained that no, and that in order to get home she needed to take the subway for an hour, when the young man asked if it was really that far, suggesting that in that case, it meant that her school was there, when Kate replied in the affirmative, explaining that the school was not far from the subway station. The little girl imagined the people near the building when she talked about how it was very big, and how there were older sisters there, and younger ones. The blonde was sitting in front of Rick when she said that there were other girls her age and that her mother worked in the area. Then the boy thought about how her school was obviously different from the usual one, and that maybe she went to a private institution. The girl jumped off the chair, answering yes when the guy suggested that today she rode there on her bike from her mother's work, and then she added that she could show where she worked. They went outside when Kate explained that it was there. She pointed to a tall building when she explained that she slept there today and that usually after school she goes to her mother's work and they go home together. Then the main character exclaimed that her parent works in a cool company. The blonde opened her mouth, looking up when she answered that it was true and that she liked the place where her mother worked, and also that today she had another reason to love this area. The protagonist stood behind her when he asked her what it was, to which she replied that he lived there. Kate folded her arms in front of her when she said that it meant that they would be seeing each other for a very, very long time, and then exclaimed that it was so great. Rick smiled, closing his eyes when he answered, laughing, that he did not plan on working there for a very, very long time. The girl looked at the boy in shock, who thought about how he planned to find a permanent job, and how he wanted to work there part-time until he found the right company. The boy remembered the card flashing brightly when he thought about how, of course, he was gaining a very rare experience in this place. He imagined himself stretching his arms out in front of him when he realized that there he had witnessed fireworks erupting from a fake document, and that he had also cleaned the scales of a dragon. The dog bared its sharp teeth when the protagonist remembered being cursed by a chihuahua. Kloe smiled widely when he thought about finally giving love advice to a succubus. Kate looked sad when the protagonist thought about how this didn't mean he was going to spend his entire life being a salesman. Rick touched his neck, thinking that he couldn't tell her everything like that. He touched the girl's hair when he addressed her, telling her that he wasn't going to quit right away, adding that she shouldn't be upset. They were standing at the entrance to the store when she asked if it was true, to which the young man answered in the affirmative, adding that he was saying this because he was worried about her, and then advised her not to be friends with adults. There was no one on the sidewalk when the girl asked why, so he explained that she shouldn't get close to people she didn't know well, and then asked if her mother had ever told her not to go anywhere with strangers. Kate looked ahead sadly when the protagonist asked if she understood that he was only saying this for her safety. The girl put her tail on the ground when she began to object to him. The protagonist turned his head to the side when she reminded him that he was helping her with a gift, and also gave her medicine. Kate pressed her tail to herself when she said that he helped her, so for her, Rick is a good adult. The dark-haired guy looked away thoughtfully when he answered that he understood, and then asked her to bring a couple of blank sheets of paper for drawing tomorrow. The protagonist was standing near the drinks cabinet when he was wished good morning, then he greeted the boss. He stood with his back to the headmistress when she said that the door was really all gone, and that he had a hard time yesterday, then he thanked her. The protagonist looked back carefully when Amelia exclaimed that she was representing a device that would rid Rick of the headaches of problematic clients. The girl was holding the device when the boy said that it was just a phone, to which she replied that he was right and that it was what she had been working on all night. Sweat broke out on the boy's face when the headmistress explained that she had the phone lying around at home and that she had called a few places to make it work, adding that she would now explain how to use it. Amelia's mouth dropped open when the boy turned to the boss and asked if she was okay, to which she replied in the negative, saying that she thought she was going to die from lack of sleep. The girl pointed to the display when she explained that it was a protective spell and that it worked automatically so there was no need to press it, then added that it was a recall spell. She pointed to the arrow icon when she explained that it was used just like a regular camera. The headmistress and the protagonist were looking at the device when she told him to focus on what he wanted to fix and then take a picture of it, following the instructions in the app. The door was blocked with boxes when Amelia asked if there was anything he didn't understand, to which the protagonist replied that there wasn't yet, to which she exclaimed that it was great, and then suggested that he try it. Rick was holding the device in his hands when he said that he needed to focus first, to which the girl told him to pretend that it was a normal phone, laughing. The camera was pointed at the door when the boy was asked to press the return button to go back to the time period he chose. The headmistress looked at the boy with concern, who asked if it was true that he could just pick it up and press it, to which she told him not to move the phone and to hold it in one position. The device was in the protagonist's hands when she warned that if he moved while using the return magic, the app would give an error, to which he replied that he understood. They were staring at the phone when Amelia asked him to press the back button and wait for the door to appear on the screen, then the boy said he understood. He pressed the button with his finger. Leo appeared on the screen. The moment with the Minotaur was shown. The whole door appeared on the screen when the boy was told to stop. Rick stared at the device in amazement when he realized that it was showing everything that happened so far, then the girl asked him to press the play button. He touched the display with his finger when he wondered if this would really work. The boys looked in front of them carefully. A dazzling pattern appeared. The symbol was shown close up. The shards began to connect with each other. The protagonist and the headmistress were looking in the same direction. The street was visible through the glass door. The protagonist was standing behind Amelia when he exclaimed in delight. She grabbed the door handle when she said that it turned out great. Rick looked at the phone with concern when the girl asked him if he thought it was good, so he asked his boss if there would be any problems. The headmistress looked away in confusion when she asked him again, so he reminded her that they had used time travel spells. The boy remembered Leo's image when he said that some of the customers were visible on the screen. The young man imagined the Minotaur breaking the glass. He imagined the dark silhouettes in front of the symbol when he asked if the magic would affect them in any way. Amelia looked at the protagonist, who suggested that they could have turned into children, so she exclaimed that he shouldn't worry about it. The protagonist looked ahead carefully when the girl explained that it was a time spell, but it didn't work on living beings, and that no one else in the world could do something like that, so he asked if that was true. The headmistress was in front of Rick, who exclaimed that if that was true, then what she had done was simply amazing. Then she replied that time magic was actually still uncharted territory. The cars stopped in front of the crosswalk, when Amelia told him that magicians around the world had been studying it for decades, but they had not been able to achieve any results, and that, in addition, they had spent a lot of money on research, so the current time magic did not affect living beings. The dark-haired boy closed his eyes and agreed with the girl, who asked him to relax and not worry. Then he thought that he really was worried. The headmistress made an approving gesture when the boy asked if he could really use this device. Then she replied that of course, after all, she had made it for him all night. The guy imagined Amelia sitting at the table when he asked again, to which she answered affirmatively, explaining that in order to return the phone to working order, it was necessary to call some organizations. The girl imagined a device with 3 cameras. When the protagonist asked if it was really that difficult with phones in this world, then the headmistress answered that no, and that this particular one is equipped with magic stones, and that the mana reserve in the phone is small, but it is enough to use weak spells. The protagonist looked at the device in confusion when Amelia explained that when loading a magic spell, a lot of data is needed, so he should not forget to connect Wi-Fi, and that the warranty period has already expired, so he should be careful with the phone. Sweat appeared on the girl's face when Rick said that she was incredible and asked where she got this phone. Then she answered that an acquaintance gave it to her several years ago. The headmistress took a step forward when she explained that she had completely forgotten about it, and now it was useful, and the boy thanked her, promising to use it carefully. The dark-haired boy looked forward when he was asked if there was anything that interested him, to which he answered yes. Amelia looked back in confusion when she was asked if dogs in this world could talk. The protagonist looked serious when she answered that she thought the dog was a spirit, and he suggested that it was a mysterious and powerful creature, adding that he had met similar ones in fairy tales and fantasy. The girl propped her head up with her hand when she said that it seemed like it, but in their world, all animals with special abilities were called spirits. She imagined the silhouettes of animals when she explained that no matter the species, they were classified as spirits if they had special abilities. The white pet stuck out its tongue when the headmistress said that most of these creatures are smart, so they can understand most languages, and that she hasn't met talking dogs for a long time. Amelia sat in front of the protagonist, who said that it seemed to him that the dog didn't even know that he was a spirit. Then she told him that initially such creatures are very rare, and that their direct descendants are usually animals, and also that they almost never intersect with each other. The pet stood on the green grass when the girl started talking about how some of them, in addition to high intelligence, have other abilities, and that a small push is enough for them to realize that they have unusual skills and start using them. Then Rick said that this is very unusual. The dark-haired young man turned his gaze to the headmistress, who asked if it was true what he said, that the dog would come again, adding that she was a little worried. Clouds were floating above the city when the guy asked why and whether something could really happen, to which she replied that, as she had already said, they were very rare creatures, and since it was almost impossible to meet them in ordinary life, they were expensive. The girl opened her palm, looking forward, when she added that she thought they were worth about $1 billion. The protagonist looked away worriedly when he thought that if the dog's owner found out about this, he would bitterly regret it. Then the headmistress explained that she was therefore worried that the pet would suddenly get into trouble, after which the protagonist said that he himself did not yet know who he was. Rick was standing near the door when Amelia asked him to tell him about it in that case, adding that it was going to rain tonight, so he should be careful on the way there, to which the guy agreed and said goodbye. It was pouring outside. The young man was standing on the white floor. He was near the window when he said that it was pouring like a bucket. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he thought about how on such a day he would have to do nothing but wipe the floor the entire shift, and how lazy he was to go throw out the trash. There was a phone in his pants pocket. The protagonist looked at the device carefully when he realized that a message had arrived, reading that it said that the phone had a translator and that if he needed it, he could use it. In the correspondence, there was a photo of food when the headmistress said that she was currently eating a seafood pie and washing it down with beer, and then asked if he was jealous. Rick lowered his warm gaze. He imagined Amelia when he thought about how rare a boss like her was, and who else would sacrifice their sleep to make a magical smartphone for him. The dark-haired youth looked away when he wondered what he would treat her to when he received his first salary, and then greeted the visitor. The protagonist looked surprised when someone called him a slob and asked where their umbrellas were. The dog looked away with displeasure when he told the seller to quickly bring him one, since he was not going to go inside. The customer pointed to the drink and asked if it was tasty. The protagonist was in front of the customer when he answered that he did not know. Then the customer asked if he was going to work properly today. Rick looked peaceful when he advised the customer to go to the market after the customer asked if the guy was really cosplaying as a sloth, adding that since he did not come, He was not working hard enough. There was a basket with an umbrella near the window when the seller advised the customer to try it and say whether he liked the beer or not, adding that they had a 1+1 promotion for this product, to which the dog replied that he did not need to. The protagonist looked at the customer indifferently when he said that he would not lose money by getting the second one for free. Then the customer said that he had no choice. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise when the dog told him to drink one of the cans himself. Then the boy asked if he really wanted him to keep it. The man in the suit looked angry when Rick turned to him and said that he always gave him what he bought there and that he could accept regular goods, but it was alcohol. The customer handed him a card when he asked if the boy had never drunk during the night shift, and then asked for a bag, to which he replied that he never had, and then asked if companies allowed drinking alcohol, adding that it was 2,901 per customer. The dark-haired boy opened his mouth in surprise when the dog replied that he sometimes drank at work. Then he was asked if that was even possible. The customer bared his sharp teeth when he replied that he didn't care and that in that case they shouldn't make him work overtime. The protagonist looked worried when he thought about how sorry he was for him after he asked him if he could stay sober when he had to work all weekend. There was a full moon in the night sky. The girl's blue hair was blowing in the wind. The ungulate approached the store. Someone took a step forward. Elsa turned to the stallion when she asked him to wait there for her and be a good boy. The girl opened her mouth wide and addressed the protagonist by name, exclaiming that she had arrived. Rick folded his arms in front of him when he was asked how he had been. There was a can of beer on the table. The dark-haired salesman was sitting in front of Elsa, who assumed that he was going to drink. The young man quickly hid the alcohol when he exclaimed that he was not, explaining that he had received it from a customer, and that he was just wondering what to do with the can of beer. The girl looked ahead intently when she asked what was wrong with the customer after the salesman added that he was also worried about the customer. The protagonist imagined the face of an angry Harry when he explained that there was one customer, a kobold with the head of a chihuahua, who was afraid of being laid off, so he took work even on weekends. Then Elsa called the guy a cutie. The protagonist looked intently ahead when the girl answered that if he was worried about customers, it meant the job suited him, and that she had a really hard time. Elsa was shown in profile when she was asked if she really worked there, to which she answered in the affirmative, adding that it was only for a short time. She imagined an empty food bag when it was told that in a short period of time she had come across a lot of terrible customers, and that there were a lot of customers who were swearing. The orc bared his sharp fangs and exclaimed that those chips were giving him a stomach ache when it was explained that there were more people bringing in open goods and demanding their money back. The headmistress was standing next to Elsa when she addressed the customer, saying that she understood everything, but they could not issue a refund. Then it was said that it could be tolerated a couple of times, but it happened over and over again, so the girl raised her hand to the customer. She swung at the orc and told him to eat her fist and die from poisoning. Then Amelia explained that this was not right. Rick glared at Elsa and called her tough when she said that thanks to the boss she did not lose customers. But she left after that incident, and that just thinking about those customers makes your head hurt. The blue-haired girl looked ahead when asked about the reason for her presence there today, adding that it seemed like they weren't expecting new merchandise. She then called herself absent-minded. A small bag was shown when Elsa replied that there was no merchandise today, and that she came to ask for help. The dark-haired boy looked ahead seriously and asked again, then he was asked if he would take a look at it. The boy looked down, worried. In her palm was a heart when she explained that it was the core of a monster, then asked the protagonist to touch it once. Elsa opened her mouth wide and politely repeated the request, then the protagonist replied that he didn't want to. Rick closed his eyes, turning away when the girl asked about how, adding that it was definitely not dangerous this time. Then the boy replied that whether it was dangerous or not, he didn't care, because it looked disgusting. There was no one on the street near the store when the young man asked why he should touch it, and what the monster core even meant, to which he was told that it was the core of the monsters that appeared in the dungeons. The organ was shrouded in a dark aura when it was explained that it was something like their heart, and that it was a clot of some kind of energy, quite powerful, and also that the core was a very expensive thing that was used mainly as a source of energy for trains. The protagonist looked away when he was told that, moreover, this product was one of those that Amelia usually ordered. The protagonist pointed to the creepy organ when he asked if the boss had ordered the monster core, to which Elsa replied that no, and that she had ordered something else, and then asked if he remembered the dragon scale that she brought. The boy presented a shield-like object when he asked if it was the same thing that spat pus, to which the girl replied that he was right and that this time the headmistress had ordered monster effigies, and that they were made in the same place as the dragon scales. Blue energy emanated from the horse as she explained that it was important to purify the demon effigies and that she didn't trust her supplier to do so, so she came to ask him. The heart was on the table when Elsa added that if the boy touched the monster's core, and there was no reaction, then Amelia's goods would be fine too. Rick looked down uncertainly when the girl asked if he really couldn't help them. The boy imagined the headmistress lying in bed when he thought about just closing his eyes and touching it, and about the fact that it was about safety, and also about the fact that the boss was constantly worried about him and did not sleep at night, trying to make his work in the store more comfortable. Amelia was sleeping peacefully. The protagonist clenched his fist, realizing that he wouldn't be able to look her in the eye tomorrow morning if he refused to help. Elsa looked forward happily as he replied that he would touch her, but only for a little while, and she then said that it would only be for a second. The protagonist clenched his fist with his eyes closed as the girl said that the core had already been purified, so he shouldn't worry, adding that he should feel free to touch it. Rick's eyes widened. His hand went to his heart as he agreed. They ran out of the building where the explosion occurred. The boy hunched over, holding onto the railing. He looked back with concern. There was a dark aura in the store. The protagonist's mouth opened wide, looking away as he exclaimed that she said everything would be fine, and then asked about the smoke that smelled like chicken droppings. The protagonist closed his eyes as he wondered about the fact that it wasn't dangerous. Elsa bent a bean with her fist when someone was called scum. The girl glared forward when she added that they were making fun of her and that she would crush them all into dust. Rick watched her go when she said that she would be out for a while and that she needed to make a call. She disappeared around the corner of the building. The dark-haired boy put his hand on his chest when he thought about how angry Elsa seemed and how unpleasant the situation was, and then wondered what to do now. There was a purple haze in the store when the young man thought about how it was impossible to stay inside because of the smell, and how it would be problematic to receive customers tonight. Someone approached the protagonist, asking if they had a monster core in the store by any chance. The protagonist imagined someone in a hood lying next to a bicycle when he said hello, assuming that he was the one who fell. The robot smiled widely as he thanked him for remembering him. There was a dark energy in the room as he added that the smoke and smell made it seem like the monster's core was being cleansed. There was a heart on the floor as the robot asked if there was one. Rick put his hand on his neck as he replied that it was something like that. Alex looked ahead as the boy apologized, adding that he thought he should go to another store. There was purple smoke in the room as the boy said that the acrid smoke would make it difficult to get inside, then someone called the interlocutors scammers. The protagonist and the robot were standing next to each other as a question came from around the corner asking if they really thought that everything would end with the contract being terminated, exclaiming that they would sue them for damages, despite the fact that they had no money. The protagonist's face began to sweat as the girl exclaimed that it was nothing to worry about and that she would find them no matter where they hid them. She punched the wall and cursed. Elsa put her hand on her waist and exhaled. She looked away intently when someone turned to her and asked if she was okay. The girl took a step when she apologized, saying that she was very angry at the supplier, and the guy asked what he said. Elsa put her hand out to the side when she said that those fools did their job properly, and that this was a clear example of their work. Rick smiled slightly, thinking that it seemed like she had contacted an underground company when she added that she told them what happened and they claimed that it was not their fault. There was purple smoke in the store when the boy asked what they should do about all this, to which the girl replied that clearly no one was working right now. Alex turned his head to the side when she apologized to the guy for coming to ask for help, and in the end set him and Amelia up. Then the protagonist said that everything was fine and that it was not her fault. The guys looked in one direction in surprise when the robot asked if they would let him take a look once. Then the protagonist asked if he really wanted to go inside. Alex looked at Rick with a smile when he answered yes, adding that he could handle the situation. Then they began to object to him. He imagined the bike when he reminded them that last time they fixed it, and that it was the first time they treated him with such kindness and care, so he definitely wanted to thank them. Amelia and the robot stood behind the boy when he thanked him for fixing it. Alex confidently looked forward when he asked him not to worry, assuring him that he could handle it and would be back soon. The protagonist and Elsa stood nearby. The robot headed towards the store when the girl said that she had so shamelessly asked him for a favor, and then asked if he was their regular customer. A bright circle appeared on Alex's face when the protagonist answered that he was not really, and that he had simply fallen off his bike right in front of the store once, and he and the boss had helped him. Dark energy emanated from the heart when Elsa asked him again, and then said that they were both incredibly kind. The robot stopped in front of the monster's core when the girl asked if Rick knew what this guy did. White streaks appeared on Alex's face when the guy answered that he owned some kind of monster extermination plant. The heart was in his palm when Elsa said that now she understood where his confidence came from. The boys looked at each other when the boy asked what she meant, to which the girl replied that robots have excellent craftsmanship skills, and that if that uncle is the boss, then it means that he is the best in his field, so he can be trusted. Alex brought his finger closer to the core of the monster. He touched the heart. A blindingly bright flash occurred. The boys looked shocked. The robot took a step forward. He smiled, looking forward, when he exclaimed that the purification was 100% complete, and that he did it. The boys stood in front of him when they said that he was very cool and asked if he was okay, adding that it seemed like there was electricity or something. Then Alex explained that it was normal since the purification was accelerated. In his palms lay the heart. When the protagonist said that the color of the core changed, then the robot explained that when it is completely purified, the color turns like this. Elsa stared ahead as Alex added that during the core analysis he had discovered that the purification had been done twice and that he recommended that they never work with the company she had spoken to earlier. Then the girl replied that she had not intended to and then asked why he was saying that anyway. Her heart was on fire as the robot reported that the analysis showed that the last purification was only 80% complete and that it could have exploded during the night. Evil goblins were shown saying that the purification was expensive so they would not do it completely. Then Alex added that the supplies for the purification had become very expensive lately, and that it seemed that the company they had worked with had decided to save money. Rick looked at the girl with concern. Elsa smiled creepily as she called them scumbags and said that she would break all their bones. The robot was in front of the boy when he said that unfortunately there were a lot of organizations like this, and that he understood her feelings. Then the boy asked how this happened. A traffic light was shown when he explained that in May, the supply of monsters was limited due to the small number of gate activators, so the companies resorted to such tricks. Alex looked sadly at the core when he said that in fact, since last month, they also received very few requests for work, and that because of this, he had to try very hard to find orders. The robot raised his head and looked ahead when he was told that he did not have to worry about this anymore. The boy pointed to a widely smiling Elsa when he said that this girl was currently looking for a new company. Then she exclaimed that they had a lot of work. Alex looked touched when he was asked if he wanted to sign a contract with them, to which he replied that of course, and that they could sign it right away. They shook hands when Elsa exclaimed that it was great and invited him to walk with her, to which he agreed. The robot turned to the protagonist and asked if he had brought the second purification, to which he replied that it was. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when Alex said that there were no devices or special liquid for purification in the store and that he was curious how he did it. Then the boy realized that he could not tell that he possessed some kind of anti-magic. The boys looked in the same direction when the girl said that it was a secret. Elsa smiled charmingly when she repeated what she said, adding that therefore he did not even need to try to find out. A bright symbol appeared in front of the device. Rick looked at his phone sadly as he said that he thought that today would be a quiet day and that he didn't need anything as long as the days passed without incident. The display showed a notification of a message from Elsa, who said that she got his number from Amelia. The dark-haired boy held the phone in his hand when the girl thanked him for today, adding that her uncle said that he was almost done with the purification and that it was incredible, and also that she would send him money for the work and come back for help again. Then the boy said that they didn't agree on the payment, but it was nice. He imagined the girl on the Pegasus when he wondered if she was really a delivery girl. Elsa smiled widely when the protagonist thought about how she always talked about monsters and that. Besides, it seemed like she had incredible strength. The girl bent her hand in front of her when the protagonist suggested that she was not a simple delivery girl. He remembered the way she looked from under her brows. Rick imagined a man riding a fish when he thought that maybe this world was the only place where delivery people lived. The dark-haired boy stood up straight when he said that he would ask her next time and that he wondered if the smell in the store had cleared up yet. The girl took a step forward. The protagonist looked away carefully when she asked how so. The protagonist walked towards the customer when he asked if she was okay, to which she responded affirmatively, exclaiming that everything was fine. Rick opened his mouth slightly, looking ahead when he was asked if she scared him. The succubus looked surprised. Kloe looked away, embarrassed, when she apologized, saying that she probably always bothered him while he was working. There was a glass on the table when the girl asked if she scared him. The succubus looked away when she said that she and her colleagues went to the club, but they left her and went away. The dark-haired boy looked ahead intently as Kloe asked if it was too much and how they could leave her. Then the boy thought about how she looked so different from how she usually looked. The girl brought the glass to her mouth as the protagonist realized how the transformation worked. The protagonist looked sad as he thought about her going to the club and then asked why she came to him. Kloe's eyes widened as the boy wondered if she wasn't going to go have fun. Her fingers wrapped around the glass as he added that she could go there alone again and have a good time. Rick sat in front of the succubus as he said that maybe she would meet true love there. Then she exclaimed that it was not so. The girl's mouth opened wide as she asked what true love was, then explained that it was her first time going to the club and that her coworkers forced her to go there. The protagonist's face began to sweat as she summed up how it all happened. The girl stopped in front of the club when they told her that if she wanted a relationship, she should go there and that they would tell her everything. Then Kloe told them that she wanted to try a relationship and not burden herself with it, so she went to ask her coworkers for advice, and they suddenly dragged her into the club. The succubus was surrounded by strangers when she shared that her coworkers pushed her to the center of the dance floor, saying that she needed to gain experience, and that in the end she was left alone. Tentacles appeared in front of the girl. Kloe turned away from the tentacle monster when she reported that a squid suddenly approached her and offered to dance with him, saying that he would show her a dance of passion. Her friends stood with their backs to her when the succubus explained that at that time her coworkers went somewhere with strangers, completely forgetting about her. Strangers were dancing around Kloe when she told him that after the squid left, other men kept coming at her. The girl opened her mouth wide, sobbing when she said that she was so embarrassed that she thought she would die on the spot. The dark-haired boy sat with his eyes closed when she exclaimed that she hated her coworkers so much. Then he thought that, apparently, she had a hard time. Kloe looked away attentively when she was asked if her coworkers gave her any other advice, adding that she didn't think the club was right for her. The protagonist sat in front of the succubus when she answered that she had been given other advice too. Then he said that the way her friends gave her to start a relationship was quite common, and that his friends also went to clubs. The girl was holding her phone in front of her when the protagonist asked why she didn't try something else, to which she replied that she had been advised to use dating apps and that this was her first time, so she hadn't tried it yet. The guy held out his hands to her device when he asked if she could give him her phone, adding that it would help, to which she replied that she did. The boy was holding her smartphone when he said that he would look at it now and that she needed to set a profile photo first, to which the succubus agreed. Chloe's eyes widened. Rick was holding the phone when he addressed the buyer. The girl wrapped her arms around her neck when the boy explained that he was not taking her photo for an ID and then asked her to smile, to which she replied that she was just a little nervous. The protagonist's pupils narrowed when she added that her makeup was rubbed off in places and that she was not very photogenic, which is why she almost never took selfies. The succubus's eyes sparkled when the protagonist said that she was beautiful. Rick looked at the phone seriously when he added that she was attractive before and today she looked especially beautiful, so he asked her to smile. The girl's mouth fell open. Kloe smiled, closing her eyes when she exclaimed enthusiastically. The succubus opened her palms in front of her when the guy said that it was ready, and that now she should enter information about herself and something for those who will view her profile, adding that a couple for her will be selected automatically. Then she thanked him. The girl looked closely at her phone when she said that next she needs to click on it. Her finger touched the screen when a message came that she had a match, then she exclaimed that it was found very quickly. The protagonist looked at the smartphone when Kloe said that he was also a succubus, and then asked him what he thought. The picture showed a guy with sunglasses when the girl said that he seemed sociable, unlike her. The protagonist looked ahead in disgust, thinking about how disgusting he was when he was asked if he should try to communicate with him. The blonde succubus was shown again when Rick wondered about the gold jewelry on his face and body, and how he was covered in it. The boy noticed the protruding fingers when he wondered about the hand with painted nails, and whether he just cropped a picture of himself with some girl. The protagonist touched the screen with his finger when he wondered what it said on his profile. Kloe held the smartphone in front of her when she answered that it was an ancient language, and that it said his username, which means pure love. The succubus closed her eyes when she asked if it was true that it was a cool name. The protagonist was sitting in front of her when she asked what it was. The boy pressed a button with his finger when the girl asked what was going on. The guys were sitting opposite each other when Rick asked if it was true that the colleague who recommended her this app often made fun of her in real life. Then she asked how he found out about it. Kloe remembered a friend standing next to her when she answered in the affirmative, explaining that she made fun of her every day, and that when she got angry, she called her reaction cute and did not listen to her at all. The succubus looked at the protagonist with confusion when she asked what was going on, adding that she had gone to the club with her today. Then the guy thought that he knew that going there was also a joke. The protagonist touched his fingers to the table when he decided that he needed to change the subject first, and then turned to the customer and asked what kind of men she liked, and she asked why he was asking, to which he replied that it was a bit silly if she was looking for a relationship without knowing what kind of man she liked. Kloe was shown in profile when Rick explained that it would be a little easier for her to find a suitable partner if she had a specific idea of the man of her dreams. The succubus imagined a faceless boy when she thought about needing someone to talk to. She imagined them laughing together when she thought about how he would also be willing to listen to her ramblings. She pictured the smiling boy when she realized that if she was going through a hard time, she wanted him to give her advice and make her smile. The protagonist stared ahead when she said she needed someone like that. Kloe looked surprised. The lights were out in the building. The protagonist was sweeping the sidewalk. He remembered the girl standing in front of him when he thought about wondering if she had made it home yet, and how it bothered him a little that she hesitated and suddenly said she had to go home. Rick closed his eyes when he thought about maybe he had said something wrong, and how funny it was that he was the one giving relationship advice when someone spoke to him. Kate smiled widely when he said hello to her. The girl ran toward him when he said she had brought the paper he asked her to. The little girl tripped over a rock when she said she was going to do something today. Kate fell to the ground. The protagonist looked shocked when he addressed the child. The protagonist carefully picked her up and asked if she was okay and if she was hurt anywhere. The hare looked ahead and asked if everything was okay. Rick was holding Kate in his arms when he added that he had some ointment for his daughter and then asked if he should give it to her. The dark-haired young man looked at the girl worriedly and mentally asked him again. The girl grinned and asked what kind of cutie she was. Would there be cookies? The beast man closed his eyes and said that he had such a beautiful daughter. The turtle grinned and asked that she came with her dad to help with work. What a smart girl. Let her give this to her daughter. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that good luck to him today. He looked away. The girl was holding treats in her hands, A thought occurred to him that he had never been called someone's father so many times. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that if he got married, he would probably have kids by now, but the feeling was still strange. He looked at her in amazement when he heard the address. The girl lowered her head and heard what for, to which she replied that he was working and she was bothering him. Rick looked down when he heard that he should forgive her for coming too early, to which he replied that there was no need to apologize. Kate looked at him in amazement when she heard that, on the contrary, thanks to her, it was not so hard for him at work, to which she asked if it was true. The hero stretched out his hand and answered that of course, on Monday everyone gets sick and becomes zombies, to which she asked again. The man held a stone on his shoulders, and it was heard that yes, a disease that only adults get sick with the onset of Monday, adults become sad and their whole body aches. The girl opened her eyes wide when she heard that, but seeing her, the disease passes and they feel much better. Grinning, the protagonist said that if it was not too much trouble, she could greet customers, let her smile and say hello, to which Kate replied that she would try. The girl looked into the store and turned to him. It was heard that she could put all the sweets in the bag. Pointing to the side, the protagonist heard that they had anti-hangover medicine, to which he replied that it was right in front of her. Closing her eyes, the girl asked again. Grinning, Kate said hello. The girl was amazed by her. Putting her hands to her face, she said what a lovely girl. Her heart almost jumped out of her chest when she saw her. Rick grinned, hearing how lucky he was to have such a daughter. Closing her eyes, the girl said that thank you, thanks to her she feels much better. Waving her hand, she said goodbye. Looking away, the protagonist thought that thanks to the little girl, customers leave happy, and also buy her various treats, which increases profits. Kate held a candy in her hands, and he added that it was very useful. Holding the bag in his hands, Rick asked, well, now a gift. She brought crayons, to which the girl responded approvingly. Pointing to the table, the hero said that great, now they will draw the background. A meadow appeared. It was heard where she wanted to place her flowers, to which Kate replied that they would draw a blue sky and green fields. Looking at her, the protagonist said that let her start then, and then they will glue paper flowers, to which the girl responded approvingly. Rick looked away. The beast man looked around. Looking at the hero, he asked where the snacks were, to which the hero replied that they were right there around the corner. Walking forward, the buyer thanked him. Looking down, the protagonist thought that it seemed like today would be an ordinary day. Maybe it was because customers soften when they see the girl. Kate's eyes widened, and he asked what was going on. Looking at her, Rick heard that the cat was black. The cat looked at the counter. It sounded like it was black, but it was red. The girl closed her eyes, hearing that he meant his clothes, to which she replied that no, his soul was black. They were sitting at the counter. The customer was looking at the goods. It sounded like it turned out that the customer was bad. Yes, if he had something bad in mind, his soul would turn black. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked how she knew that, to which Kate replied that she had met such men and women many times, and he added that it was cool that she could see such things. The cat walked around the store, and the thought occurred that the customer did not look suspicious. Kate's eyes widened. The thought occurred to her that yes, the boss had told him that dragons had magic like that, plus he trusted this little girl. Holding a mop in his hands, the protagonist said that he should wait for him here. The mop was dragging along the floor. Rick was watching the customer. The cat was holding the goods in his hands. The thought occurred to him that he should try to do something. Looking at him, the hero thought that he was going to steal the goods or wanted to open the package. The protagonist frowned and added that then he would feel the taste of justice with the help of this mop. Putting the goods on the table, the cat said that he should ring it. He looked at Rick in bewilderment. The hero froze in bewilderment, hearing that he wanted to pay, to which he thought that he had come to pay. Wasn't he going to steal it? Looking straight ahead, the customer heard that he should wait a minute. Holding the scanner in his hands, the protagonist thought that he had done nothing wrong. Kate looked out from behind the counter. A thought appeared that maybe he had done something wrong somewhere else. The buyer lowered his head, and the hero thought about what he should do. He took a bill out of his wallet. The protagonist took his hand. Looking straight ahead, he asked if he could show him his wallet. Grabbing his hand tightly, Rick added that it would only take a minute. The cat looked at him in bewilderment, hearing that no, 30 seconds would be enough. Let him show his wallet. Holding the wallet in his hands, the buyer asked what for, why he needed his wallet. Looking to the side, the hero thought that it was suspicious. A photo appeared. A thought arose that the visitor's wallet looked exactly like the ID of that vampire. The protagonist looked in amazement. A thought arose that he was sure that magic had been cast on him. He only needed to touch the wallet. The buyer frowned and exclaimed angrily. Looking at him, Rick thought, damn, he should touch his wallet somehow. Kate's eyes widened, hearing that his wallet just looked so cool. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that he wanted to buy one for himself, asked that he could see what brand the wallet was. The cat looked at him in amazement, hearing that he could show him his wallet. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that he was crazy, calling the police, to which the hero replied that he didn't need any police, let him just show his wallet. They looked away, hearing the appeal. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she said that she also wanted to see his wallet. Could she show it? Closing his eyes, the cat asked that it was only for a little while. He held the wallet forward. The protagonist's eyes widened. Suddenly, he snatched it. Holding the wallet in his hands, Rick thought, great. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement. The wallet fell to the floor. The cat looked at him in surprise and asked, what the hell? He opened his eyes wide. A bright glow appeared. It was heard that why it was getting bigger. The hero and the girl hid behind the counter. He looked to the side. There were goods on the floor. Turning his head, the protagonist wondered what they were selling, how they ended up in his wallet. Frowning, he added that really. The cat was lying on the floor. The thought arose that he was trying to take all this out with the help of a magic wallet. So much. The girl looked in bewilderment, hearing that he should wait here. Rick took the mop in his hands. The cat looked surprised, hearing that apparently he understood his speech, so he would say briefly. Holding the mop in his hands, Rick said that he should immediately get lost and never come back here. The buyer trembled, hearing that if he again tries to speak in his crooked supposedly English. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that he would wash his mouth with a floor rag. The cat quickly ran out of the store. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about leaving again. Looking at him, Kate asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was, asking if she herself was not injured. Closing her eyes, the girl said no, and the protagonist said thank God and thank you. Thanks to her they managed to stop the thief. He looked away, hearing that but it was he who defeated him. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that he could explain everything. They had some kind of incident. She smirked and replied that yes, could he please tell us about what happened? Holding the wallet in her hands, Amelia asked what was going on. All the stolen goods flew out of this wallet. Sitting on the floor, the hero replied that yes, he did not know, maybe if you take an object in your hands, it moves to the wallet. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that maybe he was right. This wallet was illegally modified. Pentagrams were flying around the wallet. It was heard that most likely it had magic of movement and storage. Moreover, it seemed that it also had magic that could break the protective barrier. The protagonist looked away, hearing that as he found out. The girl looked surprised, hearing that she did not think that now was the right time. Grinning, Amelia said that she was such a good girl, she helped with the cleaning, thank her. Kate hid behind Rick's back. The girl froze, closing her eyes. Kneeling, she said that she was not a bad person at all, really, to which the hero supported her. Looking at Kate, he asked that it was time for her to go to kindergarten, to which she answered approvingly. Looking at them, Amelia heard that so, here is her backpack and the goodies that she received, the gift for her mother will be finished next time, good. Waving her hand, Kate said goodbye. The girl raised her hand and answered that yes, be careful on the way. Looking to the side, she asked that the situation with the wallet was somehow connected with his feature, right? The man was holding the wallet in his hands. It was heard that yes, as soon as he saw it, the picture swam. The same thing happened last time. This time the magic was so strong that he noticed it at first glance. Amelia put her hand to her face, hearing that it was then that it reached him. The hero looked to the side and asked again, hearing that it seemed that he was getting stronger. A glowing sphere appeared. It was heard that the magicians, the more they cast spells, the more powerful the magic becomes. People in cloaks appeared. It was heard that he was thinking, the same rule works with him. Since appearing in this world he went through a lot. Probably this made him stronger. Holding the phone in her hands, Amelia said that they would talk about this another time. First they needed to sort out the theft. Looking away, the hero asked how things were, said that the thief had failed. Adjusting her cap, the girl said that she was here because they had been informed of a crime related to an attempt to steal goods, as well as the storage and use of prohibited attributes. She was Officer Irwell. Could they tell her more about the incident? She wrote with a pen in a notebook, saying that the incident occurred around 9 in the morning. The criminal tried to steal mainly essential items, as well as some sweets and snacks, all of which magically ended up inside this wallet. The wallet was lying on the table. The girl grinned, hearing that everything was correct, to which she replied that yes, her employee managed to notice in time that something was wrong, otherwise they would have suffered losses. Irwell lowered her head, hearing that he was a good guy, really, to which she replied that yes, she had a wonderful employee. The protagonist looked around, listening to whether she could make copies of the CCTV cameras and use them as evidence, to which Amelia replied that of course, to help her. Turning her head, the officer said that she had already been to them, so she could handle it, to which the girl replied that it was fine, let her take her time. Amelia looked in surprise, hearing the notification. The protagonist looked away, hearing that Elsa had sent him money, to which he asked if it was true. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl said that she was saying this because he had helped her. Looking at her, the protagonist said that he should forgive them for not discussing this with her in advance, to which Amelia replied that everything was fine, let her not worry, they were not strangers to her. Rick looked down, hearing that if he suddenly decides to take another job, he should let them know in advance. Looking down, the girl said that in fact, she had been looking for a worker for her store for a long time, but before he came, she had not been able to find one, She was worried that after he was fired, it would be difficult for her to find a replacement for him. Looking down, she added that therefore he should definitely let them know if he decides to leave. Okay. Amelia widened her eyes, hearing that he was not going to go anywhere. She turned around, listening to how even if he wanted to work in this world, he could only get here through the store, and he would also have to explain his unusual skills. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that it would be better for him to just stay here. Besides, he liked this place. Amelia grinned, hearing that therefore he should not worry, he was not going anywhere. She closed her eyes and said that, well, yes, there is no better boss than her. Well, she hopes for him from now on, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Rick looked away, hearing that in that case they would have to do something with him. The girl left the room. It was heard that what she was talking about. Smirking, Amelia asked that she had already finished, to which the officer replied that yes, thank you very much. Shelves with goods appeared. It was heard that they had all the evidence and witness testimony. He thought the process would not drag on for long. That's great, they hoped for them. Looking straight ahead, Iruel turned to the hero. Rick looked in amazement, hearing that when viewing the recordings from the surveillance cameras, it became clear to her that the criminal's wallet was enchanted, but the enchantment was removed. Amelia looked at him in amazement, hearing that the video showed him touching the wallet, didn't want to say anything about it. Rick looked down, hearing that he should be honest, to which he thought that this was a bummer, and that he should say. Looking straight ahead, the officer heard that well, that's what it was. Amelia showed that you can't lie. It was heard that in general, when the criminal took out the wallet. Closing his eyes, the hero thought okay. Standing still, he said that he just touched it, and he took it and exploded. Looking at him, the officer asked what it was by itself. Amelia lowered her head, hearing that probably the criminal's wallet seemed very strange to him, so he decided to touch it, and it exploded. She smirked and asked if it was possible that the spell would self-destruct if a third party touched the item, something that was very common in the old days. Looking straight ahead, Rick heard that she was a mage. Yes, well, that was just a guess. To know for sure, she needed to disassemble the item. Looking away, the officer said, "That's how it is, thank you for your cooperation," asked if they had any questions for her. The girl raised her hand and said that she did. Iruel looked away, hearing that she got a good night's sleep, to which she responded approvingly. The hero looked in amazement, hearing that she slept at least half an hour a day, to which he thought that she called it sleep, and Amelia said that it was dangerous to drive with such lack of sleep. Looking straight ahead, the officer heard that for her next visit she would prepare a special potion that would help her fall asleep soundly, to which she replied that she thanked her for the offer, but that would be perceived as a bribe. Stretching her hand forward, Amelia said that for one piece at least 30,000 won, in that case there would be no problem. Iruel looked down, hearing that she was simply worried about her, asking her to just take it and not worry about anything. The protagonist silently looked at her. Putting his hand to his face, he said that he tried drinking the potion, the effect was very cool. Looking at him, the girls heard that it had a pleasant strawberry flavor. The potion helps one fall asleep instantly. The officer closed her eyes and said that she would return when the investigation was completed. The car was driving along the road. It was heard that what would have happened if he had told the truth, to which Amelia replied that most likely he would have been invited to work in the police. There are very few anti-magicians in this world, so they would be very glad to have him. The officer was sitting behind the wheel. It was heard that he did not think so. The officer seemed to be a decent and very conscientious elf. It seemed to him that it would be difficult for her to accept the presence of such skills. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that he was right. Most likely it was better for them not to create trouble once again. I wonder what the reason is that the officer sleeps for half an hour a day. The hero looked away, hearing that she was thinking she had a serious backlog at work, to which he thought that this was somehow connected with the past. People were walking through the city. A thought appeared that it was understandable that everyone hated elves because of long past events, but this was unfair. The people bumped shoulders. The thought arose that the elves were just trying to help other races. Looking away, the guy asked what was going on, to which they apologized to him. The protagonist turned around, hearing that if the problem could be solved with an apology, then why would they need the police? He despised him because he was an elf, to which he thought that this particular one was despised because he was weird. Looking at the phone, the girl said that Elsa would be arriving tonight, to which Rick asked what for. Was there some work for him? Closing her eyes, Amelia replied that to be honest, they talked about him and his skills yesterday. She had one idea on how to play it all out. He would not say that she was delighted with her idea. Rick looked down, hearing that in general, let him talk to her. Smiling, the girl said that they would get him an anti-mage certificate. The hero turned around, hearing that he would get a free pass in many places. He would obviously need it, to which he asked what an anti-mage certificate was. Looking straight ahead, Amelia said that an anti-mage certificate was one of the official documents in this world. In other words, it was a specialist in eliminating problems related to magic. Elsa thought that it suited him perfectly. Sitting at the computer, the protagonist asked that but would he be able to get a certificate? He was a person from another world. He did not have any documents, to which the girl replied that he did not need to worry about it, she would do everything. Amelia's eyes widened, hearing how, to which she replied that it was good. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that she would do everything well, so he did not need to worry, to which he replied that it was okay, and then thought that it was better not to ask anything more about how she was going to do everything. The girl looked down. It was heard that he was leaving. Elsa did not know that he was from another world, right? She did not think that telling about who he was a good idea. She clenched her fist and said that she took first place. It was heard that Amelia told Elsa that he was from a remote village, so everything was new to him. Closing his eyes, Rick said that it was good, then he would talk to her, to which he was answered that yes, they would see each other later. Smiling, Elsa asked that she had already told him everything, to which the hero replied that he should forgive the wait. Looking away, she said that everything was fine, now they would talk properly. The jars were on the floor. It was heard that his essence could not be hidden. The man held the liquid in his hands. It was said that the anti-magic abilities he possessed were nothing special. His peculiarity was that his body itself was the strongest anti-magic element. A bright glow appeared. It was heard that he was able to clean objects, as well as remove spells. The buyer looked at the bright light. It was said that, and what is also surprising is that as he uses his abilities, he becomes stronger. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that she had met several anti-magic specialists at work, but they were not even close to him, to which he replied that it felt like his body had become an object of research. Grinning, Elsa replied that because he is unique, in any case, sooner or later others will find out about his abilities, so they will turn to him for help from everywhere. Her task is to prevent this. She raised her finger, hearing that he will be able to get a certificate, to which the girl replied that of course. Amelia said that he is a temporary worker, so. The protagonist looked away in fear, listening to the fact that Amelia is one of those people who have a hard time refusing people their requests, and she cannot force him to do anything, since she has no right to do so. Rick held the certificate in his hands. It was heard that but if he gets the certificate and becomes a professional, then people will be prohibited from getting involved with him on the side, and he said that he does not help just like that. He has a job. If they need his services, then let them pay him properly. Stretching out her hand forward, the girl said that in general, this is done so that he is not hired for a second job, to which the hero replied that this is very smart. Closing her eyes, Elsa said that but Amelia said that there is some kind of problem. Anyone in their world can pass the exam to obtain a certificate. The protagonist turned his head, hearing that he wondered what the problem was, to which he thought that it was in him. The car was parked on the street. The thought appeared that he was an outsider who had not long ago ended up in this world. During all this time he had made less than 30 steps outside the store. Residents walked around the city. The thought appeared that if he passed the exam, he would officially become part of this world. The townspeople appeared. It was said that he would use the subway or bus to get to the exam venue, where he would be with various creatures. Would he be okay as an outsider? Tapping his finger on the table, the protagonist thought that if he was lucky enough to pass the exam, he would have to interact with other creatures. What to expect after receiving the document? Would he cope? Looking straight ahead, Rick heard that Amelia was very worried about him. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that since he got the job, she only talks about him. Today she is especially worried. The girl was carrying bags in her hands. It was heard that apparently, this whole story with getting a certificate seemed very difficult, so she offered to help her. She looked straight ahead. It was said that, frankly, he saw her like this for the first time. The hero opened his mouth, hearing that they will try to get a certificate. Holding the bag in her hands, Amelia said that the chicken had arrived, to which Elsa replied that it was great. Because of it she would overeat today. With wide eyes she asked that by the way, she was not going to sleep, to which Amelia replied that there were more important problems than her sleep. The girl looked away in surprise, hearing that by the way, what they had managed to talk about, he would pass the exam to get a certificate. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he had to deal with problematic customers in the store. The girl smirked, hearing that therefore she could not worry. She unzipped her backpack. Elsa exclaimed in amazement. The items were lying on the table. She heard what they were all about. Good luck charms for passing the exam successfully. She wanted to make them herself, but she did not have time, so she just bought a few. Elsa looked down and said that everything was so expensive, and Amelia said that he was on vacation from now on. The hero asked again in surprise, hearing that he would be preparing for the exam here with her, to which he asked if that was even possible. The girl grinned and said that of course, a special and unique person was going to take a difficult exam. Rick looked away and heard that as a boss she was obliged to support him. They would try. Raising her finger up, the girl said that she was afraid. There was no time to prepare. Frowning, Elsa said that the exam was tomorrow at 9 in the morning. They looked in amazement. It seemed like they had already seen it. A view of the city opened up. Looking away, the hero asked that they were near the academy zone. Amelia grinned and answered that yes, she was planning to open her own point here soon. The tower appeared. It was heard that the buildings were so unusual. It felt like he was in a theme park. Everything was a little different. The largest castle, which is in the center, was once built a long time ago by a group of different races. A view of the buildings opened up. It was heard that during the war only it remained untouched, so it was made a kind of symbol of peace, and a well-equipped educational institution. A huge city appeared. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that so, and where will he take the exam? To which she replied that it was over there. Amelia pointed to the building. It was heard that she was the best, moved them right in front of the building he needed, to which she replied that this was his first exam in their world. Looking at the hero, the girl said that it's time for him to go. How are you feeling? To which he replied that it was a little strange, it seemed as if he had returned to his student years. The protagonist took a step forward. It was heard that when he finished, let him call, she would come back for him. He turned around when he heard his name. Smiling, Amelia said that he shouldn't worry too much. Rick turned around when she wished him luck, to which he replied that thanks, he'd be right back. A store appeared, and she heard that thanks, let him come again. The girl looked down. A notification appeared on her phone that Rick had left for an exam. Amelia's eyes widened, thinking that the exam should start soon. The hero waved his hand, and she added that she wondered how he was doing. They needed to practice a little so that he would have at least some understanding. The girl closed her eyes, thinking that she hoped nothing unusual would happen in the exam room. The orc looked away when he heard that he could take a picture of his lectures on his phone. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he learned about the exam yesterday and did not have time to prepare. The orc adjusted his glasses. Rick took a photo of the lectures, hearing that of course, no problem, to which he replied that thanks, here, let him eat this during the exam. Sitting at the table, the hero thought that great, now he has the basics. Looking straight ahead, he added that by the way, there are quite a lot of examinees. The students were sitting at the tables. The thought occurred to him that it seemed to him that because of the difficulty of the exam, there would not be so many people willing to pass it. The creatures lowered their heads. The thought occurred that there were so many different races, and he was the only person here. Looking at the phone, the hero thought that okay, I need to look at the materials, uses a translation app. Holding the phone in his hands, he said that great, everything was translated, where exactly the imbalance occurred and what caused it. Reading the lectures, the protagonist asked what could be done to fix this. He looked at the phone in bewilderment. Pressing the screen, Rick said, okay, let's see next, he should do a heart massage using gloves. A question appeared on the screen asking what he would do if a robber attacked the bank using powerful magic bombs, to which the hero replied that he would of course run away screaming. A message appeared on the screen saying that a city of about 515 square kilometers was subjected to an ice spell. How much anti-magic would be needed to remove it? Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist thought that it seemed he had failed the exam. The creatures were sitting at the tables. A thought appeared. What should he do? Is an anti-magic specialist really that versatile? The elf walked down the corridor. A thought appeared that now he understood why Elsa wanted him to get a certificate. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that, however, he would not be able to pass even the first stage, not to mention the subsequent ones. The examiner entered the auditorium. Standing in front of the students, he said that the exam would start in 5 minutes, and that they should turn off all electronic devices and put unnecessary things in their bags. Looking straight ahead, the elf said that he was Vincent, their proctor for the day, and he would now remind them of some things regarding the exam. Rick's eyes widened as he heard that the exam would start at exactly 9 o'clock, and that they would have 60 minutes to answer all the questions. The questions would include 1 listening task and 79 multiple-choice questions, and the total number of points they could score would be 200. Vincent frowned and said that if they were caught cheating, they would be expelled immediately, and they would no longer have the opportunity to receive a certificate, so they should remember that. The clock was hanging on the wall, and it was heard that the listening answer must also be written down on the form. The supplies were on the table, and it was said that if they had any questions regarding the exam, they should raise their hand before asking. Vincent snapped his finger and said, well, let's start the exam. The hero looked at the form, hearing that they would start with the first part, listening. He looked down and thought. An audio recording was on the computer, and the thought occurred to him that it was a poem. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing that there lived an orc family, an orc dad, an orc mom, and their child, and the orc dad and mom had big muscles. An orc baby appeared, and it was heard that the orc baby was very skinny. The child was sitting on the parents' laps, and it was said that there was a happy orc family. The creatures wrote down the answers on the forms. Rick looked in amazement, hearing that they should write the title of the poem they had heard on the answer sheet. Having written the answer, he thought that this was listening. The task was simply to write the title. He looked down and thought that he was sure that the second part of the tasks would be much more difficult. After all, it was an exam. He hit the table with his pen and added that the poem assignment was a bit. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and thought, what the hell? Raising his hand, he added that there seemed to be some kind of mistake. Standing next to him, the examiner asked what his question was, to which Rick replied that the assignments were just a bit strange. Vincent, looking at him, heard that the questions really should be like that. He thought there was a mistake. The hero looked at him in surprise, hearing that there was nothing strange about the assignments. Looking away, Vincent said that most likely the problem was not in the questions, but in him. The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing that now let him concentrate on the exam and not disturb the others. He frowned and thought, why is this proctor getting personal? The elf put his hands behind his back. A thought occurred to him that all these ridiculous assignments were not some kind of joke. Rick looked ahead angrily and thought, what if that were the case? Standing near the building, he said that it was 9:15. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero added that he wrote the test in 15 minutes, and the girl asked that he had already finished. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that the level of the qualifying exam here is elementary school questions in his world, to which he was told that it is believed that the level of intelligence of the creatures of their world is quite high. Sitting on a bench, the protagonist heard that it turns out that during the listening test he was given a poem about a family of orcs, and the rest of the test was elementary mathematics, to which he replied that yes, so he turned to the proctor, and he told him that the problem was in him. Looking down, Rick said that in any case, he answered all the questions. Are the other exams exactly the same? He looked at the phone in bewilderment. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard from the receiver. The girl wiped her tears and said that let him forgive her. It seemed that today the examinees had to strain their brains. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he had not noticed anything strange, as was the case with the wallet, to which he replied that no. The accessories were lying on the table. It was heard that this is what, the proctor cast a spell on the entire examination room. People were sitting at the tables. It was said that he believed he used a spell of distortion and cognitive degradation, as other creatures behaved during the test. The zombie grabbed his head. It was heard that it seemed that it was very difficult for them. Putting her hand to her face, Amelia said that it meant that for other candidates the questions looked completely different, questions on the topic of anti-magic, for which it takes at least a year to prepare. The orc frowned. It was heard that by solving the fake questions and getting a passing score, he would pass the exam. In other words, the distortion spell did not affect him, and he saw the questions that were on the test initially. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that it was interesting that they decided to hold the exam, to which he replied that but the questions really did not make any sense. It seemed to him that those who did not pass the exam would simply protest. Holding the goods in her hands, Amelia replied that in any case, it was a written test. Getting a passing score, the examinees would be sent to the next stage. The creatures held the paper in their hands. It was heard that she could only guess what the point of today's test was. Most likely, the committee would decide to give additional points to candidates who managed to understand the trick with the spells or completely exempt them from the practical task. The creatures stood in a circle. It was said that maybe the committee was trying to determine the level of each examinee in this way in order to give a practical task corresponding to his level. The creatures looked at the tablet, and the hero said that usually everywhere you need to go through 2 stages, a written test and practice, to which Amelia replied that it can be very dangerous to ask the candidate to start a practical task if his level does not match it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that magic is a very unpredictable thing. Looking to the side, the girl said that the commission first of all cares about the safety of the candidates, and then asked, by the way, when should she come back for it? Standing in the middle of the store, she heard that she could right now, to which she responded approvingly. Rick closed his eyes, hearing that a customer had arrived. She would write to him, let him wait a little, to which he replied that okay, let him not rush. He looked to the side, hearing that an otter from their class had fought yesterday. Looking at the tablet, the child said that yes, with a guy from a parallel class, to which she was asked that they had really fought, and he replied that well, not really, they had argued more. The protagonist grinned and thought that listening to their conversation, he remembered his childhood. They were the same. He opened his eyes wide, hearing that they were arguing about who was cuter. The otter put her hands to her face. It was heard that he was the first to show off his cuteness. The panda raised his hands up. It was said that in response to this, the red panda attacked him with a fit of charm. They stood opposite each other and continued arguing, did not stop even when lunch was over. Looking straight ahead, the child asked what and who won in the end. Holding the tablet in her hands, they answered that they had not decided. In the midst of the battle, a dragon got in, and everything ended. The hero looked down, hearing that by the way, there was also a dragon in their class. What was she like? He had seen her a couple of times. The dragon appeared. It was heard that it was very uncomfortable with her when they played with the guys, and she came up to them. Everyone froze, because the atmosphere around instantly became different. Looking to the side, the dog said that she was very different from the other dragons. Sitting next to them, the protagonist listened intently. He froze, hearing that he was eavesdropping on something. Holding the phone in his hands, Rick answered that well, here's the thing, he heard from the phone that she was here. Where is he? The hero abruptly rushed forward and said that let them forgive him for eavesdropping, good luck in his studies, and then thought that damn, it was too dangerous, what if they wrote a statement on him? Looking straight ahead, he added that but that conversation about the dragon, for some reason he couldn't stop listening. It was very uncomfortable with her when they were playing with the guys, and she came up to them. Kate grinned. The thought arose that they really meant that little girl. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that it was unlikely. Looking at the girl, he thought that this could not be. A view of the city opened up. Walking forward, Rick asked what was interesting. How was the boss? Said that she worked the shift for him. Looking straight ahead, he added that he wanted to go out instead of her. Opening the door, the hero said that sometimes the boss is too stubborn. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise, hearing congratulations. The girl grinned, hearing what with what. Holding the phone in her hands, she replied that she should look. The exam results were shown. It was heard that he not only passed the test, but also took first place, having scored the maximum number of points. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist said that wow, although until the last it seemed to him that the test was wrong because of the strange questions, to which Amelia replied that in fact, she was also surprised to see the results. He looked down, hearing that however, the next stage was just around the corner, to which he replied that then he did not have time to prepare. Snapping her finger, Amelia asked what it was. She said that right now. A glow suddenly appeared in front of her, and she said yes. Looking at the sphere, the hero heard that he should touch it once, to which he responded approvingly. He touched the sphere. Suddenly, the barrier around it disappeared. The ball began to bounce off the walls. The girl looked in surprise, hearing what it was, to which she replied that he needed to catch it. The protagonist looked at her in amazement and asked again, and Amelia said that he should concentrate on tracking the trajectory of the ball. He frowned and said that it was good. The ball was flying all over the room. Rick looked away. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The ball was flying rapidly in the air. The girl looked in surprise. The hero extended his hand in front of the sphere. Suddenly, he caught it. Looking at it, the protagonist said that the ball had calmed down. Holding the ball in his hands, he added that it was not making any sounds and the color had changed, to which the girl replied that it was a bouncy ball. She had cast some magic on it. Grinning, she added that now she would explain how exactly it would help him in training. Looking down, Amelia said that she thought that he would be able to remove the barrier. The hero raised his eyebrows, hearing that it was good that she had prepared spare ones, to which he asked what kind of ball it was. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl replied that it would help him practice his skills. This bouncy ball had 3 different spells cast on it: auto activation, sound, and color change magic. Smiling, she added that of these 3 spells, he would need to deactivate 2 of them, auto activation and sound, to which the protagonist asked what and how this would affect tomorrow's practice. Looking straight ahead, Amelia replied that of course, anti-magic specialists are required to deactivate spells, but they should not act blindly. The subway appeared. It was heard that some things in this world have magic embedded in them. Pentagrams appeared above the train. It was said that, for example, trains in the subway, they run on electricity or fuel. The man stood near the carriage. It was heard that, however, magic was used to control the speed or overheat the engine. A glow appeared near the hand. It was said that he thought what would happen if he deactivated magic for public transport. The hero froze in bewilderment, hearing that all the trains would stop for a whole day, and reimposing spells costs a lot of money. Besides, this is not a quick matter. They will collect damages from him, and prohibit the use of anti-magic. With his eyes wide open, he asked that then he was already doomed to failure, wasn't he? Said that until now he had completely deactivated any magic. To which the girl replied that well, that's not quite true. A glow appeared. It was heard that she had already told him that he had the ability to control abilities. If he completely deactivated any magic, then he would not have been able to cleanse the dragon's scales. The hero touched the barrier. He left the store. It was said that, moreover, he would not have been able to return home. The protagonist looked at the sphere, heard that that was why he needed to train. She wanted him to work on his abilities, leaving this jumper with only 1 spell. The girl grinned, hearing that yes, he would try, to which she replied that great. She made a bunch of such balls and put them in a jar. A counter appeared, heard that the jar was in the compartment under the cigarettes, so he could train at any time. A jar with balls appeared, and the hero asked what she had been making jumpers for him all day. Putting her hand on it, Amelia replied that yes, she had already said that she would support him. Grinning, she added that she was a more experienced magician. She would have done something better, but for now she could only help like this. The hero looked down, hearing that he should be strong. She did not doubt his abilities. The balls bounced around the jar. The protagonist looked at them in bewilderment. They quickly bounced off the walls. Rick watched carefully. He grabbed the can and thought, what now? A glow flew around the hero's hand. Holding the ball in his hands, he said that it was a failure again. Putting the ball in the box, the protagonist added that it was already the 50th. A bunch of black balls appeared. Looking away, Rick wondered why he couldn't just think about turning off the auto-activation and sound spell. The balls bounced off the walls. The thought appeared that there were only 3 balls left. There was less and less time for training. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought about whether his will really controlled his essence, then how strong his will must be. Taking a step forward, he added that there was probably a way to make everything work out. Standing with his back to the cash register, the protagonist said that he was welcome, to which he was asked for a pack of cigarettes. The wolf grinned and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which Rick replied that it was true, he hadn't been here for a long time. The hero reached for his cigarettes, hearing that he didn't think he would remember him, to which he replied that how could he forget a customer who had made such a strong impression on him. Holding the scanner in his hands, the protagonist asked that he had been working somewhere else all this time, to which the wolf replied that yes, his colleagues had dragged him everywhere, thanks to them he had been to many places. Standing in front of him, the wolf said that because of the constant traffic jams it was difficult for him to come to him, and then asked how he had been doing all this time. Looking to the side, Rick said that it was a long story. Suddenly, someone waved their hand to the side. The girl leaned down. Lowering her head, she said that she was asking for forgiveness. The hero looked in amazement, hearing that where they kept the paper, to which he replied that to the right, at the end of the rack. The girl went to the side and thanked him. Looking at the wolf, the protagonist asked if he by any chance knew what kind of creature it was, the ghost of a drowned woman, to which he replied that he couldn't say, his face was not visible. The girl grabbed her face, and it was heard that he thought it was a snow ghost, to which Rick asked if they always cried like that. Standing in the middle of the store, the ghost screamed. The hero looked at her in amazement, and said that everything was covered in ice, to which the wolf replied that they were known for their coldness, which could be aggravated by emotion. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that it looked like something sad had happened to her, to which he replied that he thought she needed to be calmed down. The wolf grinned when he heard that he had something to tell her, to which he replied that everything was fine, he would stand by her. Putting his hand to his face, Rick said that he was, of course, grateful, but he did not want to burden him, to which the wolf replied that he should not worry, he himself was curious to know what her story was. Looking straight ahead, he heard that moreover, talking to several people helps to calm down better and come to his senses, to which he thought that perhaps, besides, he is an adult. The ghost sat in the middle of the store. The thought came that he was sure that he was getting along with people better. The girl looked away, hearing the appeal. Looking at her, the hero said that he understood that something terrible had happened to her, but because of the ice, it would be difficult for him to let customers into the store. The ghost looked at him with tears in her eyes, hearing that she could not stop. Standing in front of her, the protagonist heard that she was asking for forgiveness, but could she sit here for a little longer, to which he replied that yes, of course, and she added that 3 minutes. The wolf put his hand under his jacket. It was heard that she would stay here for 3 more minutes and go. Holding a handkerchief in his hands, he said that he could ask what happened to her. Rick looked at her in amazement when he heard that no matter what trouble she was in, she would feel better if she spoke out. He was ready to listen to her. The hero frowned when he heard that, in general, she had a boyfriend, he had cheated on her with a colleague at work, to which he thought that he had cheated. Closing her eyes, the girl said that her boyfriend said that he would be late at work today, so she decided to go to the cinema alone. In the cinema she saw her boyfriend with another girl. Holding a glass in his hands, the protagonist heard that she looked closely. That girl was his colleague, to which he replied that it was just like the plot of a drama. The girl closed her eyes when she heard that they began to sort things out, to which she replied that yes, she and that girl began to fight, grabbing each other by the hair, so she ran away. The protagonist's eyes widened as he heard the girl start shouting after him that the man was hers, she would tear her apart if she saw him with him. These were the threats, to which he thought that this did not sound like a romantic comedy. What happened was a real thriller. Holding a handkerchief in her hands, the ghost said that she could barely contain her anger. She was proud that she stole someone else's man. Looking straight ahead, she added that, moreover, that girl had always been rude to her. The hero looked at him in amazement, hearing that in ordinary life, and the wolf said that he could not fully understand her feelings. Looking at him, the ghost heard that she still loved her boyfriend, or she would like to talk to that girl, to which she replied that she did not. The man smirked, hearing that why would she need these vile individuals, to which he replied that he was glad to hear it, but he thought that she just had not fully recovered from what happened. The view of the city opened up. It was heard that but resentment is not something that should be kept inside. If you do not let out all the negative emotions, then they will only become bigger, causing her pain from the inside. Looking away, the wolf said that he knew that now it was hard and painful for her, but she should try to survive this moment. The girl looked down, hearing that there were many happy moments ahead of her, which she would meet with a smile, to which she replied that he was right. The hero looked amazed when he heard that if he did not cope with the situation correctly now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Her time was precious to her. Holding the door handle, the girl said that even if she had to grab that girl's hair again. Grinning, she added that this time she would not run away, she should talk about everything properly, and dot the i's. The wolf grinned, hearing that thank him very much for the kind words. The car was moving forward rapidly. It was heard that there was no reason he hadn't done anything. Standing at the exit, the protagonist asked that she wanted him to call the police just in case, to which the girl replied that no, everything was fine. They looked surprised, hearing that so she ran away to ask for help. Grinning, the girl said that either she decided to lasso another man, apparently she was right. Looking straight ahead, she added that she was so pathetic. Standing in front of her, the ghost asked that she was not embarrassed to show up to her after everything. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that enough, she was not here to listen to all this. Yes, she stole her boyfriend. Grinning, she asked that, however, shouldn't love be like this, and then said that she had to earn it. The ghost frowned, hearing that he was asking nicely, let her refuse him. Ice appeared around her. The hero looked at her in amazement and thought, what the hell? The girl's eyes widened and he added that they were going to fight here. Looking at the elf, the protagonist thought about what he should say to try to resolve the conflict peacefully, and then said that he was sorry, you can't park here. He closed his eyes and added that that's why they couldn't. The girl frowned and said that he should shut up. If he didn't want to end up in the hospital, then he should get out of here. Rick's eyes widened and he said that there were security cameras everywhere, and it was heard that no, she couldn't do that. Ice appeared around the ghost, and she said that she wouldn't let someone like her take her man away from her. She frowned and shouted that it could be anyone but her. The protagonist looked away in amazement. The man touched the ghost and told her to calm down. If she didn't control herself, she could do something bad. Standing next to the ghost, Leo asked how that was possible. The girl looked at him in amazement and asked who he was. Leo looked away, hearing where he came from. Kneeling, the protagonist heard that the old man was his friend, and why were they all butting in? They would both dance for her. Suddenly, a blow flew at her. Looking at the elf, the wolf said that he should forgive him if he had gone a little too far. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that it seemed to him that they would settle their differences peacefully, but they were going to hurt each other. He had to intervene. Grinning, Leo asked if they were okay. Looking at him, the protagonist answered that they were, and then asked that but did drivers really have to have such skills? The girls were unconscious. It was heard that of course, as soon as the call comes in, they should immediately go to the scene, sort out the situation, and send everyone home. Looking straight, Rick heard that he wanted to live, let him be able to spin, to which he thought that this was definitely the job of a driver, more suitable for a spy. The hero raised his head up and asked, by the way, what should he do with these ice flows? They will melt if he just leaves them. Raising his finger up, Leo said that objects created with magic do not disappear so easily. Ice created with magic will be very difficult to melt. The ice flows hung in the air. It was heard that this applies to everything that is created in this way, so when he has to deal with something like this, he calls an anti-magic expert. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that it turns out that there is a chance that he can remove this ice himself. Pointing at the ice, he added that well, now he needs to get rid of it completely. The protagonist touched him, thinking that he didn't need to control how he used anti-magic. Looking at the ice, he said that it was melting, to which Leo replied that it was amazing. Rick closed his eyes, hearing that he had a predisposition to anti-magic, to which he replied that it was a little. Looking straight ahead, the wolf heard that he understood it so immediately, to which he replied that well, he assumed, every second week of the month he goes to the hospital. The hero looked away, hearing that there were a lot of anti-magic specialists there, so he could already recognize them among the crowd, to which he thought that there were anti-magic specialists in hospitals. Leo looked surprised, hearing that he could not tell more about them. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing what such interest was, to which he replied that in fact he was now in the process of obtaining an anti-magic certificate. He passed the written exam with flying colors, but with practice he is not doing well yet. The man looked surprised when he heard that he thought he could find something useful for himself in his story, to which he replied that it was simply unbelievable. Standing in front of the hero, he said that seeing him evaporate ice, he thought that he was a very talented and already certified anti-mage, and Rick said that everything was not so at all. The man stretched out his hand forward, hearing that so what he thought about his request. The hero looked in amazement when he heard that he thought he would understand much more if he looked at this. A tattoo appeared on the man's hand. It was heard what it was. Clenching his fist, the wolf said that it was a suppression spell. The doctor stood next to him. It was heard that it suppresses his instincts, the desire to look at the moon and so on. In other words, the spell helps him contain the essence of a werewolf. He goes to the hospital every month to suppress his instincts. The man extended his hand forward. It was said that the most necessary skill for an anti-magic specialist, the ability to use it within reasonable limits, to which the hero asked what the ability to use anti-magic, to which the wolf replied that it was true if the specialist made a mistake. The wolf was kneeling. It was heard that his senses could be dulled so much that he would become a vegetable, or would only be able to see during the full moon. In simple words, the main task of an anti-magic specialist in the hospital is to weaken the natural essence of a certain race. The protagonist put his hand to his face, hearing that it was enough to enchant so that it did not interfere with the usual way of life, to which he thought that this meant that local specialists own magic to some extent. Ice appeared. A thought appeared that there would be trouble. His body was different from local specialists. He himself seemed to be completely made of anti-magic. Rick closed his eyes and thought that he wondered if there was any solution, and the wolf asked what and how he controlled his power. It should happen with the help of will. The hero looked away and said that anti-magic is not his power, it is more connected to the body. You could say that he was born this way, to which Leo replied that he understood. Closing his eyes, he said that they are similar in this. Suddenly, his hand became covered with fur. The protagonist looked at him in amazement, and wondered what it was, to which the man replied that he should not worry, he was safe. Leo looked down and said that now, thanks to modern technology, they have it easier. Before they had to work until they were exhausted so that the werewolf instincts did not break out at night. Looking at his hand, Rick heard that as a result of his self-control training and the spell, his life was easier. Leo looked down, hearing that it turns out that thanks to hard work, and not just the effect of the spell, he can easily control his instincts, to which he replied that it was true. Standing in front of the wolf, the hero heard that what exactly he was doing, some kind of exercises. Meat appeared. It was heard that he basically just chained himself up and left a piece of raw meat in front of him. The werewolf's eyes lit up. It was said that the shackles and chains dug into his flesh. If he tried to move, he felt pain, but he tried to maintain his sanity and develop endurance. Looking straight ahead, Leo said that in addition to this, in complete darkness with his eyes wide open, the protagonist said that chains, raw meat, did he really have to do the same thing? Standing in front of him, the wolf asked what and for what purpose he was interested. A store appeared. It was heard that he was now taking an exam to receive a certificate in anti-magic. This is what he should do or wants to do. The man closed his eyes, hearing that, and does it make any difference? To which he replied that let him tell you something else. The wolf's eyes lit up. It was heard that he was a veteran of the Great War, was in the special forces. The wolves raised their heads. It was said that all creatures had a hard time, but they, werewolves, were the strongest soldiers when the full moon came, so they did not need to suppress their instincts. They used their natural abilities to the fullest. The creatures shook hands. It was heard that however the war was over, and peace had come. The wolves lowered their heads. It was said that werewolves had a hard time adapting to the new peaceful time was much more difficult than they thought. Considering that his natural instincts were bursting out stronger than others, it was really hard for him. Holding onto the sleeve, Leo said that the more he tried to control the entity, the more it fought back. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that in the end the endless struggle with himself destroyed his body and mind. To which he replied that however he still managed to find a way, considering how he controlled himself now. Standing still, Leo said that no, he did not find a way. He smirked and added that he had something that made him change. He had a baby girl. The baby showed up. It was heard that when he held her in his arms for the first time, he had a thought. Leo held the baby. It was said that he wanted to come up and hug this child at any moment in his life, but not to embrace her with a beast. That was how he managed to restrain his instincts on his daughter's first full moon. That day he only turned halfway. Looking down, the wolf said that this was motivation for him. He wanted to learn to control himself, and he had to. The hero raised his eyebrows. Hearing that, he thought that if he had his own reason, he would overcome everything, to which he thought that his motivation, what he wanted to do. Standing in front of the wolf, the protagonist said that he understood him. Thank you very much. Leo looked to the side and asked what was going on, and what they should do with them, to which the protagonist replied that when they woke up, a car showed up, and it was heard that he thought in about 20 minutes, he wanted to call the police and file a report on them. The man turned his head and said that although they hadn't had time to do anything, using magic to harm someone was a serious crime, and it would be fair if they both were held accountable for their actions. The girls were unconscious, and it was heard that they had broken the law. The hero looked down, hearing what he wanted to do, and he thought that well, no one was hurt, and what's more, the situation had been resolved, and there were no witnesses. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he thought they could be forgiven for the first time. If they did something like that, then the police could be called in. The man grinned when he heard this. A view of the city opened up, and it was heard that he was sure the girls would be grateful to him for this. The wolf looked away and said, well, he has to go, to which Rick replied, thank him very much and forgive him for the inconvenience. Taking a step forward, Leo said that everything was fine, he had a good time. The hero looked at him, hearing that by the way. Turning around, the man said that good luck with the exam, he will succeed, I am sure he will find his motivation. The protagonist looked down and thought, damn, he still could not find a solution. Kate was drawing. The thought occurred to him that the exam was already this evening. Sitting next to him, the girl asked if he was okay, said that he looked tired, to which Rick replied that yes, everything was fine, he was just thinking. He looked away, hearing that he was worried because she had not seen him for several days. He was definitely not sick. Kate closed her eyes, hearing that no, thanks for worrying. A drawing appeared. It was heard that by the way, it was doing great. It was her and her mother, to which the girl replied that it was. Looking down, Kate heard that it was a great drawing. I'm sure her mother would like it. The protagonist looked in amazement when he heard that she would draw him too, to which he replied that no, he didn't need to be drawn. A counter with products appeared. It was heard that why she wanted to draw, to which Rick replied that well, I understand. He was very embarrassed when he was drawn. The girl was drawing, and Rick said that she shouldn't draw him, she was listening to him. He looked in amazement when he heard that then she would draw him as a butterfly. Kate's eyes widened and she said that she really wanted to draw him. The hero closed his eyes from the glow and thought that this little girl knew when to use her powers. A store appeared. Looking up, the girl said that she would draw a small butterfly. She stood near the hero. A drawing appeared, and it was heard that it was good, let her draw. The protagonist grinned and closed his eyes. She smeared the flower with glue. The girl glued it to the drawing. A drawing appeared, and it was heard that it was done, to which the hero replied that it was good work. Looking at it, Kate asked that her mother would like it, yes, to which the protagonist replied that it would definitely be. Her eyes widened, hearing that she had tried so hard. The girl looked down, hearing that it was good that she had managed to finish everything before Parents' Day, although they would wrap the gift so that nothing would come off. The hero looked away, hearing that it was true, she had done everything. Closing her eyes, Kate said that there was no reason to come here now. Looking at her, the protagonist heard that what should she do? The girl looked up, hearing that she remembered how they had caught a thief together. A glow appeared in front of the customer, and it was heard that yes, she remembered, according to calculations, he tried to steal goods worth 50,000 won. She knew how much it was. Kate's eyes widened in surprise and she said that she was given 500 won every day for pocket money. To which Rick replied that in order to get the amount of 50,000 won, she would have to save her pocket money for 100 days. Looking down, the hero said that she helped him catch the thief and save 50,000 won, which meant that he would have to help him for 100 days. Kate looked at him, hearing that if there were any difficulties with homework, or she just wanted to tell him something, let her come to him, to which she asked that he would really help her. Holding the sheet in her hands, she heard that of course, he would do everything in his power, and that she already had something that needed help, to which she replied that yes, that's it. Sitting next to the hero, the girl said that she was given homework in kindergarten, asked that she should do it during sleep, to which the hero replied that he would wait a minute. Holding the phone in his hands, he said that he would look, everything would be translated now. Bears appeared. It was heard that what her dream was, let her talk about it with her parents. The girl looked in bewilderment, hearing that it had to be handed in the day after tomorrow, to which she replied that yes, but she did not understand anything. Holding the phone in his hands, Rick heard that they do see dreams when they sleep, yes, to which he replied that here it is not about dreams, but about what she wants to do in the future. The girl looked surprised, hearing that she is afraid, he will not be able to help her here, to which she asked why, and he answered that the task said that it is necessary to discuss this with parents. It would be wrong to do the task with him. The city appeared. It was heard that but mom is not in the city. It turns out that she will not be able to do the task, to which the hero asked what and when her mom will arrive. Looking down, the girl answered that tomorrow at 11 in the evening, maybe later. Standing in front of the hero, she added that she often stays late, to which the protagonist thought that there is no choice. Kate looked surprised, hearing that then first they will write down her dream, what she dreams about. Taking the pen in her hands, the girl asked what he had to do with it, to which the protagonist asked again what his dream had to do with it, since it was her assignment. Looking down, the girl said that she simply didn't know, to which Rick replied that there was no need to complicate things. Looking straight ahead, she heard that he should just think about what she would like to do, but couldn't right now. Holding the pen in her hands, the girl asked again, and the protagonist said that this is usually how dreams are formed. She began to write, hearing that she could write anything, to which she replied that then she would like to find friends. Lowering her head, Kate said that playing with them was also a dream, right? A playground appeared. It was heard that this time he was hitting it right. Let him try, he would hit the ball anyway. Raising his hand up, the child said that it was because of him that he missed. The ball fell to the floor. It was heard that he himself simply didn't know how to play. The girl picked up the ball. Smirking, Kate said that here is their ball. Looking at her, the children heard that she plays well, she can play with them. The girl looked straight. It was heard that when she wants to play with someone, their souls become darker. Looking at her, the hero heard that probably because they do not want to be friends with her. Kate looked in amazement, hearing that other children are making fun of her, to which she replied that no one offended her. Standing in front of her, the protagonist heard that no one just plays with her, to which he asked that her mother knows about this. Lowering her head, the girl answered that yes, she asked her if she wants to go to another kindergarten. Rick grabbed his face, hearing that if the kindergarten is far away, then she will not see him anymore, and she definitely does not want this, to which he thought that who is he, that the little girl suffers because of him. The girl looked down. A thought appeared that is it possible that such a sweet and kind child does not have friends? The goods appeared. A thought appeared that really in this huge world with its diversity of races and creatures, there are those who do not want to play with others because of their appearance, and what is wrong with everyone. Looking at the girl, the hero heard that she was afraid to talk to the guys. Tears appeared in her eyes and she said that she really wanted to know why no one plays with her and even asked them about it. But everyone looks away and the color of their souls changes. The protagonist clenched his fist, hearing that she thinks that everything is her fault, so she did not ask anyone else. Kate looked away, hearing the appeal. Frowning, Rick asked that she wants to not see the color of the souls of creatures, said that then she will be able to find out why the guys do not want to play with her. Looking at him, the girl heard that he had a special power. He would be able to make her horns lose the ability to see the colors of souls for a while, what he thought, to which she replied that but the doctor said. The hero looked down, hearing that it would not work on her. Dragons appeared. It was heard that they were a very rare race. How they are depicted in various films or cartoons are their true forms. They use transformation magic to fit into society. Young dragons, unfortunately, do not have such capabilities. The doctor stood next to Kate. It was said that the baby visits the hospital every 2 weeks to suppress her essence. A glow flew around the horns. It was heard that every time she asks the doctor about her horns, the doctor only says that they are growing well, and that even with modern technology, doctors are powerless. The doctors also said that the baby dragon was kissed by God and the gift must be protected. The hero closed his eyes, hearing his mother say that it was good. In fact, it was bad, yes, to which he replied that no, it was not. Looking down, the protagonist thought that the girl had great power that could not be used for bad purposes. The buyer stood near the counter. The thought came that she helped catch the thief, and he understood perfectly well what her mother meant. The thief was sitting on the floor. It was said that one can live one's whole life, avoiding selfish people. The girl lowered her head. It was said that, however, the downside of having the ability is that the little girl is afraid of the slightest darkness in the souls of others. But they are all not without sin. Everyone has a childhood only once, and the memory of it will be kept until the end of days. The hero put his hand to his face. A thought appeared that he would not allow this little girl to have bad memories. This would not happen. He heard that he should focus on herself for a minute, let her forget about what her mother and the doctor told her. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist asked what she wanted, to which the girl asked again, and he added that it was hard for her. Only her opinion was important now. She said that she wanted to make friends. Kate opened her eyes wide, hearing that he could make it so that for some time she would stop seeing the blackness of other creatures' souls. But she would have to take the first step to make friends with the guys. Well, how could she cope? Looking at the upset Kate, Rick asked if she could cope. His face was calm. Lowering her head, the girl replied that she could cope. Surprised, Kate said that she thought she would be able to talk to the guys if she could not see the color of their souls. Pointing his finger at her, the protagonist asked her to turn to face him. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked if he could touch her horns. Confused, Rick said that he needed to touch them to use the power. Joyful Kate cried out that the protagonist could do it, and was allowed to touch the horns as much as he wanted. Closing his eyes, Rick thought that he should succeed. He calmly reasoned that, firstly, he should only neutralize the abilities of the horns, leaving the transformation magic intact. Watching Kate, the protagonist noted that, secondly, it was impossible to completely get rid of the magic embedded there. It was necessary to turn off the ability for a while until she grew up. Rick imagined himself being scolded for depriving Kate of her abilities and came to the conclusion that otherwise her mother would be angry. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist emphasized that his body should not fail him. If he fails, he will hide in a corner and never get out. The protagonist stretched out his hands. Rick took the girl by the horns and said that he was starting. She opened her eyes when she heard that everything was ready. Surprised, Kate asked if they were done yet. The dumbfounded protagonist sat next to her and asked if she had any strange sensations, to which he received a negative answer. The girl approached him. They touched the door. Kate began to go outside. She saw many passers-by on the street. The girl was delighted. Rick was standing behind her. Putting her hands on her chest, Kate said that for the first time she saw how clean everything was around her. It was unusual and beautiful. Turning around, the girl asked how the protagonist did it, to which he replied that he simply wanted to. The protagonist, with a calm look, mentally suggested that he had previously thought too much when he tried to use anti-magic. Rick imagined the man holding a child in his arms and thought that the gentleman was thinking about his daughter. But this was not his dream, or what he wanted to do. The protagonist watched her and reasoned that it was possible for him because he wanted to make someone happy. She looked at the puzzled Rick and asked if the boys would still refuse to play with her if she spoke to them. The protagonist stood in front of her and told her that she could bring them there. Kate's mouth dropped open in surprise as she listened to the protagonist prepare food and board games to help her make friends with them, so she didn't have to worry about anything. Sitting in front of her, Rick emphasized the fact that it would probably be difficult for her to talk to the kids, but when she tried, she would realize that she had been worrying for nothing. Smiling, the protagonist told her not to be afraid and to ask directly. Confused, Kate heard Rick say that he was sure that she could do it. She clenched her fists and screamed that she would not be afraid and would ask directly. Looking around the store, the protagonist asked if she could give him her home phone number, because he would need to monitor her condition. Kate held the phone in her hands and said that she had her own. Sitting in front of her, Rick wondered if today's children were already getting smartphones in kindergarten. The protagonist looked up at her and said his name. Looking at her happy expression, the protagonist asked why she needed his name. Amelia greeted Rick happily and noted that he had been training hard during the night. The exhausted protagonist was lying with his head on the table. She lifted the protagonist by the shoulders and asked why Rick was in such a state, and whether training with the balls had been so difficult. The exhausted protagonist remembered the balls. He took the jar and said that he would start training right away. He put his hand in the jar and said that everything was fine. In any case, there was one last ball left, and Amelia asked if it meant that he had failed to neutralize the magic of others. The protagonist took his hand out of the jar and apologized for not living up to her expectations. Confused, Amelia replied that the point was to understand the principle of operation and clarified whether Rick had understood anything. Standing behind the cash register, the protagonist stated that he had been slightly distracted throughout his shift. He handed the ball to Amelia and asked if he could keep quiet about what had happened that evening, as he was very tired. The girl was left alone in the store and assumed that it hadn't worked. She looked at the balls and noted that even professionals with many years of experience had a hard time handling this exercise. She poked herself in the forehead and added that she should have prepared something simpler. Sighing, Amelia concluded that Rick would now be upset before the exam. She was suddenly surprised. Looking at the ball, the girl noted that the ball only had color magic left. The protagonist had managed it. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that a shower was refreshing. Drying his head, Rick noted that he was thinking much better after sleep. He wiped the drops of water from his face and thought that he didn't remember ever being so tired while working, after which he wondered why he had no energy yesterday. The protagonist saw messages from Amelia that the ball only had color magic left. She believed in it for a reason. Sitting on the bed, Rick reasoned that he did not understand anything. It was difficult to understand something when he was simply born like this. Taking the phone, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he should find out from the boss. He held the phone in front of him and wrote to Kate, and asked how she was feeling and if everything was okay, to which he received the answer that everything was fine. Closing his eyes, Rick noted that it was cute, because Kate was still learning to write correctly. He typed a message saying that the girl should hide the gift from her mother, and imagine how surprised and happy she would be with such a surprise. He received a message asking how he was doing. Sitting on the bed, Rick wondered why the guy suddenly wrote to him, noting that the last time they corresponded was in December last year. Looking at the phone, the protagonist said that given everything that had happened during all this time, her life was eventful. His face was calm. Rick typed that he was fine. The protagonist came to the store. He was shocked by what he saw. His gaze fell on the huge line at the checkout. Amelia was scanning the goods with a calm look. The protagonist approached her and said that he would help her, to which he received the answer that it was not necessary. The girl with a smile on her face told that at this time there were always so many people, she was already used to it. Moreover, Elsa would arrive soon. She asked her to take him to the place where he would take the exam. Standing in front of her, Rick offered to help her until Elsa arrived. The protagonist saw the girl in the window and was taken aback that she had arrived so quickly. Amelia handed the items to Rick and said that they were his anti-fatigue medicine and a transport card. There were 20,000 won on it, so he could buy himself something to drink. Leaving from there, the protagonist thanked her and noted that he would be back soon. Elsa met him on the street and said that she was so surprised to see his grade. Unhappy, Rick said that if Elsa was going to make fun of him, then she should just go home. They walked through the city and Elsa said that she was taking the excellent student to the exam center. The guys got on the bus. The main character's face was thoughtful. Watching the passengers, Rick thought that for some reason this reminded him of his world. Holding his chin, the main character noted that these creatures look like people who stand in the carriages during rush hour in his world. If he knew that the local subway was like theirs, he could go alone. Elsa looked at the main character and clarified if it was true that he had never ridden the subway, adding that Amelia said that he did not understand the transport system. Holding his neck, Rick replied that it was true. However, it seemed to him that the boss was exaggerating a little. He was sure that he could have gotten there on his own. Surprised, Elsa said that the main character was wrong. He definitely wouldn't have managed it alone. The name of this metro is Hell's Magic Line. Examining the car, the girl said that there were a lot of branches. Altogether, they even resembled a magic circle. Because of this, office workers literally experience hellish torment every day. Elsa hugged Rick and said that he could not worry, especially since she had nothing to do at home anyway. Looking at the bottle, the main character said that he never had time to talk to the boss. He needed to ask her something. He opened the bottle and said that he studied his body during the practical tasks that the boss prepared for him, but he had to use his abilities late at night, and then in the morning to help the girl who often comes to their store. At the end of the shift he was squeezed like a lemon. Elsa listened to him attentively, after which she clarified whether his training had borne fruit. The protagonist drank the potion and replied that it was. Everything went pretty well. Now he can control his abilities. The only problem is that he gets very tired after using them. Elsa pointed her finger at Rick and screamed that the problem is that he uses more energy than usual. The protagonist looked at her and asked again, to which he received the answer that this happens to anti-magic specialists. She had a friend. Sometimes at work he sweated as if it was pouring rain. Rick imagined how he holds Kate by the horns and said that helping the girl was the most difficult, since he was focused on many aspects. She crossed her legs and said that she did not know if the problem was in the work, but the constitution of his body had changed. Smiling, Elsa asked if it was true that before he used the abilities unconsciously, to which she received a positive answer. The train stood at the stop while Elsa said that this time it was more difficult because he was focused on what he was doing, which is why his energy expenditure was higher than usual. Rick was taken aback by the question if he was doing sports and asked again. Elsa looked at him and assumed that all his shifts, full of activity, had produced results. Not only did he use an unusually large amount of energy, but he was also simply tired from all the days of work. The protagonist held the bottle in his hand. Looking down, Rick heard the girl say that now she understood why Amelia gave him this. They got off the train saying that they were finally there. The puzzled protagonist said that he was more nervous than he thought, and Elsa asked him to relax, because at this stage the most important thing was the experience he had. The girl stood next to him and said that if he failed, he could try again, and she would help him. Elsa waved her hand at him and said that she would wait for him in the cafe. Opening the door, Rick thought that he needed to calm down and cast aside his excitement. He came to the second lecture room and noted that he would calmly pass everything, as he did with the written exam. He entered the room. The guy was holding a box in his hands. Looking at the other guys, the protagonist heard that he was on time, and since everyone was gathered, it was time to start. The puzzled protagonist stood in front of the guy, who said that before that he would ask to hand over all the things. The guy calmly stated that only after that he would talk about the practical part of the exam. The protagonist walked through the room. The guy held out his finger and said that they would be able to determine if they had the skills needed to obtain an anti-magic certificate. The guy's finger began to glow, after which he said that they needed to get ready for work in the office. A tablet was flying in front of Rick. The protagonist saw a question on the tablet, what request he would like to take on. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered what he should prepare for. The elf stood in front of the guys and said that there were only 6 candidates who were admitted to the practical part, so they prepared a total of 18 different directions. The tablet had a green inscription about success, while the organizer said that the area of action was the central district of the district in which the educational institution is located. After completing 3 orders, they should return there. He kept his hands behind his back. Dissatisfied, Rick sat at his desk and listened to how the details of the orders were not disclosed in advance, so that no disputes and disagreements arise. The organizer imagined people fighting, the guys communicating, and the stranger holding a wand in his hands, and said that behavior that could be considered a crime is not allowed. It is forbidden to contact strangers except for customers, to use illegal tools, to leave the place during the execution of the order is prohibited. Looking at the guys, the elf said that for violating any rule they will be immediately disqualified and deprived of the right to take any exams to obtain a certificate for 3 years. Violation of safety measures will be assessed by an application installed on the tablet, and cannot use means to bypass safety measures. Looking at the tablet, Rick mentally asked again about the prohibition of using means to bypass the system of safety measures. The sloth raised his hand and asked if the guy is sure that they can handle it. Looking at them, the organizer replied that the requests were selected according to their skills, so they cannot worry. The guy turned his gaze. Looking at his watch, he said that it was 7 o'clock and 8 minutes, they needed to complete the requests and be back before 10 o'clock and 10 minutes. The guys started running out of the office. The elf was taken aback when he saw Rick. The protagonist was sitting at his desk and said that he had a question, after which he would start completing the task. Looking at the organizer, the protagonist asked if he could ask him something. Rick pointed to the tablet. Holding it in front of him, the protagonist asked if it functioned with magic. The guy looked at it silently. He approached the protagonist. Rick was sitting on a bench. Looking at the tablet screen, the protagonist thought that everyone had already received the requests and started completing them. He looked at the addresses and noted that, fortunately, they were in Korean. Closing his eyes, Rick said that with such names it would still be difficult to figure out. He did not understand at all what to do. Looking at the road, the protagonist assumed that he should pray to all the gods, the sky, the earth, and then do whatever comes to mind. Holding his hand in front of his face, Rick asked if God had ever answered his prayers in his 29 years of life. He remembered sitting in the office and arguing that the point was that violations of safety measures would be recorded by the tablet. They could do anything, just not to violate these very measures. He was lost in his thoughts and noted that Vincent clearly said that it was with the help of tablets that attempts at fraud would be determined. The most important thing was not to get caught. He took the tablet and emphasized the fact that they were not forbidden to do anything with the tablet. He was sure that such an important aspect would not be missed. Rick calmly came to the conclusion that the candidates who came to take the exam should be clearly conveyed all the terms and conditions. He was suddenly taken aback. Dark mana began to emanate from the tablet, and the protagonist said that he thought so, that it worked from magic. The protagonist imagined Vincent's face and thought that most of the installed applications were magical, and that was probably why he said nothing. Rick touched the tablet and came to the conclusion that silence was a sign of agreement. Closing his eyes, the protagonist stated that it was only necessary to get rid of the violation detection magic. Blue energy particles emanated from the tablet. The protagonist removed his hand from the device. He stood up. Rick started running and thought that he would check if it worked. He came to a cafe. Elsa was sipping coffee and listening to the protagonist's story about how he touched the tablet in an attempt to get rid of the violation detection magic. Sitting opposite, the girl said that the gears in the protagonist's head were working hard, and Rick replied that this was the only thing that came to his mind. He did not even know where it was located. Obviously, the practical part of the exam was not suitable for him. Elsa took the tablet and stated that it was a fact that it was easy to get lost in this area. She looked down and said that she would take a look. Rick watched her. He noticed the dark energy near the tablet and stated that the tablet did not respond to Elsa's touch, which meant that the disturbance detection magic was deactivated. Elsa cried out with satisfaction that he was a good boy, because he identified it on the first try. Looking down, the protagonist asked her if she thought there was an address where he could fulfill the request, to which he received an answer that she knew 3 places for sure out of all those presented there. Elsa pointed her finger at the screen and said that if she were him, she would not take requests 4 and 8. Rick imagined himself standing in front of a coffin and hearing that number 4 was a funeral home. There was only one reason why they would call an anti-magic specialist. They needed to remove residual spells from the corpse during the funeral. He would probably have to touch the corpse. In Elsa's imagination, a picture appeared of the protagonist standing at a construction site and telling him that number 8 was a construction site. He would need time to meet with the foreman. Even if he went out to him, he would be constantly distracted. Looking down, the protagonist said that everything was fine. They had simply eliminated 2 bad options. Sitting opposite, Rick noted that they had to choose from what was left. The protagonist was taken aback by the offer to go to a dubious place. There was a smile on her face. The guys approached the building and Elsa assumed that Rick would like it. The guy walked next to the skeleton and said that it was great that he was able to find a suitable bone. The protagonist looked at this in surprise. He turned to the girl and asked if there was really a request under number 17. Standing in front of the entrance, Elsa said that it was. Rick read the request on the tablet that the guys would like a specialist to look at the not quite right bones. Raising his head, he heard a girl ask if it was better than touching corpses. The night sky enveloped the building. They entered the room and the protagonist began to look around. His gaze fell on a dog, who said that she hoped they really had a bone for their daughter. A skeleton woman admired herself in a mirror and said that she would like to come across a face with small bones. The protagonist stopped and thought that in his world, ossuaries were quiet and gloomy places, but there they looked different. A sheep stood at the reception. The guys approached her. Rick calmly said that he was there to take a practical assignment for the anti-mage exam. The director knew that he was supposed to come. The girl happily replied that she would see them off. Elsa's hand began to shake. She tried to hold back her laughter and said that his voice was very different from when he talked to customers in the store. Elsa laughed and exclaimed that his manner of speech and voice sounded like he was a civil servant. He walked ahead and told her that at his last job he had to be formal in order to survive. Rick looked at her and said that he was not a civil servant, but just an office clerk. Elsa looked at the sheep with a smile and thanked him for thanking them. The door slammed and the protagonist asked if there really was an ossuary there. Elsa sat down on a chair and asked if it was his first time in such a place, and Rick answered that it was so light and bright there, and besides everyone was looking for some bones and clarified why they needed bone powder. The surprised girl asked again about bone powder. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard that the bones were kept intact there. Elsa introduced the undead and told him that skeletons in their world do not live long, about 2 weeks. This is because they cannot contain a soul. For this reason they have to periodically replace the bones. Pointing her finger, the girl said that they were kept in ossuaries, mostly exhumed remains, as well as bones that had been donated with legal consent. Elsa asked with a satisfied look if bone powder was stored where it came from, to which he received the answer that it was not so and that he had simply mixed something up. Looking at the woman, Rick wondered if there really were bones stored there. He had seen many models of bones in science classes. In any case, it was better than touching a corpse. The protagonist turned around when he heard a pop. The man folded his hands and thanked them for waiting for him, after which he clarified whether he was the candidate who was taking the anti-magic exam. Squinting, he said that he was the director of the ossuary, after which he offered to go straight to the details of the request. The director sat in front of them and said that a few days ago they had received a batch of remains in good condition, but 2 problems had arisen. The man presented the bones and said that firstly, the company told him that an error had been made during embalming. According to them, they had stopped in the middle of the process and also used too much embalming fluid. Secondly, the loss of documents for registering the remains. Michael narrowed his eyes and said that it would take about a week to restore the documents, and during that time the remains would deteriorate and would be impossible to use, which is why they asked the Bureau for help. The puzzled protagonist asked if Michael wanted him to find the problematic one among the other coffins. Looking around the room, Michael said that it was true, there were too many coffins, so they simply would not have time to check everything, and if he took on this matter himself, He would have to completely redo the magic circle inside the building, which would cost him even more time and money. Rick nodded positively, after Michael asked if he could ask them for a favor. He sat opposite and clarified where the coffins Michael was talking about were. Elsa poked the protagonist and asked if he was sure. Holding her hand in front of her mouth, the girl began to say that although she had recommended this place to him, the request was a little strange and clarified whether he could really find the problematic remains without looking into the coffins. Looking away, Rick assumed he could handle it. He started to get up from his chair, saying he had done something similar in the store. Elsa, looking pleased, concluded that he would quickly deal with the request. The protagonist squinted because of the bright light. He was shocked by what he saw. Standing in the room, the protagonist wondered how many coffins there were. He began to examine the shelves. Michael stood next to him and stated that there were almost 400 coffins in total, among them only one coffin with problematic remains. Elsa was surprised. Rick was closely examining the coffins. He lowered his head and said that he really did not understand, and the girl noted that it was possible to check only 7 coffins in 10 minutes, and he might not have enough time. Touching his chin, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he had overestimated himself. His vision was swimming while he was thinking that he thought he could quickly find the problematic one, but all the coffins were under magic, they were all glowing. Holding his head, Rick thought that he had 377 coffins left to look at. Looking around, the protagonist emphasized the fact that this would not work and he needed to find another way. He saw a stepladder. Elsa was surprised by the request to help move the stepladder. Climbing the ladder, the protagonist said that there was no time to look at each coffin one by one. He climbed higher and added that therefore he would look at everything from above and try to find it, and Elsa asked if he could do it. Turning around, Rick replied that he had to try. He looked around the room from above and thought that all the coffins were under magic. In his imagination, a coffin appeared, from which a white light emanated, and the protagonist reasoned that if his guesses were correct, then the problematic coffin would stand out. He does not know what an embalming substance is, some kind of magical liquid. Rick suddenly became scared. The girl raised her head and asked if he was okay. The protagonist tried to hold on to the stepladder and said that everything was fine. Inspecting the coffins, the protagonist asked Elsa to call the director. He saw coffins emitting white light and assumed that there were too many problematic coffins. Michael pressed on the tablet that he wanted to mark the request as completed and said that the protagonist solved the problem very quickly. Holding the tablet in front of him, he noted that he did not even suspect that they could have more problematic bones. Thanks to this, the solution to the problem was simplified. Elsa, with a smile on her face, covered Rick with her body and said that he would feel better in some time. Standing in front of the man, the girl asked for help, noting that they had limited time to complete the exam and asked to tell which place from the proposed ones was the closest, and Michael said that the 11th point was a 5-minute walk from there. Turning around, the girl clarified whether they would go there. They stood in front of Michael and thanked him. Rick greedily drank cold coffee from a can. Elsa walked next to him and asked if the protagonist was sure that he could continue. Moving through the city, the protagonist replied that he had enough strength. Shifting his gaze, he assumed that it was a temporary illness. They saw a building across the street and came to the conclusion that they needed to go there. They approached the goblin and asked if he was a bank employee. The monster stood in front of him and cried out that there was no need to waste time, he must go quickly and solve the problem. The goblin pushed Rick, saying that he wrote everything in the request. The monster pushed the protagonist into the building and said that he didn't care what he was doing there, the main thing was to solve the problem. Looking after the goblin, the protagonist clarified what was wrong with him. Turning around, Rick asked why he couldn't tell him what the problem was. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The trash can fell. Looking away, Elsa asked them to look around. Their gaze fell on the ATM, which was throwing things and telling them to give them all their money. The puzzled girl assumed that she knew what was going on there. Holding her hands behind her back, Elsa asked to show the request, noting that they hadn't even had time to look at it. The tablet said that the purpose of the request was to deal with the ATM, which was trying to rob everyone. Looking at the tablet, Rick asked again if it was necessary to deal with the ATM. Standing next to Elsa, the protagonist asked if an evil spirit had possessed him, to which he received a positive answer. Watching the moving objects, the girl said that any object contains a small amount of magic. A large accumulation of magic causes the appearance of an evil spirit. Elsa, with a satisfied look, said that they usually appear in objects that people curse most often, such as stones on the road or dressers that hurt little toes, so they become irritable, but do not pose a danger as such. An irritated goblin stood on the street, while Elsa said that an ATM threw a trash can at them, because the trash can was not maintained, did not remove trash from it in time and did not wipe it. Squatting, the girl noted that she understood why the goblin asked for help. While indoors, Rick wondered if it turns out that he needs to exorcise an evil spirit from an ATM. Watching the ATM, the main character said that he will need to touch it to complete the task, but this thing looks too aggressive. They approached the ATM. Elsa stated that her colleague said that he could talk to spirits, evil spirits would constantly ask for something, and only after receiving what they wanted would they calm down. The girl was holding a card in her hands. She started to walk forward, saying that she would go first, and Rick should touch it discreetly while she would talk to him. Elsa looked at the ATM and called out to him. The dumbfounded protagonist raised his hands and asked to look at it. The girl showed him the card. Having handed over the card, Elsa emphasized the fact that she would give it to him, but he should throw away the weapon and discuss everything peacefully. A heart appeared on the ATM screen and it said that it loved this client. The delighted ATM thanked the girl for choosing their bank. The puzzled guys thought that it changed at the sight of money. Turning around, Elsa told Rick to start acting. The protagonist began to move towards the ATM. He touched it. The protagonist was surprised. He saw the magic in the ATM and wondered why it wasn't working. Elsa was scared when she heard that he couldn't cleanse the magic, although it had worked before. Rick backed away when the ATM started talking rudely to him. He noticed the girl scream that he needed to be careful. Elsa covered the protagonist with her body. She stopped the object flying at her. Elsa threw the trash can back and screamed that the ATM had already gotten her. The confused girl said that she was fine and didn't understand why the anti-magic didn't work. Looking at Rick, she suggested that the evil spirit was somewhere else, and the protagonist said that he was sure that the spirit was in the ATM. Holding onto the ATM, the protagonist reasoned that until now everything he touched lost its magic. He remembered sitting in the room and came to the conclusion that it couldn't be related to the difficulty of the request, since they were all selected according to their skills. Rick imagined himself holding the ball in his hands and thought that if he touched anything, the magic would disappear. This was his default ability. Looking at the ATM, the protagonist came to the conclusion that the anti-magic didn't work because he couldn't touch the target. The dumbfounded protagonist cried out that he needed to touch the inside of the ATM. Looking down, Rick said that he thought the evil spirit was hiding there. He couldn't touch it, so the anti-magic didn't work. Looking at the broom, Elsa concluded that this meant they had to break the ATM. Rick stood in front of the machine and stated that he was absolutely sure that the spirit was there, but he didn't know how much of it was there. The girl inserted the card into the ATM. She held the knife in her hand with a satisfied look and said that she had a good reason to break this thing. Raising the knife, Elsa said that she had a good reason to smash this thing, to which the guy clarified if this was the only way. A notification with the incoming amount popped up and the system reported that the money was successfully received. Clutching his head, a stunned Rick thought that the ATM had withdrawn all the money from the card. He watched as his friend took out the card, wondering how to get it back. Raising the credit card, the girl said that all the money of her guild was stored on this card, intended for joint use. This ATM stole it all. She smirked and said that he committed a crime. Everything she would do against him would be self-defense. Elsa waved the knife and said that everything was fine. She had a witness and an excuse. The girl put her hand on the ATM. Hitting the machine with a blade, she screamed that she had to get her money back. The protagonist looked at her in shock, hearing that it did not give in, maybe just tear off the case. Standing at the ATM, her friend asked if he could hold it here. The protagonist turned around worriedly and said that he thought he would succeed now. Elsa cut the flying broom. She frowned. Rick was taken aback, hearing the ATM ask what they were doing. Turning around, the guy listened as it asked if they had decided to commit a crime. Many objects flew above them and the machine said that this was no good. Covered in cracks, the ATM said that it would make them regret touching it. The girl extended her hand. She lifted it up. Putting out her hand, Elsa said that if he was so strong, he should be able to withstand her with ease. The girl looked at the objects on the floor and told him to pick up the tools. Looking at the cracked screen, she asked if she couldn't do it, then why was she making a scene here? The protagonist looked at him in fear, hearing his name. Smiling, her friend said that everything was fine now, so she could use his ability, let him hurry, because they needed to get to the next place. Nate looked at the objects lying around in the hall and asked if it was necessary to make such a mess. The protagonist stood next to him, embarrassed, and said that he was asking for forgiveness. The ATM continued to attack them, and the evil spirit was inside the machine. The goblin handed over the tablet, saying that in any case, thanks to them, he could finally go home. They did a good job. Standing at the entrance to the bank, Elsa asked if everything was okay. Rick looked down and asked if she was okay, because all her money was stolen because of him. Smiling, her friend replied that he was right. They would probably make her write an explanatory note tomorrow. The protagonist looked down sadly, hearing that he could not worry. He looked at the smiling girl and asked for forgiveness. Elsa tapped him on the forehead with her finger and said that she could just thank him and that's it. Smiling, she told him that he had helped her a lot the last time. She wanted to repay him. That was the least she could do for him. The guy put his hand to his forehead, hearing that she really wanted him to pass the exam, and thanked her. Looking at the building behind the tree, Rick said that she was very cool, clarifying whether all delivery men could do that. Elsa looked at her surprised friend and asked if his boss had told him what she did. Pointing at herself, she said that her profession was a hunter. She had been in this business for a long time. The girl remembered how she picked up objects with her hand and said that, as he had noticed, she had weight control magic. She had applied a force equal to a ton to those household utensils. Holding the knife on the tip of her finger, the friend said that this blade weighed 100 grams for her. Smiling, Elsa said that she was always busy, that she did not even introduce herself properly. The protagonist imagined the girl beating the monster, listening to his boss calling. Amelia appeared on the screen, asking how the exam was going. She looked at the hovering phone in surprise and said that she was calling because she was worried. Looking at how the girl pointed at the guy, the director asked what he was doing there. Taken aback, Amelia listened that everything was wrong. The exam was taking place outside. He had just finished with the second request, and he and Elsa had been chatting. She looked at the calm Rick, hearing that now was the time to go to the last request. The problem was in his choice. Touching her chin, the girl listened that they had already completed those that the guy was capable of. Amelia watched as the protagonist brought the tablet and asked to show the requests. Standing in front of the phone, she said that the requests were written in an ancient language and asked what time the exam ended. Elsa held the phone, hearing that there was very little time. You need to choose number 6. Looking at the screen, the protagonist asked what it was. Smiling, Amelia said that the name of the address translates as starting point, which is why the place of the exam popped up. The guy looked down in confusion, listening to her assume that the object of the request is the proctor. Let him believe and just go. She has a premonition that the proctor will never let him fail the exam. The protagonist sat in front of the man. Looking at the Rubik's Cube, Vincent said that he had to solve it. Rick sat at the table and listened to each particle bewitched by a certain magic, but he will not tell him which one. The protagonist grabbed the cube, hearing that if he has a basic school education, he will quickly understand everything. The guy was spinning the sides and listening to the need to get rid of the magic and make all 6 sides of the cube the same color. The proctor looked at the hourglass and said that he was given 40 minutes to do everything. As soon as all the sand flowed down, the test would be complete. Picking up the puzzle, Rick said that he was done. All 6 sides were the same color. The man was taken aback to hear that he had done everything while he was explaining. The protagonist sat at his desk and asked if he could go home. The protagonist looked at the night street and said that they already had experts. He did not quite trust their tests. Extending her hand, Elsa said that enough was enough. All he did was apologize and thank her all this time. The guy smiled confusedly, hearing that enough was enough. Looking at the phone, his girlfriend said that calls from work were a common thing for him, so he should not pay attention. She watched as Rick clutched his neck and asked if he was really going to work, adding that the director would understand if he decided to take a rest today. Imagining Amelia sitting in the store, the protagonist answered that since yesterday the boss had been working his shifts for him, since he was taking an exam and did not want to bother her. The girl smiled when he offered to eat together sometime later, but he would treat her. The director seriously put her elbows on the table. Frowning, she called the guy by name. The girl looked at the confused employee and asked what the exam results were. The protagonist watched as she clenched her fists and answered that he passed. Clapping her hands, she told the boss that she congratulated him. He tried hard, and clarified whether the proctor told him the results, whether he said anything else. Rick remembered how the stranger burst into the office and said that one of the candidates interrupted him. Imagining Vincent looking at him seriously, the protagonist said that before he left, the proctor said he would come to him. The guy was sitting in the store and asking if this examiner and the director were related. Extending a finger, Amelia happily replied that he was exactly the same magician as she was. The girl imagined the man standing next to the guy and said that she believed that since the written test, he had noticed him. Imagining Rick picking up the tablet, the director reported that Vincent realized that he was not quite ordinary. Of course, he was interested in how he did on the exam. Remembering the man standing in the office, Amelia said that later he would desperately try to find out what he was capable of. Mages live with an incurable disease called curiosity. Crossing her arms on the table, she said that this is why she decided that the proctor would never fail him on the exam. Squeezing her eyes, the girl said that otherwise he would never be able to meet such an unusual person again. The protagonist remembered how Vincent frowned and said that if he thought there was something strange about the exam, most likely the problem was in him. Thinking that he hoped the proctor would not come to him, he did not like this guy. The boss put her hand on the table and suggested getting down to business. Smiling, Amelia said that she was going to sign a contract with him for anti-magic services to extend his sales contract. She wanted to add a new task for him, managing the underground warehouse and checking for defective goods. Taken aback, Rick asked if she was talking about the warehouse where the dragon scales were kept. Imagining the basement, the girl replied that everything was correct. In addition to the dragon scales, the warehouse contained many other unusual things, and she had to call anti-magic experts to check them. She laughed and said that they did not put them on display because their sale was a secret, but they had many customers who came after hearing about them from other customers. The guy looked away with interest, listening to her say that she also asked them to come only during the day, because he knew nothing about the product, which is why he had never seen customers buying goods from the warehouse. Remembering how she stood next to the old man, the boss said that she did not completely trust the experts' checks. Experts in different fields came to them every week, and this could not but please. With her hands clasped, Amelia said that she wanted to hire him additionally as an anti-mage so that he would do the work for all of them. The protagonist looked at him calmly and replied that he agreed. The girl sat opposite him in surprise and said that, like on the first day, he made decisions very quickly. Smiling, she listened to him say that, moreover, this was exactly what he had been qualified for, and replied that he was right. The director looked at the shelves and said that everything was fine, then she would give him a tour of the warehouse later and explain everything. Pointing her finger at the contract, Amelia said that it was time to talk about pay. The basic pay was 20,000 won an hour, plus overtime for night shifts and work on holidays. She would pay him for everything he had worked up to that point. Frowning, Rick listened to him say that there would be a separate payment for checking the products in the warehouse, and that she would also include a bonus and a risk premium in the salary, asking if there were any questions. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked if there was a regular rate in this world, since he was a newbie with no experience. The boss tilted her head and asked if he didn't have to be paid now. The protagonist looked and listened in confusion, saying that even if he was a newbie, she had to include everything in his salary. Amelia happily signed the contract and asked if she should call him assistant manager now. The guy held the sheets of the employment contract. He calmly thought about the fact that he had now become a full-fledged employee of the store, who received all the money he deserved. Rick remembered the man standing behind the counter and saying that there was no overtime for the night shift. After all, he was working part-time, and what demands? The guy imagined the employee pointing his finger, saying that if they paid every newbie, they would have nothing left. After all, he earned money sitting on a chair. The protagonist imagined the boss looking at him and saying that if he didn't like it, he should leave. The protagonist remembered the man poking him in the head, telling him to stop being so cocky, that no one would pay that much to someone who had just graduated from high school. He imagined listening with a sad expression that he was not the only one who wanted to work there, that if he was going to quit, he should do it now. The guy imagined clenching his fist and thinking that if he ever became a boss, he would be much better than those he had. Smiling, Amelia said that he had worked so hard to get a certificate as a boss, she should grow with him. Great job, time to sleep. The protagonist lay on the pillow and said that he would be a good worker too. The protagonist walked to the store. Opening the door, Rick said that they had done a good job, they could go home. The guy looked at the crowd in shock. Watching the visitors, he wondered what was going on here, why all the customers were wearing masks. The boss's wife looked out from behind the counter and called him to come in. Approaching the cash register, the protagonist said that he would help her. The guys were taken aback when they heard the customer ask where his mask was. The girl watched as the goblin clenched his fists and said that another one had just bought the last one. The visitor stood by the rack and asked if they had any masks for kobolds. Holding out a mask, Amelia offered the employee to put it on. Turning around, she said that this was a disaster, everyone forgets their masks. Rick raised his hands and asked if some kind of epidemic had started, why everyone was buying masks. Taken aback, the director clarified whether he had not seen the news yet. The protagonist took the phone, hearing that he should look at it. The news anchor reported that today at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, an abnormally large amount of pollen was noticed in Futaba Park. The boy looked down as experts said that climate change, persistent high temperatures, and a large amount of mana in the air had caused a sharp increase in pollen. The news showed a lake and said that it was a short-term anomaly. He showed a tree in bloom and said that it was highly recommended to avoid going outside and wear a mask outside the home, to be careful of pollen. The main character looked at the large amount of pollen above the lake while listening to how Futaba Park was currently experiencing a large amount of pollen that was quickly spreading to nearby areas. The program showed people sneezing on the streets and said that the city hall would be imposing an ecological quarantine this week to deal with the situation. The quarantine would last about a week. The host on the tablet said that creatures with low immunity are susceptible to absorbing contaminated mana mixed with pollen, and symptoms such as allergic rhinitis and conjunctivitis, dermatitis, and asthma may occur. The protagonist leaned his cheek on his fist and listened as though the chances of the symptoms becoming severe were minimal. Anti-magic experts believed that people should avoid going outside until the quarantine was over. Looking at the hanging packages, he thought that they were already sold out of everything except those masks for children. Rick sat at the cash register, thinking that the boss said that Elsa would deliver another batch at 12 o'clock. Until then he would have to make do with what he had, which was nothing. The guy looked at the screen with delight and said that the tablet looked new. Could he really use it? Remembering how the girl held out the tablet, the protagonist thought that he couldn't refuse, since the boss wanted him to explore this world. The protagonist imagined how he joyfully held the gadget, listening to how she had another one at home. This was an extra one. Imagining Amelia smiling and asking if there was anything else that would help her employee feel good at work, he thought that his boss was genuinely trying for him. Looking at his reflection, Rick thought that she seemed serious about wanting to be a good boss for him, but she had already provided him with a smartphone and helped him pass his exam, even taking care of all the payments. The protagonist watched as the customer walked in and said that it didn't seem to bother her at all. He was taken aback when he heard the man ask where they kept the masks. Harry looked at him with displeasure and said that he didn't work here to come in every day. The protagonist looked confused and said that they had nothing left except for children's masks. The customer grinned when he heard the employee ask if swimming goggles were some kind of new trend. Pointing at his glasses, the man said that pollen was making his eyes hurt, and he had to wear them because of his stupid boss. Remembering how his boss had stood by the pollen-filled window, Harry said that he felt stuffy, so he opened the window in the office. He had warned that he shouldn't do that. The buyer imagined a happy boss and said that it had become impossible to be in the office, that the employees couldn't work in such conditions, so they went on vacation. Clenching his fist, he said that it was a stupid beagle, and someday he would give it a good punch to set its mind straight. Raising his glasses, the man said that it was better to work hard now than to suffer later. The protagonist calmly looked at him, listening to what would sting his eyes a little, and thought that he was a workaholic. Rick stood behind the counter, announcing that they had run out of adult masks. A new batch would arrive at midnight, and he could stop by tomorrow morning before work to buy a pair. Harry looked at the dumbfounded guy and said that he would wait for them to be delivered to him. He had an hour and a half left. Standing behind the cash register, the protagonist said that there was no need for him to wait. He should just go to another store or come back tomorrow. Frowning, the man asked if he should worry about increasing sales. The seller closed his eyes and listened to him say that he should recommend some beer, and thought that he did not want to do that. The protagonist looked at his phone, wondering how there had been no customers in 2 hours. Was it because of the pollen? There were usually a lot of people coming for beer at such a time. Crossing his arms, he thought that Elsa was late. Perhaps she was also suffering from the epidemic. Harry sat in front of him on a chair and asked if they listened to music there, adding that other stores played K-pop. Frowning, the guy replied that since his first day on the job, he had never played music at work. The girl walked inside, listening to the customer say that they could do without music, but he should be concerned about sales. Elsa bent over with boxes on her back. Taken aback, the protagonist said that it was shocking. His friend answered with a serious look that was the least of it. Putting the box down, she said that this pollen was very annoying. Visibility on the road was zero. She needed a broom to brush the pollen off herself. The girl turned to the customer. Frowning, Harry asked why she was breaking the delivery schedule. Lowering her mask, Elsa listened as he asked for the goods to be delivered quickly. She put her hands on her hips, asking if they knew each other, and the man replied that he didn't need to know her, he just came for the mask. The dumbfounded guy watched as his girlfriend asked him why he was treating her so disrespectfully. Holding out his finger, Harry asked why her mask was so dirty and if she could breathe normally in it. The girl imagined an erupting volcano as she heard him tell her he would buy her a new mask so she shouldn't be mad. Turning to Rick, she asked what was wrong with the chihuahua and he replied that he would explain everything to her later and that he should get the masks first. Holding out the can, Harry asked how much he owed. The man stood in front of the counter, wondering why he should clean up after him and said that here was 10,000 won and he could keep the change. Opening the mask, the customer said that he needed it. Turning around, he said that he didn't care about the rest, he had to go. Closing his eyes, the protagonist invited him to come again. Elsa would take her friend's napkins and ask why he didn't take his change. Was that chihuahua a regular customer? While wiping her glasses, the girl would say that she didn't like people like him. Rick would stand behind the counter, telling her that she was having a hard time too, because she had arrived despite what was happening outside, asking if she was late because of the pollen. The girl would look at him in surprise, asking if he could make it home. Looking at the snack shelf, the friend would say that she had to let them know she was running late, that she was helping with the pollen sweeping in the park, and that her boss had told her to go to the mayor's office to file a report. Elsa would dry her hair, saying that someone else was supposed to go, but her boss had told her to replace him as punishment. The protagonist would look at her sadly, listening to her say that's why he had been sweeping pollen in the park since 6 in the morning, and that it had taken longer than she thought. The girl closed her eyes and said that she would have to clean for a few days in a row. She was surprised to hear her friend ask if her boss had suddenly put her on cleaning duty in the park. Rick glanced at his watch and asked if the hunter was cleaning instead of doing his job. Elsa covered her mouth as he asked what kind of punishment this was and why he was doing this to her. The protagonist frowned and asked if it was because the ATM had devoured all the money on the company card. The protagonist imagined a flash. Imagining a unicorn, he thought about Elsa once saying that the monsters that came out of the gate were called demons. Rick remembered the heart and skull of the monster, thinking that these creatures were quite dangerous, but their bodies could become an excellent resource when recycled. Imagining the guys standing in front of the monster, the protagonist thought that the job of the hunters was to kill these demons so that they could not enter the world. Imagining a cluster of mana, the boy thought about how there was very little work for the hunters in May. He remembered standing with the robot, thinking that since statistically the demons' attempts to come out were decreasing, the hunters usually did other things during this time. Putting her hand to the back of her head, Elsa said that they also helped the city and municipal services. They liked high-class workers like them, and what's more, they financed them well. She imagined a monster on a ruined street, telling them that often their work caused damage to the city or the environment, so they had to convince the authorities that it was inevitable. Imagining a disgruntled man holding a tablet, the girl said that there were times when the authorities refused to fund them, and the hunters had to pay for the damage. Elsa put her hand to her head and said that for that reason, they had to arouse the sympathy of the authorities. That was part of their job. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and answered that he understood her, asking why she was forced to clean the park. Turning away, the girl said that it was obvious that she often made mistakes, and thought that this time it would be enough to write an explanatory note. Elsa imagined a screaming bear and said that, however, the boss was very angry, so she worked in the park as punishment. Throwing her hands behind her head, the huntress said that in any case, she did not tell him anything because she knew that she could handle everything herself. That was it. The conversation was over, and he should not even think of bringing this topic up again. Frowning, Rick asked how long she would have to go to work in the park. He was taken aback when he heard that she would have to work until the end of the month, and thought that it meant that she would have to work in the park for 20 days, 16 hours a day. The guy slammed his hands on the table, deciding that this was real hell, and asked her to tell the boss about it. The protagonist looked at the snacks and asked if it made sense that she would have to work 16 hours a day until the end of the month. She would die that way. Imagining Amelia sleeping, the protagonist said that he was getting paid steadily for his work. Moreover, the boss did not make him do anything beyond his strength. Rick lowered his eyebrows and said that she had said that the city government liked hunters because they were high-quality workers, asking if he thought they wanted her to sweep up pollen. I was sure they would give her a better job. The girl turned around, hearing that he knew that hunters had no work in May, but by the end of the month she would be squeezed out like a lemon. Looking down, the guy said that even if she was sure that she could handle it, she would be late with the delivery of goods. He looked at the boxes and said that he was sure that this would be the case throughout the month. It was just a matter of time until the boss found out about everything and asked what excuse she would have for her. The guys remembered how Amelia said with a sad look that they should have told her, she would have helped. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he really didn't want to see her upset. He himself tried not to bother her with little things. Rick looked at his sad friend and said that she just had to tell her boss about what happened. She had to sort out the situation before the boss found out about it, and the situation was not pleasant. The protagonist looked down, hearing that she understood him, but if she told her boss about him, most likely he would be harnessed to work. Imagining her friend standing in the warehouse, Elsa said that when she helped him with his exam, she realized that he had truly incredible anti-magic skills. She remembered how she swung behind the guy and said that if her boss found out about everything, she was sure that 1 or 2 outsourcings would not be enough. The protagonist leaned on the counter and replied that they would have to return the money anyway. Clenching his hand into a fist, Rick said that he didn't care how often he would be harnessed. The main thing was that it did not interfere with his work in the store. Closing his eyes, he said that he would just talk to the boss if force majeure occurred, in any case, but he would cope, so just let him tell his boss about everything. The guy watched as his girlfriend closed her eyes and said that he did not want her to suffer because of him. Picking up the box, the girl said that she would think about it. Turning to her friend, Elsa said that enough was enough. She smiled. The protagonist looked calmly, hearing that sometimes he was too kind. Looking at the glow, the protagonist said that the world was completely painted pink. He stood at the entrance to the store, saying that it was hard to tell right away that it was all pollen. While sweeping the asphalt, the guy said that it seemed like all the masks would be sold out in the morning. Rick looked into the empty dustpan and asked what it was. Did the broom not work? Amelia came up to him and asked what he was doing there. She closed her eyes and said that he was a great guy, but it would be impossible to clean up this pollen with a regular broom. Looking at the dustpan, the girl said that in fact, magic was cast on his finger, so the usual cleaning methods would definitely not work here. The guy looked down, hearing that he had better go inside and get ready to hand over his shift, and thought that magic was cast on the pollen. He squatted down. The protagonist extended his hand to the sparkling particles. Looking up, the protagonist said that the pollen was flying into the sky. The boss leaned towards him and said that it was not necessary, it was better not to touch the pollen. Rick turned around and said he thought he was fine. Amelia opened the door of the store and told him to wash his hands 3 times and put on hand sanitizer when he got home, and to wash his clothes and shower 3 times. Putting down his hat, she said there was hand sanitizer somewhere. The girl walked past the counter and asked if she remembered him mentioning a dog, if it was a Pomeranian, to which the guy agreed. The boss remembered looking out the window at the dog and said that yesterday at about 6 in the evening there was a Pomeranian outside, looking for something for a long time. Imagining herself running out of the store, Amelia said she wanted to ask if he had come to see him, but he ran away as soon as she left. The girl held the phone to Rick and said she took a photo of him just in case, clarifying whether it was the dog he was talking about. The protagonist looked at the photo of the running dog and answered that he didn't even know Everything was somehow blurry in the photo. The guy put his hands on the counter and asked if he was coming to him, then why did he think that something had happened to him, and she answered that she shouted after him to come at night. Probably he didn't hear. Looking at the road in the pollen, the girl said that she was worried, because there was an epidemic outside. Spit stood behind a lamppost, listening to her hope that he would come again. Amelia, burying her face in the table, was very disappointed. Buttoning his vest, Rick thought that these were sales statistics, and had sales really decreased this month. Remembering the sign on the door of the store that masks were out of stock, he thought that this was logical, considering that people did not leave their houses because of the epidemic, and if they did come to the store, it was only for masks. Looking at the girl, sadly looking at the sheet of paper, the boy reasoned that for a small business owner, even 1 week of bad sales can lead to very dire consequences. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he needed to cheer up the boss, and she, with a displeased expression on her face, asked why the dog ran away when she saw him. Dumbfounded after hearing this, Rick realized what the matter was. Then he asked if the base dog had really come, and the store owner, remembering how the dog ran away from her, answered that she went out as usual, but the animal tore away from her at the speed of light. Sadly spreading across the counter, Amelia declared that she just wanted to talk to him and even prepared him a treat, and the boy standing right in front of her noted that if he came again, who would tell him to meet her. Looking at the clock on his smartphone, the protagonist did not understand why he was still not there, because if he came again, it meant that he really needed something. Shaking his head from side to side, Rick asked that perhaps he would show up again tomorrow. Suddenly imagining a dog in his head, the boy thought that he could have gotten into trouble, when suddenly he heard barking. Looking to the side, the protagonist saw his old friend there, who was standing in place and barking. Looking straight ahead, Rick said that it was really him. Looking at the smiling Terry, the boy asked him to come quickly and offered to treat him with something tasty. While the protagonist stroked the dog's back, he said that it was very cool, and no matter how much he tried to brush it off his face, it did not go away, and it was not in vain that he came to him for help. Continuing to brush pollen off Terry, Rick explained that he simply had some unusual abilities, and Terry thanked him, because with his help his body became much lighter. Continuing to pet the dog, the boy asked if the owner was still looking for him. He saw him on the day he ran away. He must have been very worried. Then he answered that he shouldn't say that, because then he almost went crazy, and the protagonist, who heard this, was very surprised. Remembering how his previous owner chased him, he said that he ran after him all in tears, and he had to run like crazy, because he knew that if he was caught then it would be the end. Remembering a beautiful lake with a sakura tree standing in the middle, the dog explained that he still managed to break away and run to the park. Recalling how he looked around while standing in the middle of the park, Terry said that, fortunately, his owner had lost sight of him, but it was the first time he had been alone on the street, so he was a little uneasy, and wandered around everywhere, and wanted to eat and drink, but did not know what to do. Imagining the sly grins of various creatures, the dog said that people often paid attention to him, and he was worried that they would return him to his previous owner. Then he said that this was why it was difficult for him to feel the freedom he so badly dreamed of, and Rick listened silently with a look full of seriousness. Taking out a huge amount of dog treats, the boy told him to continue the story while he ate, and asked what his favorite snack was, and he answered that he liked something that was chewy and meaty, but he could not accept food from him. While the protagonist held the dog food in his hands, the dog explained that he had already done a lot for him, and he replied that everything was fine, there was no need to be embarrassed, because his boss had prepared it all especially for him. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Terry asked what a boss was, and Rick asked that he had come there several times during the day. Remembering the image of Amelia, the boy said that the person who was in the store at that time was the owner of this place, and the dog explained that he did not know that she was such a person. Guiltily lowering his head down, Terry stated that he felt guilty before her, and the boy asked him not to worry, because his boss did not hold a grudge against him. Holding out the dog treats, the protagonist added that if he really felt guilty, he should eat everything she prepared. Then Rick said that he should go once more in the morning to meet her, because she knows about his situation, so there is no need to worry, and the dog, looking gratefully straight ahead, agreed with this and thanked him for the treat. Once again holding out a dog snack, the boy asked him to eat it, because he will now bring him more water, and Terry expressed his gratitude. Moving towards the door, the protagonist turned back to see how the dog was doing. Looking at Terry, who was eating a treat, he thought that he really has a hard time, and he will feed him and tell him to stay there today. Approaching the shelf with water, Rick thought that if this is the situation in the park now, then this is necessary, and asked the dog that he said that he lives in the park. Then he clarified whether it is in Futaba Park, and Terry, smiling broadly, answered that he has been living there for the last 2 days. Suddenly the dog added that this was the territory of the Dark Wind clan, and looking at it in surprise, the boy asked what it was. Imagining 3 angry dogs in his head, Terry said that the Dark Wind clan was a pack of wild dogs that had settled in the park, and because of the closure due to the epidemic, they began to penetrate into the outskirts of the city. Remembering how people in protective suits cleaned up pollen, the dog added that there were also a lot of people in the park who were wielding various cleaning devices, and they put them all in a very difficult situation. Terry, upset, lowering his head down, said that in fact he liked living in the park, but it had become impossible to be there, because before he lay on the grass all day and could drink water from the fountain. While Rick was pouring water into a glass, the dog was telling him that he had never been hungry because the trash cans in the park were full of food, and he managed to coexist with the clan in one park. Putting the glass of water right on the floor, the boy asked where they were now, and his friend answered that there was a restaurant not far from here, and most likely they were there now. Remembering the building in which the restaurant was located, Terry stated that the owner of that establishment was a very nice woman. Visualizing how the woman went out to the street to feed the animals, the dog explained that she was quite popular among homeless dogs because she always fed them. Recalling how he ate the food that the owner of the restaurant brought, he added that this place was originally the territory of other stray dogs. Lowering his head, the dog said that dogs from the Darkwind clan had come there today. Again recalling the building of that very restaurant, Terry said that the stray dogs that frequented that establishment began to fight with the clan, and no one wanted to retreat. Imagining a dog with an injured paw going to the trash cans, the dog concluded that the Darkwind clan was superior in numbers, so the other stray dogs had to retreat. Looking at his injured ear, he added that he ended up with this scar. Dumbfounded, looking straight at his friend after hearing everything, Rick asked if he really fought too, and he replied that he was trying to help the old dog, since he often helped him out. Remembering the image of a stern Doberman, Terry said that it was very embarrassing to admit it, but he fell from one blow, and it seemed to him that he and the old man had come to an end. At that moment, the head of the Darkwind clan, holding the lamp directly on the defeated enemy, said that he did not like torturing small and old dogs, so he asked them to leave. Looking straight ahead, the dog explained that the clan let them go, and the protagonist, thoughtful after hearing everything, thought that this was a very noble act for such bandits. Looking at his reflection in a glass of water, Terry stated that in general something like that, and the reason he was looking for it was because of the pollen. After which he asked if he by any chance knew when the epidemic would end, and Rick, who looked to the side, said that the news said that everything would end in about a week. Then he added that he did not know if it was likely to happen sooner, and the dog, upset after hearing this, concluded that this was how it was, which meant he would have to sleep in a box on a garbage dump. When a huge shadow hung over the city, the boy said that he could sleep there today, and Terry said that he did not want to disturb him anymore. Immediately after, the dog added that he had been so kind to him since the moment they met, so he was embarrassed to cause inconvenience. Suddenly everything around shook sharply, and the boys looked up in surprise. Hiding behind his friend's hands, Terry asked if he had heard the sound and wondered what it was. Dumbfounded, Rick looked up and replied that he did not even know, because it sounded like an exhaust pipe, but it could not make such a loud sound. Seeing a huge whale right in the sky, the boys were extremely dumbfounded. When the huge whale looked straight in their direction, Terry delightedly declared that he saw a whale swimming in the sky for the first time. The boy suddenly asked the dog in his arms what he was doing there. At that moment, the protagonist looked at Terry, who called out to him and said that he was at work. Looking at the huge whale swimming right across the sky, the dog explained that he said that he wanted to finish work quickly and go home, and did not understand why those two were staring at him. Looking straight up, Terry assumed that he seemed to mean them, and wondered what kind of creature it was. Looking at the dog in his arms, the protagonist asked if he really understood whale language. Looking at the huge whale swimming right across the sky, Terry said that he said that it was here too, this damn pollen, wondering if his speech sounded different to him. Holding the dog in his arms, Rick declared that if he understood whale language, he would get a job at Greenpeace, and in any case, this huge whale. Then he continued that he was a sea mammal, and Terry, imagining a fish in his head, concluded that it must live in the water. Watching the huge whale, which closed its eyes, the dog asked that it should really swim in the sky, and the boy answered that it clearly should not, and noted that it had stopped. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked if Terry wanted to talk to him, and he, looking at him in shock, clarified that he really wanted to talk to this whale. Watching the huge sea creature wag its tail, Rick said that he could talk to other creatures, and this whale was flying, and who knows, maybe it suffered from the same problem as he did. When the boy asked to trust him and talk to the whale quickly, Terry was confused. A moment later, the dog called out to Mr. Whale, and he quickly looked away. Trembling and crying with fear, Terry asked not to be angry with them, because they just went out to get some air. With his last strength, he added that they did not mean to bother him at all. Noticing the state of his friend, the protagonist asked if everything was okay and if he needed to get some water, and he replied that he was fine, when suddenly the huge sea creature turned towards the guys. Noticing this, Rick was very surprised. A moment later, he was scared when the whale came very close to him. Imagining the image of a whale swimming in the water, the plot told us that the childhood of huge whales is very unusual. When we were shown how several sea creatures swim forward together, we learned that, after birth, They swim in blue waters and are taken care of by mothers, and this gentleman was the same as all the others. Suddenly, the whale seemed to fly into the air, and the plot told us that, however, when he was 3 years old, he rose to the surface to breathe, and suddenly his body shot up into the air. The mother whale was very shocked to see this, and we noticed that she was puzzled by the absurdity of what had happened. The model looked straight up from the water to the sky, because after several hours of struggle, the baby was still unable to return to the ocean. The baby whale continued to fly through the air in amazement, and the story told that nothing helped him return back, and this is how the world learned about the unusual creature. Waving his fins, the baby told his mother that he would be independent, so she should be happy. She said that he was only 3 years old. The baby whale's stomach growled while the story explained that he somehow became independent, but it was hard to get food in the sky, and he spent days and nights soaring in the sky alone, starving himself. After 3 weeks of wandering, he finally reached the city, and the creatures there took pictures of him on their smartphones, saying that this was truly something incredible. The whale was hovering right above the city buildings while we were being told that the story was silent about what happened next. Looking at the huge sea creature that had come right up to him, Terry said that the gentleman was saying that strange people had appeared on the city embankment and had dragged him into a huge building where they were examining his body. Then the little dog added that after that he had been sent to the city administration and that was all, and Rick, looking straight ahead in surprise, concluded that he still thought that the whale mister's peculiarity was unusual, and Terry added that he was of the same opinion. Looking ahead, the whale muttered something, and the little dog translated that he was asking to communicate with him more easily. Looking at the sea creature in front of him, the little dog asked if he had understood correctly that he should be called Nicholas. At that very moment, the boy asked what he was saying, and Terry, turning his head in his direction, said that he had said that for the first time he had met someone who understood him. When the dog explained that he also asked not to be called sir, since he was only 25 years old, the protagonist was very surprised that he was younger than him. Looking at the huge whale in front of him, Rick noted that you couldn't tell by looking at him, and Terry said that he told him to stop being rude. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy asked if he could really understand him, and the dog, translating Nicholas's muttering, explained that he was asking if there was a problem with that. When the huge whale looked down, the protagonist apologized, since he didn't know that he could understand him. Still on the same city street, Rick asked how he ended up there, and the sea creature mumbled in response, and Terry translated that he was currently working for the city administration and trying to fight pollen. Then he added that he had a week to clean everything up completely, and the boy, looking straight ahead in surprise, asked if he was really the one cleaning up the pollen. Then the protagonist asked how he did it, and Nicholas suddenly closed his eyes. A moment later he muttered something, and Terry, looking at him in surprise, asked what it meant to hold on to something tightly. Immediately after that, air began to be sucked right into the blowhole, and Rick asked what he was talking about. Suddenly, a huge stream of air along with all the surrounding pollen began to be sucked into the whale, and the boy and the dog watched this in surprise. The protagonist grabbed the fence with his hand, and Terry, who was in his arms, asked what was happening. Rick opened his eyes slightly and noticed something in front. At that moment, all the pollen around began to rise sharply, and the boy assumed that he was sucking it into his face. At the same time, a huge amount of pink dust began to be sucked directly into the blowhole of the sea creature. When Nicholas finished cleaning, the protagonist was delighted with what had happened. Looking around the entire street, Rick declared that it had become very clean in an instant. Hearing this, the whale muttered something smugly, and Terry translated that after that he would exhale pollen, which would no longer stick to anything. Hearing this, the boy looked away, asking why it took a week to clean, since he had managed to clean such a large area in just 10 seconds. Then the protagonist assumed that it was because the area where the pollen had spread was much larger, and the sea creature looked straight at him. Then he mumbled something while the dog sitting in Rick's arms explained that a week of quarantine is not that much time, because what's more, the whale said that he has problems with his back. Looking straight ahead in surprise after hearing this, the boy asked if he was really hurt. Looking at Nicholas's back, which was covered in that same pink pollen, the protagonist asked what it was, and he mumbled something in response. Looking straight ahead, Terry translated that the whale was saying that it was pollen that stuck to him while he was working. Imagining in his head how a huge sea creature was rubbing its back right against the house in which people thought they were about to die, the dog said that the pollen made him very itchy, so the administration treated his back every morning. While in the arms of the man, Terry added that he was sure that anti-magic pollen purification would shorten the quarantine of the new administration. No one wants to do it, and the whale says that he suffers a lot from having to scratch the back of the building. While Nicholas was turned on his back, the protagonist, having heard his story, noted that it was terrible, and reasoned that wherever he looked, the working conditions left much to be desired. Meeting the gaze directly with the huge whale, Rick thought that he had encountered a cruel reality as a child and was suffering to this day. Setting Terry down directly on the ground, the boy thought that he understood why he seemed so gloomy when telling the story of his life. As the dog watched in amazement as the protagonist walked forward, he reasoned that, moreover, He could not tell anyone about his problems, since no one understood him until now. Having climbed a little higher, Rick thought that the more he tried to survive in this way, the more callous he became. Immediately after that, the boy stretched out his hand forward. Almost touching the back of a huge whale, the protagonist thought that it was just like him in the past. A moment later, Rick touched his finger directly to the sea creature. At that moment, Nicholas was very surprised and sneezed. Holding onto the pole, the boy, covered in pink dust, said that he did not think that it would all fly down, and asked the dog how he was. He answered that he was fine. Then the huge whale muttered something, and the protagonist, stunned by what happened, asked what he was saying. Terry, who was on the ground next to him, explained that he was asking what he did and how all the pollen came off him, and Rick explained that it was nothing special. Showing his hand, the boy explained that he simply had some abilities and asked him to drop by in the mornings so that he could clean his back. Looking at the huge whale, Rick asked him to drop by after he finished cleaning and shake off the pollen, because he would have to clean there anyway. Then he added that therefore there was no need to be shy and come in, and Nicholas, looking straight at him, mumbled something in response. Sticking out his tongue, the dog translated that he said that he could clean up after himself, and it would be awkward for him to leave pollen, considering that he would be helping him anyway. Waving his hand, the boy explained that everything was fine and that he himself enjoyed moving around during the workday, and moreover, he wanted the quarantine to end as soon as possible, so there was no need to worry. While the sea creature muttered something in his language, Terry looked away. Suddenly looking straight ahead, the dog apologized for butting into their conversation. When everyone present turned their attention to him, he added that he wanted to ask the whale's brother something. With an expression that begged for pity, Terry asked if there was a chance to get a job in the administration. At that moment, the protagonist imagined in his head a dog dressed in a business suit, and he was telling him that he had been having a lot of problems lately, so he thought it would be nice to find a job. Then Terry asked him if he thought he could do it, and the huge sea creature just looked at him silently. After a while, Nicholas muttered something, and the dog, looking straight ahead in surprise, asked what a spirit animal meant. Looking ahead, the huge flying whale explained that he meant animals that had unusual abilities, and Terry, hearing this, noted that he had nothing like that. Then the sea creature declared that he understood him, and that was his strength, but he would not advise him to get a job in the administration, and the dog sitting right on the ground asked why, and did they really pay so little there? Visualizing Terry on the operating table, Nicholas said that he had been a research subject for 7 years before he was hired, and most likely the same would happen to him. Imagining scientists discussing that they had nothing more to study in this dog and needed to let him go, the flying whale added that after endless research they would think for a long time about what job to give him, and if they did not find a use for his ability, they would simply send him home. Looking around the surrounding street, the huge sea creature declared that in fact, cleaning pollen was a desperate step for him, and he overheard a conversation about how they wanted to give him up, and thought that he could definitely die of hunger. Then Nicholas added that, fortunately, he had discovered that he could clean pollen, and Terry, who had hung his head down after hearing this, had finally understood everything. Seeing the desperate look of the flying whale, the little dog remarked that he was right and thought that he was not suitable for work in the administration, and not only for it. In response to this, the huge sea creature muttered something, and Terry, looking straight ahead, said that he was not as good as him, and in any case, thank you for listening to him. Looking at Rick, who was standing in front of him, Nicholas thanked him, because he really thought that he would never be able to talk to anyone in his life. While the boy was looking straight ahead, the flying whale added that he was very glad that he had met both of them. Immediately after this, the huge sea creature thanked them and flew away. The guys continued to watch him go, when suddenly Terry said that the whale might be in a similar situation. Hearing this, the protagonist looked down in confusion, and the dog asked him if he really knew that he was a spirit animal. Awkwardly holding his neck, Rick explained that his boss had told him about them. Remembering the moment when Amelia explained to him about spirit animals, the boy said that she told him that they were very smart and that some of them had special abilities. Then he added that that's why he thought that he was also a spirit animal, so he asked to talk to the whale, and Terry, who lowered his head after hearing this, said that that's how it is. Suddenly, the dog noticed that he helps him so much, and the protagonist only silently looked away. Awkwardly holding his hand on his neck, Rick asked for forgiveness, because he feels that it is because of him that he has a hard time, and Terry, stunned by such a statement, did not understand what he was talking about, because he has nothing to apologize for. Then a boy's voice was heard down the street, declaring that it was he who had decided to run away, and the dog denied it, explaining that it was not like that at all, and had made such decisions in the name of protecting his nuts, and had never regretted the decision he had made. Looking straight ahead, Terry said that, of course, life on the street was not easy, but he completely forgot about all the difficulties and happy moments. Then the protagonist asked when they came, and the dog looked up. Looking at the beautiful starry sky, Terry answered that when he was free to walk at night. Together with his friend, he looked straight up and added that he loved walking at night. Joyfully looking ahead, Terry declared that he could wander wherever he wanted and watch the stars, and at such moments he felt like the happiest person in the world, that he forgot about all his problems. Hearing this, Rick also happily looked up at the sky. With a face full of happiness, the little dog concluded that therefore there was no need to even think of blaming himself, because compared to his past life, he was living much better. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the store closer to the day, when Amelia said that this is it. Then she asked what was going on. The whale was there this morning, and the boy, awkwardly looking away, explained that it was, and he had much more pollen on him than when they first met. Remembering the image of Nicholas, who was covered in pink pollen, the protagonist said that he cleaned him up and cleaned up the street. Then Rick apologized to his boss for doing other things during work hours, and the girl who heard this with a smile on her face said that it was okay, because thanks to him, the epidemic was over. Then she added that the news is now talking about nothing but this, and the boy who heard this was very surprised. Looking at the phone that was showing the news, the protagonist listened to Amelia explain that since it ended much earlier than expected, the administration could not give a clear answer as to why the epidemic ended earlier, and she also became curious, and the cause was in him. Then the girl praised her employee, and he continued to stare at the phone in surprise, asking what if someone found out that it was him, and thinking that he should do a better job of hiding the fact that he was from another world. Looking at his boss, the boy added that if the truth was revealed, there would be a fuss. She, looking away, thought that this would not happen. Remembering the purple ball in her hand that he had dispelled the spell, the store owner explained that his body did not leave any traces. Visualizing herself using magic on this very ball, Amelia explained that usually anti-magic leaves traces after use, just like regular magic. Imagining her employee grabbing the ball to disenchant it, the girl added that after it, everything was clean. Taking her phone back, the store owner added that, however, the absence of traces can also become a trace. Looking away happily, Amelia noted that there were practically no people who could determine this, so there was no need to worry, and awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Rick declared that this was good. Watching Terry sleeping next to her, the girl declared that this dog was so cute and asked if he hadn't woken up since the night. Looking at his boss, the protagonist explained that it seemed like he had a hard time and asked if there was a veterinary clinic nearby, and she clarified what it was. Bringing his hand to Terry's ear, Rick said that he had a wound on his ear, and was suddenly surprised that it had disappeared. Then he added that he was sure that he had a wound on his right ear, and Amelia saw something on her smartphone. Suddenly, the girl asked if he and Elsa had had something, and the boy who heard this looked away in surprise, wondering what she was talking about. Imagining the image of a girl with blue hair who was in the park, the store owner explained that she had written to her that someone would come to him, and that he should not be too scared when he saw him. Looking at her smartphone screen in surprise, Amelia noticed that Elsa had been acting strangely lately, and she said that in May she would have more time, so she was going to come more often. As if holding something in his chest, Rick could not answer the questions of the boss, who asked that, however, every time he called her, she was busy, and did he know anything about it? Then the boy wanted to tell her that they hadn't really told her, when suddenly someone stamped their feet right next to the entrance to the store, surprising the boys. When the protagonist said that he had done something during the anti-mage exam, they were both suddenly surprised, because everything around them began to shake. Looking ahead in surprise, Rick saw a huge creature entering her store. It was a bear with a furious look, asking if he was that same Rick. Then he clarified that he was the one who had damaged their company, and when he saw him, the boy was very scared. With a trembling voice, the protagonist replied that he was, and Harvey, smiling broadly, declared that then they could get straight to business. Towering right above the frightened Rick, the bear told her that last week he and Elsa had used a corporate card, spending a lot of money, and they were unable to track down the cause of the loss. Pointing his finger straight ahead, Harvey added that the losses were $38,400,000 with the fine, and their reputation with customers had gotten worse, so he had to take responsibility. Staring menacingly ahead, the bear said that he had no veto power. The man then said that as an adult, he had to take responsibility for what he had done, and the sadly looking down boy agreed and sincerely apologized for what had happened, because he had his reasons, when Amelia suddenly intervened in the conversation. Smiling broadly, the girl pretended to be cutting in on their conversation and asked if he could first tone down. She also added that he was talking to a valuable employee, and the bear, hearing this, was very surprised. Staring at the intruder, the store owner concluded that if she wanted to talk to him, she asked him to show respect and leniency. Looking at the huge bear standing in front of her, Amelia stated that he was talking to a valuable employee and if he wanted to talk to him, he asked him to show some respect and leniency. Hearing this, Harvey looked down menacingly. He then asked if she was the boy's boss, and the girl, smiling, confirmed his argument. Bringing his paw to his jacket pocket, the bear said that this is it, and in this case, he asked for permission to properly introduce himself. Holding out his business card, he introduced himself as a bear named Harvey, who works with demons, monsters, gate breaks, and illegal magic. As the store owner looked at the monster's business card, he explained that he also deals with other things that are difficult for normal creatures to deal with, and his client base ranges from the government to private outsourcing companies, and he runs a small company of hunters. Visualizing a huge accumulation of magic in his head, the bear stated that he thought they knew that illegal magic users or gates appeared randomly, so their work required them to act quickly. Visualizing a griffin with which the warriors were fighting, he added that otherwise the situation could get out of control and the surrounding area would be irreparably damaged. Harvey, fixing his menacing gaze forward, concluded that, however, it was hard to do the job when, in fact, both the workers and their friends put a spoke in the wheel. The bear also added that because his account was frozen, they were unable to begin fulfilling 3 contracts, and his employees received a lot of complaints from clients, and Rick, who heard this, understood that he was to blame. Then Harvey concluded that in the current situation, she believed that he had no right to speak rudely to her subordinate, and Amelia, looking straight ahead, explained that she was very sorry that her employee caused damage to his company. Putting her hand right on the boy's shoulder, the girl said that if he wanted, they would be happy to compensate him for everything. Looking forward, the store owner said that she cared about her employees as much as he did, so she was asking him again. With a smile on her face, Amelia asked him to be respectful and lenient. She also added that there was no need to make her employee do something too hard, and the bear, who heard this, looked down menacingly. Immediately after this, a tense silence arose between the two of them, and the protagonist sat to the side and worried. A moment later, Harvey smiled. Folding his arms across his chest, the bear said that she was so brave and he wished his employees were like her, and the girl laughed, explaining that she often hears this. Then Harvey offered to get back to business and asked what he was going to do and whether he would agree to work for his company, and Rick, who heard his offer, looked away and was forced to agree. Suddenly the boy said that he had 2 conditions in return, which greatly surprised the guys. Immediately after that, the words of the protagonist flashed through the store, who said that from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. he would not be able to work, since he had to be there, and asked to let him choose which case to work on and which not. Then Rick added that if he agreed to his conditions, he was ready to work for him, and Harvey, who was looking menacingly straight ahead, clarified that he understood that he was not in a position to set conditions. Arrogantly looking away after hearing this, the boy asked that he had probably heard from Elsa that he works very well. After his words, the bear looked menacingly straight ahead, simply kept silent, and the protagonist added that if he fulfilled these 2 conditions, he would guarantee him the best performance of his duties, and made promises. After listening to his request, Harvey said that they were both very stubborn, but when his deputy praised someone so much, he could not help but agree with her. The boys just listened to him attentively. Hearing the words about the deputy, Rick imagined the image of a girl with blue hair. He could not believe that she occupied such a high position. Scratching the fur on his chin, the bear agreed, saying that he would then draw up a contract taking into account the conditions, asking if they agreed, and Amelia, smiling at him, said that if her employee agreed, then she did not mind. While Terry slept and said something about a bone, Harvey announced that this was great, so he would pass on the work that needed to be done through Elsa, and there would be 2 tasks, and of course, they would pay him, provide food and transportation. Having said all this, the bear asked if there were any questions, and the boy, raising his hand, asked until what time the girl with blue hair would clean. Remembering the image of Elsa, who is now working in the park, Harvey explained that since the epidemic ended early, today is her last day, and the punishment was severe, but now one way or another there is nothing else to do. He also noted that tomorrow she will return to her regular job, and the protagonist, hearing this, sighed with relief. Having said that this is good, Rick watched the bear leaving the store with purchases. Looking at her employee, the store owner asked what if he works with this gentleman, and at 10 p.m. a situation arises that requires his presence. Without thinking twice, the boy answered that he will return to the store, and Amelia, looking straight at him, declared that this will not work and they should just switch shifts. Waving his hands, the protagonist said that he does not think it is worth making such sacrifices, and the girl asked him to listen to what he is told. Looking at her shop from the owner's side, she explained that the sooner he finished with this, the sooner he could return to his normal life, so he needed to do as he was told and get ready to go home. The protagonist awkwardly scratched the back of his head, while Amelia added that she would take care of the dog, so he didn't have to worry. A moment later, Rick apologized for not telling her about everything earlier and admitted their guilt, and the girl, looking at him with resentment, noted that they were very guilty, and at such moments she felt lonely. With complete displeasure, she declared that from now on she wanted him to tell her about everything that was happening, because she didn't even want to think about how he was going through everything alone, and the boy guiltily agreed with this, to which she replied that great, so that's it, he needed to get ready and go home. Putting the onigiri right on the shelf, the protagonist asked why the dog kept trying to thank him. Holding her phone in front of her with her magic, the shop owner would respond positively, saying that he had talked about it a lot and said that he owed him a lot, so he should pay him back for everything he had done for him. As Rick continued to put the merchandise on the shelves, He would state that the most important thing for him was that he stay healthy, and Amelia would only laugh over the phone, noting that she had told him the same thing, but she thought he didn't think it was enough. Recalling how sad Terry was when he sat next to her, she would add that he was a spirit animal, but he was sure that he didn't have any special powers. She would then say that she thought otherwise, and the boy with the earpiece in his ear would ask if he had told her that he could understand other beings. Imagining a huge whale with a dog talking to, the shop owner explained that translation is actually a very complex thing, and all the variables need to be taken into account, including slang, dialects, and other nuances. And if you use your powers incorrectly, the dog would not be able to understand even the simplest words, but he managed to communicate perfectly with the first whale he came across. And then slept for a very long time. Visualizing Terry sleeping, the girl added that this is very similar to magicians using interpretation magic, and the dog must have been very tired afterwards, since he translated everything perfectly, using up all his strength. Hearing all this, the protagonist was surprised and asked what about the wound, because he was sure he saw it on his ear. While someone was approaching the door of the shop, Amelia was telling on the phone that perhaps this is also his ability, because the spiritual being Phoenix has similar skills. Suddenly turning around, Rick asked if a phoenix was not the one who rises from the ashes. Looking towards the door, he saw Mr. Proctor there and said that he was glad to see him. At that moment, the boy asked what he was doing there, and Vincent, who looked in his direction, announced that he had come to hand over a certificate. The protagonist put a can of soda right on the table, offering it to the guest. Sitting at the table with Rick, the red-haired man asked how much he owed, and he stated that it was nothing, since he was treating him. Then the boy asked if the proctor personally handed out certificates, and Vincent, who was looking for something in his bag, gave a negative answer, explaining that they usually sent the documents by delivery, but he had a special gift for that, so he decided to meet him in person. Putting a card with a star symbol right on the table, the red-haired man congratulated Mr. Rick, declaring that from now on he is a certified anti-magic expert. With his serious gaze forward, the proctor told him about some warnings and rules that he should follow, that firstly, if he harms another being, he will be sentenced. Immediately after that, Vincent added that, secondly, he should never lend his documents to anyone else, and lastly, if he cannot reach the threshold amount of work set by the party every quarter, this will lead to the cancellation of his certificate for a year or forever, and the boy listened to him attentively. Having imagined anti-magic specialists in his head, the protagonist clarified that it turns out that he is a civil servant, and the proctor explained that he can work as an anti-magic specialist in any field, and the main thing is that he has the appropriate qualifications and no problems with the law. Visualizing people with different amounts of experience, the red-haired man also said that, however, society favors professionals with skills, so it is difficult for beginner anti-magicians to make a career in the first years of work. Looking at the protagonist sitting in front and listening to him, Vincent said that there is no need to worry, because there are advantages for beginners, and he clarified what they were. Directing his serious gaze forward, the proctor announced that the advantage is that an experienced expert takes an inexperienced one as his student, and he will be his mentor. Hearing this, Rick was extremely dumbfounded, and the red-haired man at this time added that this, in fact, is the reason why he personally came to him. Seriously looking straight ahead, Vincent asked the boy, who did an excellent job on the written and practical parts of the exam, what he would say to working with him as his assistant. After such a proposal, the protagonist was even more stunned, while the proctor noted that if he continued in this spirit, in 8 years he would receive the title of professional. Continuing to look at his future protege with complete seriousness, the man with red hair added that if he had any wishes, he should not be shy and tell them about them, because they would do everything possible to satisfy them. Imagining a man holding a glass in his hand, Rick reflected that he often went out drinking with his friends and one of them always got drunk, started crying and said that he would never be an assistant to a professor again. Remembering the expression on the face of the man in glasses, who was drunk to tears, the boy remembered how he asked them if they could imagine what it was like to be a slave to a professor 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that there were no studies, no essays, he was not even allowed to check the students' work. Looking at his friend, the protagonist thought that he was full of dreams and passion for what he was studying, and he felt sorry to see him like this only a few months after starting to work with the professor. Also, drinking alcohol with him at that time, Rick reflected that back then he had no idea that he would be offered a job as an assistant, and wondered how he could do it if he did not have a higher education, since a high school graduate would not be there. The boy with the redeemed eyes stared straight ahead as Vincent explained that a professor's main job was research in his field or administration of the school, while teaching was just a secondary job that allowed him to receive more support from the school, so he would work with him while he was doing personal research or anti-magic activities. With his serious gaze fixed forward, the proctor added that he would not interfere with his work, however, if he had any difficulties during the process, he could always ask him for help. He then asked if he had any questions, and the protagonist, who was looking straight ahead in surprise, answered that he did, and asked why he was offering the job of assistant to him. When he said that he did not understand, the man with red hair suddenly extended his hand forward. Snapping his fingers, Vincent transferred the Rubik's Cube directly to the table and asked if he knew what the task with it was. Looking at the object that appeared in front of him in surprise, Rick wondered if it was to pick out the successful candidates, and the proctor explained that the cube was actually an object that was designed to be impossible to solve in less than 40 minutes. Staring ahead with a menacing gaze, the red-haired man explained that he wanted to see how quickly they would realize their limitations and give up. He then added that there was nothing more stupid than holding on to something that didn't work, and the sooner they recognized it, the fewer ineffective anti-magicians there would be in their field, and the boy who heard this simply stared at the cube in silence, dumbfounded. Taking a look at the vampire sitting in front of him, the protagonist thought he was crazy, and he added that, however, with him, it was completely different. Remembering Rick solving the Rubik's Cube, Vincent explained that he managed to get rid of magic less than 5 minutes after touching the object. Visualizing the boy handing the assembled puzzle forward, the proctor concluded that he had never seen anything like it in his entire practice and was absolutely delighted, so he offered him a position, as he saw great potential in him. Then he asked if he understood now, and the protagonist, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, said that he seemed to understand everything now. Immediately after this, Rick stated that he had only finished high school, so he did not think that he could become his assistant, and the man with red hair, who heard this, was very surprised. Then a question from a vampire was heard right through the store, asking why he was so capable, so why did not go on to study further, and the boy answered that he had his own reasons for that and besides he already had a job. Then the protagonist added that he hoped that they had resolved this issue, and upon hearing this excuse, Vincent silently looked straight at him with displeasure. At that moment, the proctor asked if he was really refusing because of his job at that place, and Rick, who was getting up from his seat, greeted the visitor. Seeing Amelia at the door of the store, who was greeting her subordinate, the boy asked what she was doing there. When the protagonist came closer, the girl explained that she went to get some treats, but she didn't find her wallet, and asked if he had seen it somewhere behind the counter, and he said that he hadn't seen it. Hearing this, the store owner was clarifying whether it was true, when she suddenly noticed Vincent sitting at the table and greeted him. Then she added that if he had a product that he was interested in, he could ask, and Rick immediately whispered in her ear what had happened, and Amelia finally understood everything, declaring that she could stand behind the cash register. A moment later, the girl asked not to contradict her and do what she said, because this gentleman had come all this way to meet him, so he needed to focus on the conversation and not pay attention to her and go, and the boy agreed with this and thanked her, while the proctor was watching everything that was happening. Immediately after this, the protagonist returned to his guest and sat down at the table, when he was suddenly very surprised when the man with red hair asked if this was really his boss. Looking at Amelia, who had just found her wallet, Rick asked what was wrong with that, and the vampire wanted to say something about that man. Looking to the side, Vincent paused for a moment, then added that it was not important. A moment later, the proctor offered to tell him more about the requests, and asked if he could give him his phone number, to which the boy agreed and held it out. Looking at the red-haired man doing something on his smartphone, the boy wondered if he really knew his boss, and it seemed like she didn't know him. After a while, the vampire handed him the phone back and asked him to look at it, to which the protagonist agreed. Looking at the requests for research of objects and materials in magic, Rick asked what it was, to which he received the answer that these were requests that were coming to them for work. While the girl sitting at the cash register was thinking about what to eat today, Vincent said that he had already said that he would need to do the required amount of work, which was at least 2 requests per month, and he needed to make sure that the requests he had chosen matched his level. The boy silently listened to the proctor, who added that if he couldn't find a job, then these requests would be the best option, and, as he had already said, he wouldn't interfere. Then he told him that if he had any difficulties, he should contact him, and asked about some questions, and the protagonist, who continued to look at the screen of his smartphone, thought that it felt like he was trying with all his might to keep him close to him, and yet he knew that he could refuse, so he prepared everything in advance. Putting his phone right on the table, Rick asked how he should report on the completed request, to which he received the answer that he could publish his report on the bulletin board. While he was holding the blue card in his hands, the man with red hair explained that, for clarity, any work he does as an anti-mage will automatically be recorded in his certificate, and even if he does something else, it does not matter. The vampire also added that as soon as he fulfills his quota, he is free, and the most important thing is that his work is legal, and the boy continued to admire his new anti-mage card. Thinking only about drinking, the protagonist wondered if he could use the certificate as an alternative form of identification, for example if he went to a bar, and Vincent, looking straight at him, answered that he could, and asked if he had any more questions. Sitting at the table, Rick gave a negative answer, and the proctor, who heard this, stood up from his seat, declaring that then it was time for him to leave. Looking seriously to the side, the man with red hair declared that he had written his number in his phone. Then he added that if there were any questions, they should just write to him, and was eagerly awaiting his results, and the boy, who heard this, looked at him in surprise. Holding the anti-mage card in her hands, Amelia said that so this is the certificate. Admiringly examining this very blue card, the girl admired that the cover was enchanted, and it was engraved with silver, and the material was enchanted to protect the document from damage, and the certificate was associated with the Ministry of Magic, so they had the ability to add or remove information on it. Then she added that they really put a lot of effort into the document, and the protagonist silently looked straight at her with a puzzled look. Suddenly, Rick asked the boss about the proctor who came to him, wondering if she knew him by chance, and the owner of the store, who heard this, looked away in surprise, clarifying that he was really talking about that gentleman. Remembering the moment when Vincent talked about her, the boy answered that it seemed to him that he knew her, and Amelia noted that, frankly, she thought so too. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, the girl explained that she was not entirely sure, because in total she had worked with 30 vampires, and there was a chance that he was not a professor then. Handing her employee the anti-mage card back, the sorceress stated that they would remember someday, because in any case, she hoped that he would soon fill out the document completely, and then they would put a star on the cover as a sign of recognition as an expert and give him the corresponding document. Puzzled, looking at the screen of his smartphone, the protagonist wondered what would happen if he got stuck on choosing a request again, and the owner of the store stated that she would help him, and he should not worry about anything, so she offered to see which request would suit him best. Pointing her finger at one of the ads, Amelia asked how he needed to do this and check the effectiveness of the drug, so she thought this was what he needed. Rick stared at his smartphone screen, asking if it was a pharmaceutical company, and the girl who looked at him gave a positive answer, explaining that they were making elixirs, asking if he liked the order. A moment later, the boy looked at the boss standing next to him and asked if she remembered exactly what he was telling her about, and she asked if it was the one who threw the rainbow party. Then the protagonist explained that she had once mentioned that she worked for a similar company, and the witch, looking away, assumed that this was the company where she worked. Suddenly seeing the time on her watch, Amelia said that she was about to catch the last bus. Quickly leaving the store, the girl explained that she had to go, and therefore offered to talk next time, and Rick agreed with this and said goodbye to her. Watching her go outside, the boy hoped that she would catch the bus, and the witch ran away in a hurry and said goodbye to him. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around when he heard someone addressing the dear viewers, saying that he was sure that he would find what he needed in this store. At that moment, Rick saw a smartphone on a selfie stick. A moment later, the boy noticed an old man who was streaming and asking if he had any bibimbap noodles. He then asked for everything they had to be brought to him because he was buying everything, and the dumbfounded protagonist, looking straight at him, was very surprised that old people were live streaming in this area. Putting a huge amount of instant noodles on the table, Rick said that he owed 36,000 won. Holding his card forward, the old man explained that he had come all this way to buy all this stuff and wondered if he still had anything like this noodle, and the kid replied that, unfortunately, everything was sold out. Looking at his smartphone, which was broadcasting live, the protagonist asked if he was really going to film a mukbang, and surprised by his question, the streamer asked how he knew, and explained that his viewers asked him to film this. Looking forward with his kind eyes, Richard explained that there was little point in such worries, but the viewers liked it, and since he started filming mukbang, he ate a lot of food and became a real destroyer of treats, and Rick, who heard this, admired him. Looking at the kid who was putting all his purchases in a bag, the old man noted that, by the way, he promised his viewers something else to eat, and asked if they by any chance had delivery, and the guy replied that he could only order delivery through an app. In response to this, the streamer replied that he did not know how to use it, and the protagonist, looking at him dumbfounded after hearing what he heard, concluded that he was engaged in streams. Then his question flashed right through the store about how he does it, and Richard said that turning on the start button of the broadcast is not difficult, and his son does the editing. A moment later, the old man said that applications for the delivery of online shopping are too complicated, and Rick, looking straight at him, concluded that in fact, everything is very simple. Immediately after this, the boy began to explain that he only needs to add the necessary goods to the cart and click the buy button, and he will also need to enter the address of residence, using the search, and then add the preferred payment method, while the streamer, listening to all this, seemed to have left this universe. Seeing his expression, the protagonist fell silent and immediately understood everything. Stretching his hands forward, Rick asked if he could give him his phone. After some time, the boy, pointing his finger at the smartphone screen, explained that this is where you need to enter your address, and Richard understood this and began to type. Continuing to look at the screen of his smartphone, the old man said that everything was ready and asked what next you need to enter the card details, and the protagonist standing next to him noted that everything was correct and you need to enter the card number, expiration date, and password. Hearing this, the streamer said that there was a lot to do, but continued while Rick silently watched him. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he wondered if he had overdone it again. Watching Richard, who was entering his card details in the app, the boy reasoned that lately customers often come to him with various problems, and the boss told him to help them within reasonable limits. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he had no work right now anyway, when suddenly an old man called out to him, noting that he was very kind. Coming closer to him, Rick explained that he was not kind at all, and the streamer concluded that he had helped so much with all this, and wondered what else it was called if not kindness. Adjusting his beard, Richard said that one look at him was enough for him to understand that he was a good young man and that he had a hard time, since he was not from this world, but he was doing great, and also very talented. Hearing this, the protagonist asked how he knew this, and the old man, smiling a little, explained that he once studied physiognomy as a hobby and was good at it, and also once he even managed to guess the birthday of his girlfriend's grandson. Then the streamer concluded that he saw that he was having difficulties now and asked what was bothering him, and awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Rick said that he had some things to do and was not sure that he could handle them. Remembering the order on anti-magic, which he was advised to choose, the boy heard Richard's answer, who stated that there was no need to worry and just need to take and do it, and asked how to do it. A moment later, the old man's voice rang through the store, asking whether it was true that up until that moment he had many problems, big and small, and he had dealt with them all, to which he received a positive answer. Then the streamer explained that many difficulties awaited him ahead, and it would be difficult for him to cope with them alone, while he himself was looking at the screen of his smartphone. Sitting at the table with the store clerk, Richard asked him not to worry, concluding that he would definitely succeed, because he would overcome all difficulties, even small ones, which is very important, and he thanked him. Looking at the old man sitting in front of him, Rick explained that the application had been installed and he could go, and the old man, delightedly taking his phone, asked if it was true, and it turns out that he could now order whatever he wanted. In response, the boy answered that it was, but he just needed to choose the goods wisely, and the streamer, hiding his phone, thanked him for this. Immediately after this, Richard asked to take something as a token of gratitude, and the protagonist, who saw this, was very dumbfounded. The old man held out a huge amount of money, asking that he knew that he couldn't refuse what his elders gave him. Smiling broadly, the streamer explained that he had spent his time helping him, so there was no need to refuse, and expressed his great gratitude to the young man. Then the narrative of the story moves to the very store where the protagonist works, already closer to the day when Amelia asked what it turns out, he received 500,000 won. Looking at the huge stack of money, Rick explained that he had been denying it until the very end, but he had simply left the envelope and gone away, wondering what he could take to the lost and found. Looking at her subordinate, the girl asked if he really was refusing to accept it, and he, standing next to her with a puzzled look, said that he felt a little awkward, because he had not helped enough to accept such generous gratitude. Then he added that, besides, he was doing well with the money at the moment, because he had received all the payments, and the witch, hearing this, smiled broadly. Suddenly she noticed that he turned out to be very shy, and looking at her after such words, the boy gave a negative answer, justifying himself by saying that he simply really believed that he did not deserve such money. Smiling, snapping her fingers, the store owner declared that if he denied it right away, then she was right, and suggested putting the money aside for a month, and then see. Imagining that same bundle of money in her head, Amelia asked what would happen if the buyer didn't take it, and Rick answered that then they would call Elsa, and they would all go somewhere together to eat something expensive. Pointing her finger to the side, the girl asked with great admiration that he would really treat them, declaring that she was waiting impatiently, when suddenly she asked how things were going with the request from the pharmaceutical company, and the guy standing in front answered that he had called them last night. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that they would have a meeting here today, and they said that they wanted to discuss the details of the request, and Amelia, who heard this, was very surprised. Remembering how they told him on the phone how he felt about meeting in person, Rick answered that then could they come to the place he would choose, and stated that he asked that they hold the meeting here, in the store. With a clearly guilty expression on his face, the boy apologized for not asking her, and the girl explained that everything was fine, because he was simply acting based on the situation, so there was no need to worry. Still in the same store, the witch asked him to take off his uniform when the meeting would take place, and asked what the name of the company was, to which he received the answer that its name was the pharmaceutical company Eimer. Hearing this, the store owner thought about it, saying that it was a few stops from here if you go by bus. Looking at the employee standing next to him, who did not understand anything, Amelia said that those same people work there. Smiling broadly, she said that it couldn't be, because such coincidences do not happen, which further confused her friend. Immediately after this, the story moves to the day of the meeting, when Rick was standing outside the store and someone was telling him on the phone that their employee had left about 10 minutes ago, asking if she had called them by chance, giving a negative answer, and was told that she would be here soon. Then the person on the phone noted that given how eager she was to meet him, she should be here soon, and turning to the side, the boy asked if this was true and what their employee looked like. At that moment, someone suddenly began to approach him, and the words came from the phone that he would recognize her as soon as he saw her. When the customer explained that she was a succubus with pink hair, Kloe appeared right in front of him, smiling, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. She then stated that as soon as she saw the address, she immediately thought of him, and asked if he remembered her, and the protagonist just silently looked straight at her. Smiling, Rick asked how he could forget her. Taking the phone away from his ear, the boy explained that she was a customer who had put on a rainbow show with confetti in their store, which had put the guest in an awkward position. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the moment when the protagonist put a can of coffee on the table, noting that he did not think that she would come to him. Sitting down at the table, Rick asked how she was, chewed, when suddenly he noticed something. Kloe was very offended, and seeing this, the boy said that he would never tell about their first meeting again, while she asked if he promised, and he gave a positive answer, adding that it seemed that she had been very busy lately, because she had been gone for a long time. Closing her eyes, the girl concluded that he might not even talk, and she was writing a dissertation on diseases, and she did all this right after returning from work. Then she suddenly pointed out that she had no idea that he was an anti-mage and had heard that there was a lot of competition among them, and the protagonist awkwardly scratched his head and explained that she had no way of knowing about it. Then he told her that he had received the certificate less than a week ago and that this was his first official request, and the succubus, who heard this, looked at him in surprise, asking if it was true. With a slightly confused expression on his face, the protagonist asked if this fact really didn't bother her, and Kloe, who was sitting right in front of him, answered that there was nothing wrong with that. Putting her purple bag right on the table, the girl declared that he shouldn't worry about anything and that she would explain everything to him in as much detail as possible so that he wouldn't have any difficulties. Taking out her tablet, the succubus was about to begin a presentation of the elixir that was being developed by their pharmaceutical company Eimer, and asked to ask questions and not to be shy if they arose. Showing something on her tablet, Kloe asked him if he knew that couples often fight because they can't be honest with each other, so they came up with an elixir that will help solve this problem. Pointing his finger up, he asked what it turns out. It's not an elixir that helps you fall in love with each other, but an elixir of honesty, and the girl sitting right in front of him explained that they can't make love that doesn't exist, and it goes against the laws of pharmacology. Then she explained that that's why they usually make potions that help love that already exists, and they make you empathize and understand each other better, and the boy, imagining a couple in love in his head, finally understood what she was talking about. Looking at the succubus sitting in front of him, the protagonist wondered if the elixir she was currently developing was some kind of truth serum, and she winked at him, noting that she knew what he would think about it. Once again showing something on her tablet, Kloe explained that, however, their remedy is different from truth serum, and here is the difference. Showing pills and syringes, the girl explained that truth serum is not just a drug that makes them talk, as it happens in the movies, and it is a psychotropic drug that improves thinking and weakens the subject physically and mentally. But the information received from the subject under the influence of the serum may be inaccurate, so it is a drug that makes you say anything. Visualizing the use of this very drug on a person who says that their base is in the west, more precisely, in the east, although the last time was in the south, the succubus added that this does not mean that the subject is telling the truth, and the subject in most cases just talk complete nonsense, since their thinking is degrading. Pointing to the elixir she was developing and its description, Kloe stated that it was thanks to this distinction that they received a license from the ministry, and it was necessary for both partners to take the elixir. Looking puzzled at the girl sitting in front, Rick asked that then it could be used as a truth serum, and she stated that, of course, it could not. As if pointing to a person who was interrogating another, the succubus explained that the person being interrogated was promised a deal, and in the process he would ask the interrogator if he would be released if he told the truth, and asked what they thought the interrogator would say. Realizing what his girlfriend was getting at, the boy concluded that, of course, he would tell the truth about not releasing the person being interrogated, because they could not lie to each other, since they both took the elixir. At that moment, he imagined in his head the reaction of the person being interrogated, who, looking away, explained that he would not say anything, because he was not crazy enough to tell everything if he was not released. Taking a can of coffee from the table, Kloe answered that everything was exactly like that, and added that the elixir also made the person being interrogated more resistant, which made the drug ineffective, and therefore not very suitable for interrogation. Taking a small sip of the drink, the girl stated that the refutation emphasizing this fact, as well as several protective means, helped them get through this. She also said that they created a request to resolve the issue with protective means, and the protagonist looked at the tablet, talking about problems. Suddenly, he found a point with problems, which included questions about how honest partners should be with each other, and whether they should be honest with each other about everything. With a puzzled expression, Suku imagined the girl saying that she liked him more than that guy from church, and they once went on a trip together, to which the guy reacted negatively, and saying that she thought more couples would have stayed if they were honest with each other about everything. Rick agreed with everything. Immediately after that, Kloe stated that this is why they added magical assistants who give short answers to questions and coordinate their thoughts on the topic of conversation, and the guy, with his head down, thought that they go as an addition to the elixir. clicking his finger on the prototype of the drug being developed. The protagonist reasoned that, in short, the company is trying to prevent the side effects of the drug, but for this he needs to see it in real life. A moment later, he asked if he could personally look at the elixir or maybe even try it, and the smiling girl was about to give a positive answer, when she suddenly got surprised. She immediately started waving her hands, explaining that they have a license for the drugs, but he had not even passed the first phase of testing, and if he drinks the drug, it is unknown what effect it can have on him. Looking at Rick, puzzled by such a request, he thought that she was worried because she was not aware of his abilities, but explaining everything in words would take a lot of time. A moment later, the boy with a puzzled expression asked if she by any chance had any magical things, because he wanted to show her something, and Kloe, hearing this, took out her bag, saying that she had magical perfume. Taking out a beautiful bottle, she held it out forward, explaining that if you spray it, the smell will attract the attention of opposite individuals of other races within a radius of 3 meters, and bought it out of curiosity, and the protagonist asked if she minded if he sprayed a little of it. Having received a positive response from his girlfriend, Rick thanked her and began to spray perfume on himself, thinking that the effect should disappear. Then he suddenly asked if she felt anything, and the succubus, looking straight ahead in surprise, answered that she felt nothing at all. Sitting at his place, the boy thought that it was great that everything worked, and looking around in surprise, Kloe said that it was strange, because she had read many positive reviews that the perfume worked. At that moment, the protagonist was going to tell her the reason, and the girl, looking at him in shock, asked that he was really so unattractive. With an expression full of fear, she suggested that he was so unattractive that even magical perfume could not help. Smiling a little after hearing everything, he stated that the thing was that he had the ability to remove magical effects. With a hopeless expression on his face, the boy added that everything she said could very well be true. The protagonist, sinking into despair, asked not to make him justify himself, and Kloe, frightened by his reaction, declared that she understood everything. With an enthusiastic expression on her face, the girl explained that she found it very strange, because she was sure that he was very popular. Her words that if he did not use his anti-magic skills, she would definitely not take her eyes off him, hit Rick right in the head, and he thought that there was no need to console him. Then the words of the boy spread throughout the store, who said that in general, these are his skills, and asked if it was possible to bring the elixir there, to which he received the answer that he really did not want to take it outside the company. Then the protagonist asked if it was possible, and the thoughtful succubus explained that it was possible, and it was enough to sign some documents, and in a couple of days she would be able to pick up the drug, but the location of the store was not very good. Then she explained that, most likely, he would have to work with someone else, and Rick, who heard this, was very surprised. Suddenly he received an offer to visit their company, to which a negative answer immediately followed. Looking at Kloe, who was sitting right in front of him, the boy explained that, moreover, it would be great to continue working with her, because they found a common language. The girl looked straight ahead with great surprise, listening to how the protagonist added that, in addition, she explained the request in great detail. Directing his serious gaze forward, Rick asked her to work with him therefore. Watching the succubus walk away, the boy heard Amelia's question on the phone, what they ended up saying. Holding a business card, the protagonist explained that the company asked why they were making appointments in the store, and whether they were hiding any jewelry there, to which the girl laughed, calling them funny. While Rick was looking at the business card of the pharmaceutical company Eimer, the sorceress asked if he was going to try the elixirs on himself, and he answered that this was all he could do. Continuing to talk on the phone, the boy asked if she really thought he would have any side effects, and the store owner was sure that everything would be fine with him, because if the elixir was so dangerous, the company would not have created a request, let alone planned the first phase of testing, so the problem is elsewhere. A moment later, Amelia asked who he was going to drink the elixir with, and Rick, who heard this, was very surprised by such a question. Then, right next to the store, a girl's voice came from the phone, explaining that this was a drug that allowed two people to be honest with each other, and for it to work, 2 guinea pigs were needed, otherwise nothing would come of it. She also added that he had some other thoughts on this matter, and the surprised protagonist, holding a smartphone in his hands, explained that he was going to drink the elixir himself, but if she did not mind, he could participate. At the same moment, a negative answer followed, and Rick, who heard this, was a little puzzled. They say that he understood everything. While Kloe was walking through the park, heading home, the witch said that she thought he should discuss this moment with the succubus. For her, the view is just a job, not worth such sacrifices, but maybe she will agree, so he needs to be more polite. After listening to his employer, the boy agreed with her, and at this time the girl with pink hair was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, a moment appeared in her mind when Rick refused to visit their company and asked to continue working with her. Then she remembered how the boy asked to work with him. After such memories, Kloe suddenly blushed and said that it was strange that her heart was beating so hard. After this, the story moves to the store where the protagonist works, one day when he thanked a customer who was leaving the store for his purchase and asked him to come again. Standing at the checkout, Rick wondered why there were so many families and whether it was because it was Saturday. Looking at the huge number of customers in the store, the boy thought that in May, more and more people go outside. Looking to the side, he saw a child asking his mother to buy him cotton candy. The girl looked at her child with confusion, explaining that it is not sold here, so she needs to go somewhere else and buy it there. But he continued to insist on his own, declaring that he wants it now. The mother continued to explain that they didn't sell it there while the boy asked for cotton candy, and the protagonist watched all of this, thinking that someone really wanted candy. Suddenly, the woman told her child that if he behaved like this, a dragon would come and bite him, and Rick, who heard this, was very surprised. Standing right in front of the little boy, the mother stated that she told him that dragons come down from the sky and take away naughty children, and asking if he really wanted to be grabbed by a dragon, and he burst into tears, while the boy, who was watching all of this, wondered what she said. While the child continued to cry and ask for cotton candy, someone opened the door of the store. Noticing Kate coming to him, the protagonist greeted her, and the blue demons who saw her appearance were very surprised. Looking at the dragon girl, he asked how she was doing, and she answered with an innocent expression that everything was fine. Looking straight ahead, Kate asked what they said about dragons. Looking straight ahead, the child asked the puzzled man who the dragons would capture and why. Then she asked what they would do with those they captured. Looking away, not knowing what to answer, Rick answered that he himself did not know. While the little blue demon hid behind his mother in fear, the dragon girl asked why the dragons did this. In response to this, the boy answered that he did not know, and Kate looked straight at him in surprise. Looking at the woman with the child, the protagonist apologized, asking if he could tell them anything, and she got scared, saying that they were already leaving. As they left the store, their mother told them to go buy cotton candy, and the dragon girl looked at them in surprise. When the blue demons left, Rick looked at Kate who had come to him and asked her what she had been doing all this time, since she hadn't come for a long time, and she replied that she had gone with her mother to her work. Remembering how a huge amount of pollen was scattered all over the city from the park, the dragon girl, when her friend asked if she had gone to kindergarten, answered that her mother had been worried about the pollen, so she had told her not to go there for a while. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist reflected on how the whole world had almost turned completely pink, and asked why she hadn't met up with her friends since the last time they had seen each other. Then, looking at the worried Kate, Rick asked when she would start going to kindergarten again and asked to be sure that she would do everything he told her, and she just kept quiet. With a clear expression on her face, the dragon girl said that she had actually met the guys in the children's cafe. Then she added that they were acting very strange, and the boy who heard this looked at his friend in surprise. Remembering how she was in the entertainment center with the others, Kate said that she asked to play with them, and they played a family, where she was their mother. Looking into the saucepan, the dragon girl offered to pour the soup and asked where the ladle had gone. Immediately after that, one of the children held out a ladle right in front of him. With a tremor in his body, the boy told his mother to take it, and she thanked him. Smiling broadly, Kate declared that they would now eat and asked them to hand over their plates, which they did immediately. Having received their portions, the boys bowed to her and thanked her for the treat. Sadly looking down, the dragon girl said that they behaved very strangely, and the protagonist, dumbfounded after everything he heard, simply remained silent, thinking that they treated her like a queen. Sinking into despair, Kate asked that she really did something wrong. They cleverly scratching the back of his head, Rick explained that in no case, and, it seems, understood what was going on. Remembering the children he had met earlier at the bus stop, he thought that the children were afraid of her. Visualizing the children who were in the same group in the kindergarten with the dragon girl, the boy thought that the children were so scared and worried that their souls instantly darkened. Imagining how Kate sees the dark souls of the other children, the protagonist thought about the reason for children's fears. At that moment, memories of how his mother had recently scolded her child, saying that dragons descend from the sky and carry away naughty children, and did he really want to be grabbed by a dragon, appeared in his head, and then Rick realized that it was all about the frightening image of dragons. With a thoughtful expression on his face, the boy imagined images of different creatures and thought that as a child he was scared with all sorts of tales, and in this world naughty children are scared of dragons, and that is why children are afraid of Kate, wondering that aren't fictional creatures usually used for horror stories. Looking at the surprised dragon girl, the protagonist wondered why they made the dragons that live among them the object of their fears, and maybe he should ask the boss for advice. Pointing her finger straight ahead, Kate asked the uncle to look there, and he looked in that direction in surprise. At that moment, she announced that there was a dog there, and at that time, Terry was trying to enter the door of the store. He was shaking and crying, scratching his paws right under the door. Stroking the dog, Rick asked where he had been and why he was so dirty, and he just whined. Suddenly, Terry began to bark, and the boy, looking at him in surprise, did not understand why he was doing this. Then he asked if he had really forgotten how to talk, while Kate looked admiringly straight at the cute dog. The protagonist approached the loss and asked if it was because of her that he did not talk, and he gave a positive answer, explaining that in order to avoid trouble, he tries not to talk in front of strangers. At this time, the dragon girl watched in surprise while the dog said that after the fuss with the pollen ended, he returned to the park and enjoyed life. Recalling how he was sleeping right on the grass in the middle of the park, Terry stated that this morning there were creatures who were working on some event. Then he said that someone stepped on his tail, recalling this event. After this, the dog screamed very loudly, which greatly surprised everyone present, and said that it hurt so much that he accidentally let it slip. With a clearly angry look, Terry explained that then someone shouted to grab the dog, and they chased him for 2 hours. But he managed to escape, hiding under a vending machine, and the boy looking at him, listening to all this, thought that things were not so good in the park. After finishing his story, the dog looked towards his friend, asking if he knew anything about what was happening in the park, and he answered that he did not know anything about it, but he could stay with him for now. Then the protagonist said that there was no need to worry about her and could talk freely, and Terry, looking down, said that he did not know how she would react. Immediately after that, the dog's voice echoed throughout the store, concluding that after today he had realized something and now knew that there were not many people in the world who would accept who he was. Then he added that that was why he was trying to be careful, and Rick, who heard this, simply looked at him silently. Suddenly, Kate, who was watching what was happening, asked the man what they were doing with the dog. Looking straight at her, the boy answered that they were talking to him and asked if she wanted to join in, which greatly shocked the dog. After his friend's words, Terry began to bark furiously at him, and the protagonist, who noticed this, asked what he would do if he had problems again and he was not there. Then Rick added that if he didn't want to remain an outsider, he needed to make more friends, and then he would worry about him less, and the dog, who heard this, was clearly unhappy. Pointing his hand at the dragon girl who seemed to radiate love, the boy explained that she was incredibly sweet and innocent, which was rare in their time, and moreover, she would keep his secret, asking if this was true, to which she answered positively. Immediately after this, the protagonist stated that he had no problems with his boss, so he needed to trust him, and this time asking if he would do it, and he was confused by everything he heard. A moment later, the dog loudly screamed that, of course, he believed them, with his dog's life, and Rick, happy with his friend's decision, called him a good boy, while Kate was delighted with the talking dog, and he asked her not to scream. Suddenly someone heard her. The boy watched with a smile on his face as the dragon girl apologized, asking if it was a secret that he could talk, to which she responded positively, and explained that she had to keep it a secret. Watching Kate and Terry introduce themselves to each other and try to be friends, the protagonist thought that it was a good thing they got along, since they were both cute. Rick was suddenly very surprised, thinking about cuteness. At that moment, he asked Kate if she could see the souls of creatures, and she, turning towards him, gave a positive answer, explaining that after he used his magic, she did not see a soul until the next morning. Squatting right in front of the dragon girl, the boy noted that it was great and offered to do it again, and she explained that she did not need to go to kindergarten today. In response to this, the protagonist said that it did not matter and it was better to be on the safe side, asking the dog if he would help them with something, and he, having heard this, was very surprised. Looking at his friend, who was going to use his magic, Terry was interested in what his help consisted of, and he explained that it was nothing complicated, and stated that they would arrange an operation to make friends. While various creatures were passing by the store, the protagonist asked if he understood how he should act, to which he received a positive answer. Immediately after this, as he stated that they should rely on him, suddenly the door to the store opened. Standing behind the cash register, Rick greeted the visitors, and the Beastman man, looking to the side, said that he would wait for him here and that he needed to go and choose some treats for himself. In the customers who came, the boy was full of determination, thinking that the goal was found, while someone asked that it was really necessary to choose here. The wolf boy, with a clearly displeased expression, stated that this store only sold cheap signs and drinks, and asked to go to the supermarket. Looking at his son, the man explained that the supermarket was far away from there, so he should just choose something here, and he agreed with this, while the protagonist, watching everything, thought that this boy looked like a real pain in the ass. Watching his father, who saw something on his phone, Rick suggested that he and Kate were the same age, so it was worth a try. While the wolf boy looked displeased at the goods sold in the store, his father apologized, asking if he could watch his son, adding that he would pay for everything he chose, and the boy replied that of course he could, and there was no need to worry, it was better to mind his own business. When the man thanked him, saying that he hoped for help, the protagonist suddenly looked out from behind the counter. When Rick thought that it was finally time to act, the wolf boy noticed something off to the side. The boy asked the dog not to let him down when he approached the same child. As if radiating cuteness, Terry barked happily. He continued barking, and the wolf boy looked straight in his direction in surprise. Then he was very surprised by the appearance of a dog right in front of him, while the protagonist, looking out from behind the counter, was glad that he managed to attract the boy's attention. A moment later, the wolf boy squatted right in front of Terry, and Rick, who saw this, thought that now the dog needed to bring the boy to Kate, and a conversation would start between them. Suddenly, for everyone, the child contemptuously called the dog a freak. Terry was very shocked when he heard this, and the wolf boy said that he had never seen such an ugly dog before, and asked the man if he knew that he had a flea-ridden creature in his store. The boy who heard this was beside himself with surprise. He felt very sorry for Terry, who had just been called names, and the child, pointing his finger at him, asked him to throw the animal out of there. Suddenly, someone asked him why he was standing there with great anger in their voice and said that it was his dog, when suddenly everyone looked away. It was Kate, who was hugging Terry, saying that it was her dog and he was very clean and cute. With tears in her eyes, the dragon girl asked him to apologize for what she said. Visualizing in his mind the parents walking along with the child, Rick thought about what his plan was, that the first step was to choose a child to make friends with Kate. Visualizing people looking at the barking classic in admiration, the boy explained that the second step was to attract the attention of the chosen target with a cute animal. When the kids began to admire Terry's cuteness, the third step would be for him to use his charm to melt the heart of the chosen target. Immediately after this, Kate, picking up the dog in her arms, greeted everyone, saying that it was her dog, and thus the fourth step was to appear to her and say that it was her animal, which made the chosen target even more endearing. Imagining a child meeting a dragon girl, the protagonist concluded that the fifth step was that the chosen target realized that dragons were not scary at all and began to be friends with her. Clapping his hands, Rick thought that the plan to find friends for Kate should have ended in success, but reality turned out to be too cruel. The boy, clutching his head, did not know what to say, while the dragon girl continued to insist that he apologize, because her dog was very pure and cute. Looking at the wolf boy, who was standing right in front of Kate, the protagonist thought that everything was as usual, and in this world nothing goes as he planned. Watching Terry, who couldn't get over the words that he was a freak and a flea-ridden creature, Rick reasoned that because of his idea, the dog was in deep shock. Looking at the crying dragon girl, the boy thought that she was also angry, and he had never seen her like this. Realizing that it was necessary to interrupt the operation immediately, the protagonist came out to the guys, telling them to calm down, and offered to drink juice and talk calmly, because he was treating them. Then he added that he would also bring them new treats, so it would be fun, and Kate silently looked at Terry, who was in a stupor. A moment later, she agreed to the offer, and Rick, with a puzzled expression on his face, invited the wolf boy to join in too. Suddenly, he noticed that the child was looking forward with eyes full of love. Surprised by what he saw, the boy could not understand what was wrong with his gaze, while the wolf boy said that she was very beautiful. Turning his head sharply towards the dragon girl standing in front, the protagonist asked who this beautiful girl was while she apologized to the dog. Kate, with tears in her eyes and an innocent expression on her face, told Terry that he wanted to help her, but he was called names. Clutching his heart after seeing this, the wolf boy thought that she not only had a beautiful appearance, but also a soul, so she was a real angel. As if wrapped in love, the child continued to say that she was beautiful and kind, stating that it was the first time he met such a dragon, and Rick silently watched this. Suddenly, the wolf boy came out of the state when the boy asked that if he liked her so much, then maybe she would change for what she said. At that moment, the child said that he would not apologize, because this dog was really ugly, and Kate, who heard this, was very unhappy. Looking menacingly at the wolf boy standing in front, the dragon girl asked not to anger the uncle, adding that her dog was the purest and sweetest in the whole wide world, and he wondered if she was really going to resist, and then offered to argue. Pointing at the shelf with sweets, the child suggested playing construction with crackers. Visualizing in her head the construction of a tower of cookies, the dragon girl asked what it was, and John explained that you need to make a tower of cookies, like cards, and whoever copes first in less than a minute is right. Throwing his arms out to the sides, the wolf boy asked if she really didn't even know what children were playing, and said that it seemed like his victory was already predetermined. Looking straight ahead with great displeasure after hearing this, Kate declared that she would win. With a self-confident expression on his face, John immediately answered that they needed to go there. Looking at Rick standing next to him, the boy asked him to be the judge, and he just remained silent, watching them. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the boy thought that they were going to play together, and it turns out that the mission was a success, and how good it was that the kids didn't start arguing. Turning on the timer on his phone, the protagonist announced that the report was in, and the one who builds the tower first wins. Kate listened with a serious expression as Rick said that the loser admits the winner is right, apologizes, asks if everything is clear. At this time, the wolf boy was waiting for the competition to start with a look of self-confidence. Looking at his smartphone, the boy, having received a positive answer, told everyone to get ready. In an instant, he announced the start of the competition, and the dragon girl immediately rushed to take the cookies. Sitting on his friend's lap, Terry asked him if he thought they would have fun and what if Kate lost, because he thought she would be very upset. Watching the dragon girl trying to make a tower out of crackers, the protagonist explained that he didn't think she would lose that easily, because it was a very simple game. Seeing that Kate was having a hard time building a tower, Rick suggested that even if she lost, she wouldn't be too upset. When he said that she had them to comfort her, John's voice rang out, which really shocked the boys. The wolf boy stood smugly next to the tower of cookies he had made. The boy couldn't believe that he had actually built a tower out of crackers, and it only took him 24 seconds. At that moment, John said that he could do the same lying down and had never lost to anyone in building a tower, and the surprised protagonist was interested in what about Kate. Looking at the dragon girl, he saw that she was crying, because her tower was only at the beginning of construction. With tears in her eyes, Kate declared that she lost. Seeing her reaction to what happened, Rick and Terry realized that she was broken. While a Beastman man came into the store, asking her to stop freaking out with her daughter, who did not want to buy anything there, the boy told his friend that she was also great, because she managed to build an entire floor. When the protagonist said that he would not be comfortable assembling even one floor, he turned around abruptly when the father asked his daughter if she really wanted a dragon to come for her. Looking at the wolf girl with anger, the man stated that he told her that if she disobeyed her parents, the dragon would grab her, and she cried, saying that she wanted to go to the ice cream store. Continuing to yell at his daughter, the Beastman asked that he really needed to call the dragon, when suddenly Rick, looking straight at him, was puzzled and asked the customer for forgiveness. While Kate was sitting behind him, the boy asked if he could please not yell in the store, since he was causing inconvenience to other customers, and moreover, he asked him not to say such things about dragons. At the same moment, the man wanted to ask what he was talking about, when he suddenly noticed the sad dragon girl sitting to the side, and immediately asked her for forgiveness. A moment later, the Beastman began to apologize again and wanted her to forget that he said so much, while the protagonist silently looked at Kate sitting to the side. Suddenly he called out to her, and the dragon girl just grabbed her dress tightly. While she was looking straight ahead, she claimed that she hadn't done that at all. With tears in her eyes, Kate explained that there were never enough children. Right after that, John intervened, looking very serious, and told her that dragons took children to an amusement park in the sky to play with them. Then he added that the dragons carried them there, and when the children fell asleep, they brought the food back home, and Kate listened attentively, looking straight ahead. Looking at the wolf boy right in front of her, she asked if it was true, and he answered that it was, because his dad said so. With tears in her eyes, the dragon girl said that the man said that if children do not listen to their parents, then dragons come for them, and asked why those who do not listen to their parents are taken away by dragons to play, and John, who heard this, suddenly became worried, not knowing what to answer. A moment later, the wolf boy declared that the man had mixed something up, asking why the dragon would take those who were capricious, because that way they would get tired, and Kate, who heard this, asked if this was really so, while Rick watched them with a smile on his face. Then he asked if they wanted juice, to which John asked for apple juice, when suddenly his father, looking tired, walked into the yard store, finally finished. Then the man, assuming that his son was waiting for him, said that they could go, and turning to the side, the wolf boy agreed, suddenly offering Kate to go with him to the amusement park. Hearing his offer, the dragon girl asked why, and John answered that he would be bored there alone, because his dad would not ride with him, while the boy watched all this in amazement. A little embarrassed, John offered to ride a roller coaster together, and then watch a show in the evening, and the protagonist, looking straight at him, called him a little brat who pretended to be God knows what, and now asks Kate on a date. Hearing this, Rick thought that in this way the dragon girl would find not a friend, but a boyfriend, when suddenly she, with a look full of seriousness, said that she came today to play with her uncle. After which she apologized, which greatly shocked the wolf boy and the kid. John looked with great anger at the one standing next to the protagonist, as if telling him to get out of there, and the guy thought that he didn't want to interfere at all. Rick looked at Kate sitting in front of him with incomprehension, unable to understand why she was giving up such a good opportunity because of him. Suddenly, the guys were very surprised when the wolf boy held out his phone and asked for her number. Continuing to hold out his smartphone right in front of him, John declared that next time she would definitely go with him to the amusement park. Kate looked at the gadget held out to her in surprise, while the wolf boy added that in order for her not to forget, he would send her a message every day that she should go with him. We see the child and his parent, because they left after the commotion, telling the dog that they would keep in touch. The protagonist stands behind the cash register, and families with children continue to come to the store and so decide to continue the operation to find friends. The tiger family looked at the dog. The girl with the toy left him. Terry lies on the floor and cries. The guys look at him and are told that he was not the most handsome dog. But why does everyone look at appearance? Looking at him, Rick says that he is sorry, but the plan was not perfect. Terry looks at him and is asked the question, how about 30,000 won for the operation? Getting up from the floor, he is told that if it is embarrassing to take money, he can choose treats for the amount he earned. Kate looks silently, and is told that she will choose food. The protagonist turns his head, because the dog is asked if she wants to go play. Squeezing her hands, she calls him home, because she wants to play longer. Smiling, the dog agrees to the invitation. Taking his pause, Rick is glad that they have become friends. We see a light bulb near the store, and the adults said so because of the war. Holding onto a shelf, he is told that dragons played a big role in the confrontation. The old people who are still alive have seen their terrifying power with their own eyes. The dragon sprays fire, because when the war ended, the creatures who saw them told their descendants what they saw and taught them not to dare to mess with them. Passers-by walked down the street, because the image of children was so frightening because of this. But for the most part, dragons are emotionless creatures, and when they become older, they are calmer. The main character opens his mouth and is asked why he is trying so hard to help the girl. Standing with her back to us, she says that she did not ask to scold him. Putting his hand to her neck, Rick says that she reminds him of his childhood. He looks down, because he had no friends then, his family lived poorly, so the guys teased him for it. Tears are streaming from his eyes, because he complained to the teacher, but it did not help. Next to him stands his mother, whom he asked why he always had to wear shoes with holes. We see his feet and she is silent, because when he got older, he knew that someone would definitely need help, just like he did before. Looking at her, Amelia says that he is a wonderful adult. Cars drive along the road and the boss says that anyone in his place would have simply consoled the girl, but he tried his best to help her. Standing with her back to us, the girl says that he does not want anyone to experience the same pain as himself. The guy looks at him in surprise and they tell him that he is a wonderful adult. He begins to be touched, and her expression is frightening. Opening her mouth, she asks to look at this, because someone threw out garbage in front of the store again. Narrowing her eyes, she says that it began at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She left for a short time to go to the toilet, and when she came back, the bag was already lying in front of the store. Turning her head, she asks not to clean up the trash. The silhouette holds the trash, because if they clean it up, the culprit will continue to do it. Looking up, she says that she is very sure and therefore should not even think of touching them. Raising her finger, Amelia asks to keep an eye out and immediately report to the police. Looking at him, she asks not to open the door, otherwise dust will fly in. There are roadworks near the store. There is alcohol at the checkout and he is asked to give change in small amounts. The men are standing and saying that today until 2 o'clock in the morning. Holding the bag, Rick likes such dialogues. The workers are standing and working, and also drinking alcohol. Irul holds a whistle in his mouth and apparently alcohol is not prohibited for them. She redirects her gaze. The girl looks at the cashier. In her hand is a stick, because after the incident with the illegal wallet, she has not come in. Her hair color has changed a lot. Irul begins to approach him. Standing behind the checkout, he thinks, why is he coming here? Opening her mouth, she asks, is there a problem? Looking at her, the cashier says that everything is fine. We see the shelves and she says that she is doing her job. Rick smiles and they tell him that if there are any questions related to roadworks, he can call their station and they will tell him everything in detail. We remember how Chuck lies on the floor and cries, because in all this time he has only met strange elves. We see another elf who touches her shoulder. Irul was serious and was a real angel, compared to others of her race. Closing his eyes, Rick says that he will not bother and thanks for coming to check on him. She walks along the pedestrian crossing, because when she worked in a store in her world, she had to call the police more often, but here it is much calmer. A client comes into him and asks for cigarettes. He takes them in his hands and is asked if anything was lost. With wide eyes, the protagonist is asked about the case with money. Opening his mouth, he says that it was forgotten here. Turning his head, they ask him if he found anything like that, and he thinks to himself, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? He goes out into the street, because the case was not there. Rick stands behind the cash register and thinks how it was possible to forget a case with money. Walking near the table, he hopes that the creatures will become increasingly careful with such things. 10 minutes later, a new customer comes and asks if he found a case with money. The girl with wings also talks about the case. The client holds an object on his head and says that his son forgot the case in his establishment and let him give it back. Taking the phone in his hands, they tell him to call the police in such a case. Standing near the cash register, Amelia says that they will not be able to sort out the situation. Turning her head, she says that she will call herself, and anything can happen before the police arrive, so he should not hang up. Pointing to the pole, he asks to wait a minute. Irul is standing behind the pole and there is no need to call the police. She writes down the story in her notebook, because only 4 individuals came. Looking at her, he says that no other people's things were found in the store. Putting a pen to her cap, she is told that she can show the things she found. Taking off her cap, Irul says that she believes him and has a guess. Closing her eyes, she says that she will need to make sure of something. She hands him the form and asks him to hide it. Putting her hand on her head, she asks him to act normally. The girl points to the floor and asks him not to worry and let him work as if nothing happened. She is standing near the shelves, but he did not want to bother her. Sitting near the shelves, he asks the question, who is the owner of the case? We see a woman with a bob. The guy turns his head and is asked for the case. Standing near the checkout, he is asked to give the case. Turning his leg, he is told that a friend forgot it here. Smiling, she calls people ignorant. Opening her mouth, she screams at him to stop lying and bring the case. The protagonist looks at her and says that he is not lying and that he is not there. The woman stands near the cash register and asks to look at this man. She turns her head, because she is told that all races are equal and are not discriminated against. Looking at them, Irul says that judging by her words, this is discrimination against the race of people and is punishable by law. Opening her mouth, she is told that she needs to leave the store or she will have to go to the police station. The woman leaves and says that this is a big misunderstanding. Irul looks at him and says that he managed to get a lead. We see shelves with goods, because there was a certain similarity between their testimonies. There is a client in a t-shirt, because they behaved the same way. There was also a girl with a cap and they said that they forgot the case. There is also another client, and they said that they came to pick up the case instead of the owner. With their mouths open, they tell him that this is a shadow market. We see an object with boards, and a shadow market is a place where criminal activity is carried out, mainly related to the sale or distribution of illegally modified paraphernalia and other items. We see a wallet, because the owner of the wallet said that he bought it at a shadow market. Raising his head and remembering the cat, Irul says that he came to the station himself and confessed to what he did. Someone is typing on a keyboard, because the shadow market also works online. We see a notification that someone is looking for a person to bring a case. Everyone was on their phones and they were thinking whether to confirm. Putting a hand to his face, they ask him if he is sure that he did not find a case with money in the store. He has answered affirmatively. Irul looks seriously, and if it was, the boss would have said so already. He remembers how they looked at the garbage bag. Rick looks up and thinks, there is a bag near the store. He touches it, because it looks like an ordinary bag with household waste. Looking seriously, he remembers that the boss asked not to clean it up. The trash was in purple shades. Looking up, he thinks that a strange energy emanates from it. If he was more attentive, he would be able to understand that something strange is happening here. Pointing to the bag, he asks to get rid of it. Irul looks seriously, and she is told that magic has been cast on the bag and needs to be cleaned. She holds it, and he thinks to make the criminals tremble. His eyes widen sharply. He holds the package. We see smoke near them. Rick looks down seriously. The girl opens her mouth in surprise. In his hands is a case. We see a lock that was broken. Irul looks, and she is asked to look at its condition. Having started to open it, she decides to check. The girl holds a suitcase in her hand and shakes it. Looking the other way, she says that it is heavy, but from the inside it makes no sounds and is apparently completely filled with money. The guy opens his mouth. Maybe there are 500 million. They are near the computer and Rick says that the package was left around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He points his finger at the person who puts it down. Irul looks intently, and the goblin was strange. He puts his hand to his ear, because he is trying to use magic. After that, he holds the package. Irul takes out a flash drive and asks to make a copy of the video recording. She inserts it into the computer, and says that the owner of the case was strange. Opening her mouth, she says that it is probably to confuse the investigation. We remember the client, because they came and went, which complicated the search for evidence. The woman turned her head away, because if one of them is caught, the criminal will easily cut off the connection, leaving no trace. People are sitting in their phones and thinking about whether to accept. The main character puts his hand to his chin and is told that this is a common practice in the shadow market. Looking seriously, she asks a question about the instructions. The client holds a bag on his head and they all came for the case. We see a garbage bag, which they did not come for. If the criminal decided to disguise it, then why did not give the task to bring the bag? The guys look at it, and she also does not understand why they just left it on the street. We see a black case, which if not for the boss, he would have thrown it away. Folding his hands, Rick says that leaving such money on the street is risky. Looking away, she is silent, and they tell her that if he were in their place, he would definitely not risk doing that. Looking down, they tell him, she asks to explain another time. Raising her hands, the protagonist says that she does not have to do this. They tell him that they are obliged to notify all participants in the case about the progress of the investigation within 7 days. She holds a flash drive in her hand and would like him to satisfy her curiosity. Raising her finger, she asks how he managed to get rid of the magic of disguise. We see a black case. The book flies around the circle, because she spent several days in the investigation department because of that illegal wallet, and according to his testimony, there was a spell on the wallet. Tears are pouring from the cat's eyes, because the suspect claimed that he had no idea how his wallet exploded. Fidgeting with her hands, they tell him that she was excited and wants an answer. Taking the suitcase in his hands, Irul says that usually they need to find a specialist to remove the camouflage spell and it takes a lot of time. Leaning over, she says that thanks to him, she will be able to conduct the investigation much faster. Grabbing his neck, Rick asks to ask her a question. The girl looks seriously and asks a question. She is a detective, because it seemed that she was just a traffic police officer. Standing next to him, she says that she is an employee of the detective department and the traffic safety department, and also works in the information management department, the Department of Children and Youth Affairs, criminal investigation, cybercrime investigation, security planning and equipment. Closing his eyes, he is silent. They are building again near the store, because various creatures came to them until 4 in the morning. We see cigarettes, because the police officer said that in July this happens often, because there is chaos in the shadow market. Turning his head, Rick says that many people try to lie low, so they use websites. Amelia is angry and can get wrinkles so soon. Her eyes were angry and she asked why they were using their store for dirty business. We see the goods, because it is her property, and the store is important to both of them. Looking down, he is told that the boss destroyed the shadow market. Folding her arms, she asks what about the cases. She is told that the investigation will begin tomorrow. Bowing her head, she says that she will have to wait about 4 days. Putting her hand to her head, Rick says that he was asked about helping in the investigation as an anti-mage. She remembers how she slept in the car, because she worked in the police and quit, because it was hard. Looking down, he is told that if the conversation turns to the police, she will be there. She looks up and she is asked a question, is she against it? Standing next to her, Rick says that he is more involved in extraneous matters. Looking at him, she is told that because of her work as an anti-mage, she will be absent for several days. Opening her mouth, he is asked a question, does he know how the girl used to live? Amelia is standing near the cash register. Because she was in the store for 24 hours almost every day, she has no friends, so there was no one to have fun with. We see a cafe, because when she got bored, she closed the store and went to the cafe. She is sitting at the table, and she was bored. Tilting her head, she says that each new day is like the previous one. We see the main character, because she found him. He is holding a phone in his hand, and the boss was surprised. She is eating chips, because the man came from a world where there is no magic and other races. He is standing near the stone, because he was an anti-mage. The man is standing near the light. There is a whale near the guy, because no one from this world would think that this is possible. Amelia waves her hand, because he manages to get into adventures. Smiling, she says that these are her first days, which are not boring, so she waits for his arrival every day. Rick did not have a smile on his face. Putting his hand to his face, he understands what he means. There is a phone in his pocket, and he is told that it is time to go home. The protagonist picks up the mobile device, because he was written to by a pharmaceutical company. We see messages asking if it is possible to conduct a test of the elixir today. Rick is standing by the window, and he is told that the request may be impossible to fulfill. He turns his head in the other direction. Harry is sitting at the table and is asked if he is really going to work here. We see his purchases, because he can sit here for 3 hours. Rick says that this is not the issue and he will just need to do other work. Looking at the screen, the visitor says that he can do what he wants. He does not have time to talk. Squeezing the can, Harry says that he just went and destroyed the work of his many months of sleepless nights and must suffer for a whole month because of it. He blushed with anger and says that he did not lift a finger at work, but he goes to play golf. Someday he will pay for everything. We see white shoes and he is told that this is why he has to work here. The protagonist looks away and thinks that the gentleman is having a hard time. The girl puts her hand to her head and thanks for the meeting. Standing near the goods, he is told that before they begin, they will need to conduct an instruction. She was wearing a dress and asks for a drink. We see the man in the heart who greeted them and was their guide in the experiment with potions. He stands near the people and says that they need to act as if they were on a blind date, and the participants in the experiment should act naturally, without any strange ideas. He holds an emblem that during the experiment, do not search the internet for relationship advice. Closing his eyes, he says to drop the pressure. He is on the tablet, and says that if there are questions, let them ask. Rick looks and he is told that the instructions are finished. Putting her hands on the table, Kloe says that they need this at the meeting. He calmly looks and is told that the potion can help catch one wave. People hug and near them the potion, because one of the conditions was that the two subjects should think that they like each other. Looking down, Kloe says that it is necessary to create a situation in which two people will participate, and also it is necessary to get consent. The guy sits and is asked a question, is he against conducting the experiment? Opening her mouth, she is told that they do not mind and thought about asking about participating. She holds the potion and the cashier says that he won't be able to make it alone because of his anti-magic abilities. Holding the potion, he thought that it would be better to test it with her, because then he would be able to figure out the side effects. With her mouth open, the girl agrees. Clenching her hands, she says that she is interested in checking it out in action. Pointing to the shelf, he informs her that there is a customer sitting there. Angry Harry drinks coffee and didn't care about the others. Sitting at the table, the girl wants to tell how to take the potion and what to expect. In her hands is a box. The protagonist looks at it, and is told that as soon as the boss gave the go-ahead for the experiment, their magicians packed a sample. There is a bottle in the box and she offers to touch it. Looking at it, Rick says that it looks like a real magic potion. He sits and is told that the potion is in development. It is not recommended to take it in its pure form and it needs to be mixed with some drink. Looking confused, she says that they need to create a situation. Tilting her head, Kloe says that the potion's effect will manifest if two subjects are in love with each other. Looking at the guy, she says that they do not have such a relationship, but it is possible to create an imitation. She puts her hair to her face and asks him to love her. Rick opens his mouth in surprise. We see a store and someone talks about not loving. Folding her arms, she says that she needs to create the appearance of love. Smiling, the cashier thinks that he was a little taken aback. Her eyes became big, and she is told that the instructions said that feelings are necessary. We see the cash registers, because the instructions did not say anything about pretending and there is nothing wrong with experimenting with a natural relationship between two subjects. Putting her hands on her chest, she says that they know each other, and if you approach the experiment in the same way as a blind date, then everything should work out. Looking at the table, Rick remembers that the video really said this. She pours the potion into the jar. The guys start drinking the drink. The girl thinks and says that the juice is bitter and the taste needs to be improved. Putting it on the table, they tell him that it will take about an hour and a half to work. Holding the tablet, Kloe says that the action itself will begin in 2 minutes. Possible side effects such as feeling, intoxication, dizziness, fever. Harry turns his head, and they already want to start with a casual conversation. The guys clap their hands to begin. They sit at the table and are silent. The protagonist sits and is silent. Kloe also sits and is silent. His face changes and he thinks why at such moments the brain seems to stop working. Squeezing his hand, he thinks that he should start a conversation. The protagonist turns his head, because popcorn has appeared here. The client is eating and wrote on the laptop to call her beautiful. With widened eyes, they tell him to do it faster. The girl looks at him and asks a question, what is she looking at? With her mouth slightly open, she is told that a bug flew past. A blush appeared on his face. He feels sick and turns his head away. Putting her hands to her face, Kloe says that this is a side effect. Looking at her, she asks if he lied. She is answered in the affirmative. The guys are standing and when someone lies, the body begins to react. Closing his eyes, Rick says that apparently due to the fact that the potion is still in the development stage, the effect of the action is strong. The girl sits at the tablet and asks a question, what level was the lie? Harry holds the laptop and asks, did he tell him to lie? Making a dissatisfied face, he thinks whether he should answer him. He is answered that it is not necessary. Kloe had a blush on her face. The main character looks and they want to ask him a personal question. Holding a stylus in her hands, she tries to say. Looking at her, she was interested. Her eyes were purple and she asks the question, where does she live? Putting her hands in front of her, she says that a conversation is easier when there is something in common, for example, living in the same area. Her face was flushed, because her colleagues always ask this question on blind dates. Putting her hand to her face, she tells him that she would like to be invited to his house for a cup of tea. Putting her hand to her chin, he asks her to be honest. Looking at her, Rick thinks that at this rate he will throw up. She puts her hands to her face, because this is no longer the effect of the potion, and they will both fail in the experiment. Getting up from his chair, he thinks that he needs to get rid of the side effects. Kloe covers her face with her hands. Looking at her, she tells him that she wanted to go to his house. Sitting at the table, Kloe says that he just always listens to her, which makes her feel better. Her soul seems to become lighter, and if they lived nearby, she would come to him. We see food, because it would be cool to order chicken and watch beer. Rick drinks beer, and she eats, because after watching, they would talk until they fall asleep, discuss the film, or annoying moments at work. She turns her head, because they could talk about the cat they met in the alley. Opening her mouth, the girl says that they would talk about trivial things. Raising her hands, she has thought about this a lot lately. Putting her hands to her chest, she asks the question, did you like this? He wants to touch his face, because all her thoughts are occupied with it. Tears appear in her eyes, because she thought about how great it would be to spend time after work. Taking her by the shoulders, Kloe says that he will not like the idea. We see his head and he asks him to calm down. The girl looks at him and he says that they will start the conversation later. Removing her hand from her shoulder, he says that the girl was talking about chicken and movies. Raising her head, she says that she did not mean to say that. Holding her cheeks, she thinks that this is some kind of magic. Sitting at the tablet, she says that she will have to adjust the dosage. Rick closes his eyes and says that he feels sick and dizzy and it is better to take a break. They turn their heads and are asked if the first episode is over. Harry is holding popcorn and says that they ended at the most interesting place, and he does not have time to watch the next episode. Next to him lies a laptop, because he got stuck on one point and took a break. He chews and asks to take out 3 cans of energy drink. Rick looks angrily and is told that he is standing closer and bought 30,000 won worth of products from him. Kloe opens her mouth, because she is being called. Sitting with his back to us, Harry asks not to be nervous, just relax and have fun. Getting up from his chair, he is told that this is work. Standing near the checkout, a customer says that it was like watching a TV show about relationships. Putting down a bottle, he is asked not to argue with other customers. Turning away, Harry tells them to take one can each. Closing his eyes, he is asked to take the change, but he is too lazy to go back. Standing with his head raised, he thinks that he really bought drinks for them? Kloe looks at him and asks if he knows what that mister does. We see lollipops, because that's just his personality. Holding a can, Rick says that he likes to share everything he buys with him and grumble about everything, but in general he was a good guy. Closing his eyes, he says that there is only one customer like that. Kloe smiles, because she is impressed, and apparently, each customer is different from the previous one. Opening a can, he says that recently a grandfather streamer came for ramen. When he went outside, he was sure that he did well, but he is told that everything is fine. Remembering how Rick blushes, he is told that the purpose of the meeting was to understand whether triggers work even when they are honest with each other. A little girl is standing there, because she likes stories about a dragon and would like to meet. We see Leo with a phone. Rick, holding his neck, was pleased to realize that his participation will help. The girl looks down. Putting her hand to her face, they want to ask him why he listened to her? Opening her mouth, she says that she came specifically to him. Rick is standing next to her. She had no one to talk to, and when she started a conversation that she had love problems, everyone ignored her or ran away. Looking at him, she says that only the cashier listened to her. The guy turns his head and thinks why he did it. Opening his mouth, they tell her that he just wanted to listen to her, because he works hard. We see a building, and the main character has been rushing around his whole life at various part-time jobs, trying to make ends meet and never thought about what he really wanted to do. Looking down, he says that he wanted to support her and help her achieve her goal. Holding a bag, he wants the girl to find answers to her questions. Looking at him, she is asked to continue in the same spirit, because they will support her. Bowing her head, Kloe thinks. We see the name of the store, although this will be problematic, because there are personal reasons. Clutching his head, he talks about problems that will be resolved. We see her chin, and he will definitely invite her home someday. Smiling, she waits impatiently. He closes his eyes and yawns. While sweeping the floor, he thinks he wants to sleep and apparently used up all his energy for the potion experiment, although he still has 3 hours left to work. Amelia opens the door and wishes him a good morning. Raising a finger, he is told that from now on he is a day shift worker. Standing next to him, she says that if anyone asks, he works during the day. She turns her head, because someone has come. We see customers. They wanted to pick up snacks and drinks. Raising her hand, Amelia greets them. They come up to him and ask if he is by any chance a night shift worker. Pointing to the phone, he is told that he came because of the video. With their mouths open, he is told that the employees at this place are very friendly. We see Richard, who is sitting near the ramen. He takes the noodles, because thanks to the young man, he got hooked on delivery. They look at the phone, because Richard wanted to come again. Looking down, he says that the streamer gave him 500,000 won. Holding the phone, Rick says that he also watched his fate as a bonus. Turning his head, he shouts, "There is a race of gods in this world." They answer him negatively. He raises his hand, because they are magicians specializing in magic related to agriculture. Looking at her, Amelia asks what he predicted for him. They sit at the table and tell him that there will be unlucky days, but otherwise everything will work out and he will get back on his feet. Tilting his head, they ask him what he said about unlucky days. They open their mouths, that there will be an influx of customers early in the morning. Looking at the guy, Amelia smiles, and he panicked. Watching the streamer eat, he says that apparently the viewers determined it by recognizing the surrounding landscape when he was outside. The boss is lying on the bed with a tablet, because yesterday she went to his stream and read the chat where they discussed her store. Holding his neck, they tell him that the viewers wanted to go to them and spend money as a token of gratitude for their help, so they came so early. Amelia stands behind the register and says that he works the day shift and doesn't know anything. Looking at his phone, he didn't think that a little help would turn out like this. The girl stands next to him and says that she also thought that his main content was mukbang. Richard sits and plays a game where you have to shoot. We see shelves with goods, because the streamer wants to do what he couldn't in his youth. Raising a finger, she says that in every game she scores at least 40 kills, and how did yesterday go? Turning his head, the guy asks a question, "What are you talking about?" Smiling, Amelia asks if she likes the work of an anti-mage. Making a surprised face, she is told that it seemed to him that the succubus did what they are supposed to do. Squeezing her hands, she talks about the succubus's girl. Making a sweet face, she asks if she did that. Rick raises his hand and is silent. Opening his mouth, she is told that it was. In the refrigerators we see food, and it is called something, because he endured. Touching his chin, Amelia says that she did not just look. Smiling, she says Kloe tried to seduce him and it was not her intention, but it is obvious that she used temptation magic. We see a girl with her eye closed, because there's one magic that succubi have, namely the magic of making others fall in love, and it can be used without any preparation, but there's one condition. Making a heart with her hands, she says that for seduction magic to work, a feeling of love or sympathy is necessary. Looking through her hands, Amelia says that usually this happens subconsciously, so succubi often do not even realize that they are using magic, but in 99% of cases, the object on which the spell is cast falls in love with the succubus. Closing his eyes, he says that his body has anti-magic properties, so the spell did not work. Rick looks up and says that he didn't feel anything, but the situation was different, it wasn't at all like it was described. Kloe holds her cheeks, because she was beside herself with the side effects. Harry chews his food, because he was watching them. Smiling, they tell her that all her actions can be explained by the influence of the potion. The girl goes to the store, and Amelia says that enough about this and that he has a little time left. Let him help in the warehouse. They turn their heads, because they have come to see them. Kate looks at them and they ask her to go through. Closing her eyes, she says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Making big eyes, they tell her that they won't be able to play today. Standing behind the cash register, Rick apologizes, because he will have to do a new job. Looking away, he thinks about what to say. Pointing to the chest, he says that he will have to check everything in the underground warehouse, which looks like a dungeon. Making a sweet face, Kate says that she also wants to go on a trip. Amelia raises her finger and says that he will go with her. This is an important job, and does she know what it means to work? Making a sad face, the girl says that this is where her mother is always. Looking down, she says that her mother is always busy. The protagonist looks at them, because the girl is offered to work. Standing next to her, the boss says that he will help them and after work they will eat goodies. Squeezing her hands, she agrees. Closing her eyes, she decides to prepare her. Kate is dressed in a uniform, because she is hired as a part-time worker. There was also a badge with her name. They walk through the dungeon. Rick holds the girl's hand while she is surprised by the huge place. Amelia turns her head, because she is asked if it was a good idea to take the girl. Holding her hand, the protagonist asks if Kate can check the goods with them. Smiling, he is told that he has been storing dangerous things separately for a long time and today they will only check goods for children. With his eyes closed, they ask him not to worry, there will be no problems. Then they press the switch. They are near the shelves and Amelia asks to wait while she goes to get the goods. Rick removes his hand to help her. Kate turns her head, and Amelia says that there is no need to help. The guy turns his head, because the girl says that there is trouble. She is sitting near the chest, in which there were no treasures. With his mouth open, they asked him a question, what to do. He runs up and takes her hands, because it is dangerous and it is better not to come close. Amelia is standing near the shelves and listening to their conversations. With his mouth open, he says that there is a mimic. She is standing near an ancient glowing warrior sword. Putting the girl on the floor, Rick says that this is a treasure chest and no matter how you look at it, this thing is dangerous. Having opened it, they tell him that it is a toy for children. There was a steering wheel and pedals. Kate walks near the sword. Turning their heads, they are asked if they can pull out the sword. Putting her hand to her chest, she is allowed. The guy is standing next to the sword. He tries to touch it, because the gem is pulsating, but nothing happens when he touches it. Remembering the test, he thinks that nothing happens because he cannot touch the very place where the magic is cast. He holds him up, because he had to look inside. Turning his head, Rick asks a question, is it okay if something breaks? He is told to do whatever he wants. The girl and the cashier are holding the sword, and Amelia decides to turn off the light. They take out a sword that glows. The boss closes his eyes, because it was glowing and making a sound. Kate holds the sword, and she says that before the sword glowed on its own. We see a weapon that glows, although the sword is a toy, it should glow and be light thanks to magic. The girl closes her eyes, and 10 years ago a cartoon came out that was popular. Looking into the distance, he decides to check because something is broken inside him. He stretches out his hands and asks for the sword for a minute. Taking it in his hands, the protagonist thinks that when he touches it, nothing changes and if he could look inside, he would find the reason for the breakdown. He presses the button so that it pops out. Rick succeeds and wants to look inside. We see the silhouette of a mask, which is happy because it is free. With his mouth open, they tell him that he needs to leave here. The guys stand in surprise, because they cannot understand what it was. Kate looks down, and they say that the creature quickly evaporated. Holding the sword, the guy thinks that now everything is fine with the toy. Near his leg was a stone that fell out of the sword. He takes it in his hands, and it seemed that he was rolled in coal. Amelia is standing next to him and offers to wipe it with wet wipes. He puts the stone back. Rick holds the sword and it glows. The boss folds his arms and says that it must have been lying around for a long time without being used. Taking off her bag, she says that the sword was checked. She pulls out a magic spatula. Happy with it, she says that she made an order last month. Amelia smiles, because this is the spatula of a happy wizard chef. She gives her the spatula, because children also like this toy and it was also from a cartoon. The girl smiles, and the spatula itself could have changed. Rick looks down and asks a question, what does this mean? They smile and Amelia asks the girl to show how the object works. We see a circle near the spatula. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. The girl suddenly changed into other clothes. Clapping her hands, Amelia says that she did a great job. Holding onto the apron, he is told that the toy can turn a sorceress into a friend and into a villain, so 3 friends can play. Opening her mouth, the girl says that the spatula has many magical functions, which was alarming. Looking into the distance, Rick says that he did not notice anything strange. Kate looks up and is told that she needs to use magic on others too. Raising her hand, she asks to use the magic of change on them too. We see a book, because first you need to twist the spatula 3 times at an angle of 15 degrees, then aim at the object on which they want to cast magic, and also pronounce the transformation spell. Reading the paper, Rick is asked if the children will understand, to which they answer that they can skip it. We see the spatula, because the instructions were made for show. Kate holds the object, although you can cast magic without objects. Having made a ball, she says that she calculates everything in her head. We see a wand, which was a calculator that makes calculations. Standing next to him, the boss says that having become more experienced and skilled, wizards stop using attributes, but always carry a wand with them just in case. Looking down, they tell him that they have decided. The girl smiles, and she is asked to go out into the corridor and cast a spell on them. Looking at the door, the boss says that she knows magic perfectly well and therefore does not need instructions. Taking her hand, she asks to hold the shovel at about this height. The object was aimed at Rick. Running up to him, she asks the question, "Are you tired?" The girl stands silently, and the guy says that he does not even have nephews. Patting him on the back, the girl asks not to be so serious. Smiling, she is turned into a villain. Open-mouthed, Rick asks, "Is everything okay?" She had red clothes and horns appeared. Putting his hands to his chest, the protagonist says that he did not see anything strange. Pointing a finger at him, they decide to now change the uncle's clothes. Conjuring with a shovel, he asks to take a break. Amelia smiles when he is turned into a friend. He smiles and thinks that they could have given him time to mentally prepare. We see a circle near the shoulder blade. The girl looks at it in surprise. Looking down, they ask him why he hasn't changed. The guy looks at her and says that he didn't notice anything strange. Amelia approaches him and asks if he remembers what they talked about when they discussed the situation with the succubus. Opening her mouth, they tell him that her magic does not work on him. Pointing at him, Rick says that his body has anti-magic properties, so the spell did not work. Approaching the girl, she asks why magic does not work on her uncle. She is told that there are reasons. Looking down, she is told that the shoulder blade is not broken, because they have already checked and the Princess Sweet's costume would suit him. Closing her eyes, Amelia says that the princess does not look like him. Pointing to the character's phone, he thinks, because she does not look like him. Opening her mouth, the boss says that Kate wanted them to have matching costumes because the princess is the main character's best friend. The girl looks down and says nothing. We see Rick and he is told that they could be best friends in matching costumes. He puts his hand on her head because they are already friends. Amelia smiles and says that they play and work together. Smiling, they call him old. They walk on the ground because they want to move back. The boss holds the guy and says that she captured her friend. Holding a spatula, she is told that if she does not use magic, she will never see him. She begins to create fire to release the princess candy. The girl's eyes widen sharply. We see the fire that she produces, while heating the oven to 700 degrees. The cashier looks at the girl and says that this is real magic. Closing his eyes, he does not think that children can play with such a thing. There was fire near them. Amelia's face became serious. He turns his head and thinks. The fire is put into her hand. We see her casting a spell. The boss raises his hand and calls the guy. The protagonist looks at her bag and is asked to take it and go upstairs. Kate looks surprised and is asked to leave the shovel and then play with the bubble machine upstairs. Standing next to the girl, they ask him if his sister is angry. Stroking her head, they answer that she was angry for another reason, because these are wizards' problems. We see the bubble machine. The girl releases them, and Rick thinks that the boss is fiddling around for a long time. Kate releases a large bubble into the air, and he thinks that he did not see anything unusual. Turning his head, he hears that she succeeded. There was a large bubble with eyes in the air, and it was Rick. Looking up, he is surprised that she can draw like that. A girl is standing. They ask her if it is time to go to kindergarten. Opening their mouth, they tell the cashier that it is dangerous there today. Standing next to the pedestrian, she says something appeared next to the kindergarten. Ashley was wearing glasses. We see a large ball and a man on a horse, because today she will have to work all night again. A customer comes out of the store and thinks. Turning his head, he thinks that it is only 11 o'clock and it is quiet outside. The door was open, where we can see a fire. Amelia is sitting at the table and she is asked if she is going to go home, because an hour has passed since they finished their shift. We see a computer monitor and she is asked what she is typing. Looking down, she says that she is writing a report to the Ministry of Magic and other departments. We see a city, because all races in this world have magic. Different people are standing, because there is a race that has a high level of magic. Kate smiles, because they were dragons. Rick makes a surprised face and is told that the total amount of mana of a purebred dragon is about 10,000. Folding her hands, she says that other races are not even close, so the creators of magical items should take this into account. We remember the spatula, because it may happen that the manufacturers will not take this into account and allow all races to use 1% of magic. The girl stands and does magic, because a child with a total of 500 units of mana uses only 5, and a child with 10,000 units uses 100. As a result, what happened yesterday will happen. Putting her hands together, Amelia says that toys are initially made with a minimum amount of mana, almost 0. Yesterday's magic was funny. Opening her mouth, they tell him that it almost caused an accident, because the toy company missed a very important moment when making spatulas, all for the sake of saving on production. Making a sullen face, they ask her if she is okay. We see her eye, because magic almost injured Kate, but he himself could have suffered. The guys are standing near the door. Looking down, Riku is told that she should have been more careful. Turning her head, she is told that in her place, he would have panicked and been scared. Rick holds the girl, because when the incident with the wallet happened, he was horrified. With wide eyes, they tell him that yesterday he almost lost consciousness. Amelia had a serious face. Listening to him, they tell her that she acted calmly, because the energy affected him too, so he was able to calm the girl down and tell her not to worry about anything. Standing with his back to us, Rick says that in general she is always calm and knows what to do, so she still works here. Looking down, he asks her not to be so strict with herself. Smiling, he tells her not to allow herself too much. We see a leg that entered the store. They turn their heads and greet. Irul is standing in front of us, because the employee told her everything and she came because of the case. They look surprised, because they are asked, "Do you really have nothing to do with the case?" Taking something out of her pocket, she is told that Amelia ate sweets at home. Taking out a pen, the policeman says that he will inform him about the progress of the investigation, and if he has any questions, he should not hesitate to ask. We see a car near the store, and they have installed several surveillance spells in case someone involved in the case shows up. With wide eyes, they ask him if he would like to cooperate with the police as an anti-mage. Putting his hand to his neck, the protagonist says that if he does not have to do anything beyond the norm, he will try. Raising her head, Amelia asks to take her as a mage. Standing next to the guy, she can't provide a certificate now, because she left it at home. She closes her eyes and says that he will have to plunge into the world of criminal danger alone, then says that it's a joke. Laughing, Amelia says that they are very friendly. We see a computer, because copies of video recordings from surveillance cameras that they received from Rick last time may be watched together. The flash drive is inserted into the laptop. Standing next to her, Amelia wants to see what kind of criminals they are. She looks at the screen, because working with the police changes her completely. Holding a book, we understand from her story that in the past she was a rather active magician. The girl sits in the store and sleeps, but why did she decide to open a store? The boss smiles and talks. The guys look at her, and they are told that this is a goblin and is in the emergency room of the university hospital. Putting his hand to his face, he thinks. Amelia asks not to exaggerate, because he is there for another reason. Irul holds a notebook and asks for more details. She is told that the goblin was responsible for charging the charm on the case with money. She points her finger at the monitor, because she uses the spell that camouflaged the case, the work of 2 individuals. One of them is engaged in calculations, the second directly in the charms. Standing next to her, Amelia says that this is a trap. If there is a correct formula and magic, then one spell can be used together. We see his hand, because with such movements they sign the charm so that the camouflage magic does not disappear. Straightening his finger, he is told that these are spells, which means that he will take care of the case with money until the end. Rick widens his eyes and he is told that such a spell is better used once, but with constant use. A person shoots darts, and if the magic arrow flies straight to the target, pierces it, and then disappears, this is called one-time magic. The man also stands and the arrow flies in different directions, because constant magic is the magic in which the caster can control the magic arrow so that it continues its path and does not disappear. Irul writes down, and she is told that the peculiarity of constant magic is that it constantly consumes energy, so the goblin needed to periodically fill the case with mana. Turning her head, Amelia says that Rick broke everything. Looking at her, he is asked a question: what will happen to the goblin who used the promised spell? His eyes widen sharply. The goblin is lying on the ground, because he was hospitalized because of the promise and apparently almost lost his mana. Folding her hands, Amelia says that having used up all the mana, the magician's life may be in danger, and perhaps the one who had the formula decided to shift all the responsibility to the magician who cast the spell. They stand near the girl, and the boss says that the whole situation with the case and the removal of their Rick's magic hit him so hard. His eyes widen sharply, because he did nothing. Raising her pen, she is told that it is worth going around all the hospitals in the area and the goblin lived nearby. We see a building where the light is shining and it would be better to hurry and find out his location. Putting away the notebook, she says that she will make the payment later. Standing next to Rick, she says that they will pay for removing the spell. Putting her hand to her head, she thanks for her cooperation and will return immediately after the goblin is arrested. Turning her head, she is asked if she works anywhere else besides the store. Holding an onigiri, she answers negatively, because if she did several things in a row, she would get tired. There are groceries in the basket, and she is asked why she decided to help the police. He is told because the criminals made a real circus. Taking a jar in her hands, she says that she would be a very successful and promising great magician. Looking at the jar, Amelia says that in the past she helped the police a lot, and that is why she wanted to meet old friends. Standing near the shelves, she says that nothing will work, because today there is no license. The main character takes the phone in his hand, and she says that she volunteered to help, and they turn up their noses. The phone says that Ashley will arrive at night. The boss looks at the phone, because they are asked for help. With wide eyes, he is asked what they are doing in secret. Closing her eyes, Amelia understands that the reason is different. She opens her mouth. Taking the phone in her hands, she thinks and writes. Looking at the screen, she says that perhaps her intuition is right. We see a video about the gate. Terry smiles, because thanks to Rick he decided to gain freedom, because he has a talent for persuasion. The girl holds cookies, because he also has a talent for serving the people. Sitting with the dog, she thanks the big boss. The main character comes up and asks a question, are they really condemning him? To which they answer in the affirmative. Looking down, they tell him that it was great that the dog came to them, otherwise she would have died of boredom. She holds a cookie and says that the news started showing reports about the gate. The girl gives him a phone. Watching the video, he says that this is an unpleasant situation. Terry eats treats, and Amelia says that the gates do not appear in that area. The reason is a large number of high-rise buildings. We see different creatures, because 2 days ago the gate appeared and did not close right away, as expected, and the city authorities are dealing with the problem. Holding the phone, they tell him that there may be fewer buyers and Ashley will probably fly in from behind the gate. They touch his tail and ask what's wrong with it. Eating treats, they tell him that the dog came in this state. Amelia looks at him, and Terry says that the story will be long. They both look at him. Looking down, Rick asks to spill everything, because the boss left. He is silent, because he does not want to say what happened to the tail. Sitting next to him, he says that he received the black color from the clan. Turning his head, Terry says that he fought for territory. We see 3 dogs, because their eyes were rolling, drooling, constantly growling. The dog is standing next to them, and the enemies were talking nonsense. Rick opens his mouth in surprise, because he was bitten for no reason. The dog stands and is silent, because he did not run away from them. Looking at Rick, he says that he wanted to be useful to them. Kate is playing with the dog. They are running around the house, because they had a good time. She was throwing him a branch. When suddenly, the branch got stuck on the top of the tree. Raising their heads, they realized that they would not be able to get it. Kate looks down and cries, because she blamed herself. The dog looks at her, because the girl is very good and is grateful to her. Sticking out his tongue, he felt guilty before her, because if there was more strength, then she would not have to blame herself. Squeezing his hand, Rick is told that he wanted to change and face the Black Wind clan. Opening his mouth, Rick says not to do that next time. Sticking out his tongue, he is told that they respect his decision to live free. He was wearing a collar, because they have different needs. Terry smiles and is told that when he was happy with his decision, he felt relieved. Opening his mouth, he asks how anyone could put themselves in danger. Looking at him, Terry says that he would never act so thoughtlessly. The protagonist looks down and is told that usually the dogs from the clan are willing to talk and have always used moderate force. Putting his hand to his face, he is told that they have changed. Rick says that it looks like rabies. Making a serious face, he says that there were about 20 of them, and when he saw their leader, he howled at the top of his lungs. Putting his hand to his chin, Rick says that rabies is gone. We see 2 dogs fighting, because when dogs have rabies, it is difficult for them to bark loudly, and rabies is transmitted through the saliva of an infected dog. The phone rang in his pocket. The cashier picked it up and asked what happened. He could hardly hear her while holding the phone. The dog's eyes widened because the floor began to shake. He sat down near the table and asked the dog to calm down. We saw a horse and how they were waiting for it outside. Rick, holding the phone, asked what she said on the phone because he couldn't make out anything because of the wind. She smiled and said that she asked to get ready to receive the goods. We saw boxes, and the 5-day night shift itself was horrible. Holding Terry, they told him not to work at night. The dog looked and listened, and the cashier said that there were a lot of goods today. We saw a horse because that's how much the boss ordered. They both looked at the dog. Ashley, sticking out her tongue, asked who this lovely dog is. She pets it and asks what its name is. Opening her mouth, she is told that his name is a doggy. Ashley strokes him and remains silent. Looking surprised, she asks, "Does he talk?" Standing near the store, Rick says that he ran away from home in the name of freedom and for the sake of nuts, and now often comes. Making a serious face, she is told that Terry is thinking about many things. Holding the dog, she says that he just sits idle and watches the dog suffer. Stroking the dog on the head, Terry asks not to be angry with him. Standing on the ground, the dog says that he spoke because of the Pegasus. We see the horse, which was his spirit animal. Looking down, Terry asks him to ask something. We remember Amelia sitting with him and saying that all spirit animals have special abilities, magical and otherwise, so he should develop his. Animals are running along the road, because she said that it would be good for him to communicate with other spirit animals. Rick looks at her, and the dog asks to talk. Sticking out his tongue, he is told that in return there are 2 requests. Raising 2 fingers, Ashley says that she can talk when they finish work, and secondly, she will tell you what they talked about. Smiling, Terry says that they can take their time. Holding the dog, Rick says that there are few customers because of the gate, and not even a fly was flying. Holding the elixir in her hands, she says that she was able to get it. They look at the bottle and ask the question, "What is it?" Opening her mouth, Ashley says that she found it in the gate that opens in the academy area. They are standing on the beach near the hole. Holding the bottle, she says what she brought from there. Looking at her, Ashley says that if it's just hot water then it's okay, but if it's not, there's cause for concern. Terry looks at Rick and they're told that they'll explain later, but first they need to figure out what kind of substance it is. The dog is placed on the floor. He picks up the bottle. Ashley takes the dog and says that it's a rare thing, so it costs 100,000 won for 10 milliliters. Looking at him, he asks a question, should they make it so that it can't be used for its intended purpose? We see the city and the girl says that it doesn't matter, but he'll have to experiment a little. The girl holds the dog, and Rick decides to tell them when he's done. He opens the bottle and is told that if he does, he can throw it away. He pours out the powder and decides to get started. There are particles on his palm. His eyes have turned red. His hand is burning like fire. Making a calm face, the guy says that everything is ready. Waving his hand, he says that the experiment is over. He closes his eyes and says that he learned from the exam. We see the screen, because they showed one trick in which he can choose which one he wants to get rid of. They are on the shelf, because during the exam he realized that different types of magic require different amounts of mana. Holding a bottle, he says that it is the same with liquid, and it seemed to him that water and fire have a huge amount of mana. Rick looks down and says that he started with a value of 100 units and decreased it, assuming that in the end one of the substances will remain. Smiling, Elsa says that this is amazing. It was night, and the girl says that she has been working as an anti-mage for 5 years and does not by any chance live a second life. Closing her eyes, she asks the question, why all this? Tilting her head, he is told that this is a substance that usually does not appear in that place. We see the sea, because usually there are no gates in the academy area, but when this happens, there is only the sea inside. The water turned red because the gate that appears in the park, located 10 kilometers to the southeast, is a volcanic zone. Elsa looks down and says that when she discovered this strange substance in the academy area, she was horrified and it seemed to her that a volcanic eruption could have occurred on the seabed, so she asked to check. Opening his mouth, Rick asks a question, are the gates of the academy area and the park synchronized? Stroking the dog, she says that she does not know, but there is nothing dangerous about it. Smiling, the girl says that the gate itself does not pose a big risk and the problem is something else. She is standing on an eagle, because there are 2 main dangers. The first is demons that can come out of the gate, and the second is when the gate, left unattended for a long time, slams itself shut. We see a bright light, because when the gate closes, it is imperative to destroy the core, otherwise a natural disaster will occur. The girl looks into the distance, and says that it happens that animals become uncontrollable, or plants grow in an unusual way. Holding a bottle, they ask him a question, did he really come from a remote village? Terry licks his lips, and Elsa envies him that he does not have a gate at home. Opening his mouth, they want to ask her a question. Looking at her, the dog says that there was a conversation that wild nature can become uncontrollable. Does this apply to wild dogs? We see light, because half an hour's walk to the right of here was a park where uncontrolled dogs were. Elsa holds him in her arms. Terry says that it is on the other side from the academy area. Looking at the guy, she says that she will go with the dog and let him unload the goods. Wrapping the dog in clothes, she says that it would be better to take him with her to check everything. If the gate is dangerous, it is necessary to act quickly. Clutching her head, the girl thanks him and leaves everything to the guy. Holding onto the Pegasus, she asks to wait. Rick looks surprised, because they want to tell him something. Sticking out his tongue, he asks if he remembers the situation with the homeless dogs from the clan. He stands near the dogs. Kate looks down, and Terry realized what he did for you and they gave him the courage to stop looking for excuses. The protagonist had his mouth open. Smiling, he says that he will no longer be greedy in matters of calling and self-improvement. Rick smiles and they tell him that he will see how it gets better. They fly away and we see their silhouette. The protagonist looks at them. Turning his leg, he thinks. He turns his head, where there were boxes that need to be removed. He puts a bandage on his body to make it easier. Sitting near the checkout, he thanks the boss. We see how the cashier carries boxes, because if he does not put the goods away, they would start to cause inconvenience. Putting the box back, he did not expect that his back would seize up because of work. Turning his head, he is told that if next time there is a lot of goods, then let him leave it outside. Amelia had a tired face because she was exhausted. Stretching out one of her body parts, she asks to give him her hand. Putting it to her face, she is silent. Smiling, Amelia says that it has become much better. Looking at him in surprise, they tell him that it is all about magic. People are walking, because due to the fact that she is a magician, her sensitivity is many times stronger, so when something magically bad happens around, her body instinctively feels it. Holding his hand, the girl says that his anti-magic abilities have healed her. We see the cash register. They say that sales are going well in the morning, and in the evening it becomes completely sad. Folding his arms, the boss says that the news said that people should not go outside because of the gate. He is standing on the street, because he was sent home. We see different buildings, and it was also quiet. People were walking along the street, because everything was like in his world. Looking away, Rick thinks that everyday things are the same. He stands near the whale, although it was difficult to call them the same. Looking at the screen, he understands that they do not have flying whales or gates. Waving his arms, Rick decides to run home to sleep. Night falls, we see a store and she asks what happened. Smiling, Amelia found it surprising that the cashier coped with the exercise with the balls that she gave him in one go. Closing their eyes, they begin to thank him. Rick stands behind them, and the man says that this is her merit. Approaching them, he says that he has déjà vu. We see shelves with goods, because he completely stopped walking. They smile and congratulate him. Opening his mouth, the boss says that at 7 o'clock the flow of customers ends and Mr. Wolf does not receive calls from customers. Opening her eyes, she says that the night is going to be hard. We see a window, because with each hour the body becomes more sensitive. Turning her head, she says that a magical battle is taking place nearby. Rick smiles and tells Leo not to worry because he won't be leaving the store and to go home. He holds a coffee in his hands and Leo says that his boss supports him. After drinking the coffee, the protagonist says that she is teaching him because she doesn't know much about the area. The man looks down because things aren't going well with his work. Opening his mouth, they tell him that his partner told him not to go to work. Closing his eyes, Leo says that the guy never talked about his family. He shows a photo of his family. Leo begins to blossom while looking at the photo because his son insists on becoming an athlete. The protagonist looks down and is told that such a charming child cannot be hidden from the world. Leo holds his granddaughter, and behind him are his son and his wife. Standing next to him, they tell him that the son said not to spoil his daughter, otherwise she will grow up spoiled. Looking into the distance, he speaks, but is interrupted and apologizes for this. Closing his eyes, they tell him that he chatted too much. We see Leo and he is asked about his wife. He holds up his finger and shows her. Rick looks at the photo and she is in her 50s but still beautiful. The man stands and smiles. The photo was of a girl with red hair, which was a real cheat. His eyes widen and he wonders what kind of solution she sleeps in to look like that. She smiles, because she looks like she is in her early 20s. Leo raises his hand and says that his wife is beautiful and different from all the races he has seen. Looking down, he is asked what race she is. Holding a photograph, he is told that it is hard to believe that she is building a life with him. Closing his eyes, the man says that the cashier constantly answers all his questions, and so it is his turn. We see people in uniform, and Leo was a war veteran and during his service was assigned the mission of escorting. He was still young when he served. The girl closes her eyes, because she needed to be escorted. Looking at him, she was a magician and a sweet spirit at that time. Standing next to him, Rick asks a question: for what reason did she need to be escorted? Looking down, he says that he will not tell, but let him keep it in mind. The guy tilts his head and thinks that they met during the war, and the reason was hardly good. They stand and he asks the time. What did he do all the time? The guys play billiards because he spent time with friends. The wolf looks into the distance, because after that they watched a movie about the war. Sitting on the couch, he says that his friends grumbled that reality is different. Looking down, Leo says that they have never been to war and do not know what they are talking about. The protagonist stands next to him and asks a question: was it fun to spend time with them? We see his eyes and he says that it was the first time. Holding a stick, he says that it was nice to see his comrades enjoying a peaceful life. The man stands and smiles. He sits, because he could not shake off the feeling of uselessness. We see pedestrians, because he wanted to work as a driver, but everyone around talked him out of it. Looking at the photo, Leo says that because of this, it seemed that he could still give something to the world. Rick opens his mouth and is told that because he watched a movie about the war with his friends, it made his thoughts stronger. Smiling, he says that he does not keep in touch with his comrades. Putting away the photo, Leo says that when the war ended, they took a photo and went their separate ways, but did not contact each other, since no one made a promise to anyone. Sitting at the table, the cashier asks why, since they were his comrades. He is told that the commander gave them an order. With their mouths slightly open, they tell him that if they want to see each other, they must forget all the bad memories before doing so. Looking out the window, Leo says that in the army at war, the commander's order is absolute, so they just followed the last order. He looks down, and the man says that he said too much. Looking up, he is told that he becomes sensitive as the night falls. Rick asks a question, "What about meeting the commander?" The man holds a cup in his hand. We see wolves and Leo does not think that his last order was an order, considering his comrades amazing heroes. People wear hats and no one will ever understand the hardships and struggles they went through in the war. Leo holds onto his hat, because the captain had it harder. We see the man's back, because he had to make difficult decisions. With wide eyes, he is told that he probably wanted someone to forget everything, to come to him and tell him how to do it. He puts his hand to his neck and they ask him a question. The captain waits for them to come themselves. Rick answers in the affirmative. We see the man's hair and he says that we can all get together for a drink, talk, cry, let out our anger. Raising his head, he apologizes for interfering in his affairs. Turning his face, Leo says that during group operations, the captain was always in the lead and therefore it never occurred to them that he felt the same pain. Closing his eyes, he thanks him, because he helped to look at the situation from a different angle. They come to them, and Rick also thanks them for listening to him and taking advice. Getting up from his chair, he greets the customer. Approaching him, they ask him for a bottle of soju. In his hand we see a tail. Taking the creature in his hand, he is told that he caught it with difficulty. The main character had brown eyes. There is a squirrel on his hand. There was a blue stone on her stomach. Opening his mouth, he says that he needs money, when suddenly, he is asked to run. Leo puts it on his shoulder and carries it away, because the squirrel is electrified. Rick opens his mouth in surprise. The visitor is sitting on the floor and is surprised. The squirrel runs around the room and makes lightning. After that, she sits on the shelf. The guys are sitting on the floor and waiting. Everything around the buyer is electrified and he screams. The main character looks out to see the situation. Creatures with bright eyes were standing behind the door. After that, they open their mouths. A ball appears near the squirrel. It squeaks and everything is electrified. Opening his mouth, he asks the squirrel to stop. We see how products fall from the shelves. Drinks also fall and begin to spill. Rick raises his hands because there is lightning near him. Leo takes his head. Sitting next to him, he asks a question. What was he trying to check? What is going on? Looking at the guy, he is told that the squirrel made a mess. Rick opens his mouth and is told that they need to catch her. The guy looks out and asks to wait a minute. The squirrel is sitting on a shelf, and the stone itself was different from the usual one. The stone was on her stomach, and she was trying to get rid of it. Leo looks up, because he is being asked for help. Rick opens his mouth and says that he needs to examine the stone. The squirrel is sitting and holding onto the stone, because it was deliberately attached to her. They look out and Rick says that the magic stone has seriously gone wild. It begins to glow, and did not look like a toy. The cashier covers his head with his hand, because lightning is near them. Leo begins to take something out, using it as a distraction. Turning his head, he says that he will be bait. Holding coins, he asks not to forget to stay calm. The animal is still on the shelf and they have assigned roles. The squirrel turns its head and wonders. Leo runs straight at it. It opens its mouth and holds the stone. Its tail begins to electrify. The man holds coins in his hands. After that, he throws them. They also begin to electrify. His hands were raised and he calls Rick. The squirrel squeaks and runs away. The protagonist runs away from the shelf. Raising his hand, he thinks that now the squirrel will not be able to use magic for some time. The stone darkens and all that remains is to grab it. The cashier smiles and wonders. We see a white ball and it was a curse. We see a black boot and it has one hit left. Leo hits the squirrel and it flies away. Its eyes became big from shock. The protagonist looks up in surprise. Squeezing his hand, he wonders what it is. He looks down with his eyes. Near the animal, they hit again. It flies into the air. Opening his mouth, Rick is asked to catch it. The cashier falls to catch the squirrel. Leo is standing next to him. The guy looks down, because it was painful and why so many problems from one small squirrel. The animal was in a daze. The man sits down next to him and is told that he will soon die. Rick picks up a stone. Suddenly it breaks. There is sand on the floor, because the stone became like this because of Leo's abilities. Turning his head, he is told that apparently the object was on the verge of exploding and someone deliberately stuck it to the squirrel. They go outside to look around. We see the road, because the deer ran away. In his hand is a squirrel, which was squeaking. Rick releases it, and it runs away. Squatting, the protagonist thinks that the man has done most of the work, and is tired. Looking down, the cashier says that he saw how he reflected lightning with his bare hands, because it looked like blue dry ice or something like that. His hand begins to glow, and he did not think he would notice, because for a second he forgot that Rick is an extraordinary person. Raising his hand, he asks that his mana is now concentrated on his hand. Squeezing it, he says that mana is not only used for magic, because it can be used in other different things. He touches his fingers to the floor. An object is created in his hand. Picking it up from the floor, Leo says that he can create a vibration and remove only one piece of the tile. Widening his eyes, Riku is told that in normal combat conditions, this means that he can slightly dislocate the enemy's bone anywhere, and it will not hurt at all. We see his hand, because this is how he managed to reflect the blow. The squirrel flies away, because he concentrated mana, and this way you can block attacks. They sit on the floor and the man says that he can teach. He is told that he does not want to knock out people's bones. He picks up the phone. We see that Elsa is calling him. Bringing the phone to his ear, he asks what happened. Opening his mouth, he is told that he needs to hurry. We see dust and Elsa says that there is very little left. Leo widens his eyes, but he does not hear anything at all. After that, he is hit on the back so that he flies away further, and in the receiver they shout to hide. An explosion occurs near the guys. Turning his head, Rick asks what is it? They look at the wing of the creature. We see that it is a bird. Its eye was red. At that moment, the bird flies up. It flies to them, and Rick asks the question, what is wrong with it? They raise their hand and ask to hide behind their back. The bird falls down to the ground. The main character raises his head, because they ask him, is he safe? Elsa jumps from the Pegasus and asks the question, is he injured? Sitting on one leg, he sees that the girl is here. They start shaking him and ask if they are sure they are all right. Leo stands next to them and says that everything is fine. Smiling, he says his name, because he was an acquaintance of the cashier. Opening her mouth, the girl says that she is a very busy A-rank hunter, and she is told that she looks young for such a job. The bird is lying on the floor, and Elsa knows the weight of the object and can use a spell to control weight. Taking hold of his neck, they say that there is a request. Someone tries to take a dove. They look into the distance and Rick asks a question, was it a dove? The girl looks up and agrees, because this happened to him because of the gate, and there was a whole flock of blue and managed to suppress them, but one got away. We see how she makes an attack. The shelves were scattered around the store. Leo stands next to her and says that there was a flock of deer and a squirrel shooting lightning. Rick makes a happy face and says that he is alive thanks to Mr. Wolf, and if it weren't for him he would have just closed his eyes and squealed all this time. They stand near the guy and Leo asks to listen to the conversation. With her eyes closed, she doesn't know if the gate in the park to the south is open. With her mouth open, she says that it is open. We see a blue aura, because they are in several places. On the phone, 2 dots are visible, because the gate in the park to the south and the gate in the academy area are now synchronized. This is the reason for all those animals they encountered. Looking down, Elsa says that this happened because of the gate. We see dogs with purple eyes and apparently their behavior was affected by passing through the gate or touching something unusual. They remember how the squirrel became electrified, and since the gate was synchronized, another problem arises. We see 2 dots, this was the core of the gate, and suspects that it is somewhere in this area. Leo looks at him and says that the core of the gate is what connects all the gates and can cause several gates at once. We see red and blue circles, and the big risk with the core is that it is unclear what the gate will look like, connected to the place and where they will appear. The water was red, because if a gate the size of a baseball field appeared in the city, which was connected by a volcano, the city would be destroyed. The main character opens his mouth, because this is the same emergency. Looking at the girl, she is told what to find. Elsa says that after talking to the dog, she immediately began checking. Terry sticks out his tongue, because yesterday he said how the dogs living in the park began to behave strangely. We see 3 dogs drooling, because it turned out later that the gate opened there. He points his finger at the red dot, because the most open gate was connected to the gate in the academy area and the last connection occurs with the park. Rick looks down and is surprised. We see a triangle, because somewhere in this area near the store the central gate will open. They stand and look down and ask a question, what if it has already opened? Leo is silent, and they say that it is unknown where they appear, they can only guess. Turning their heads, they are told that the man will leave. The girl holds the phone and they are told that today he must protect his family. Leo looks at him, because he was offered a favor from a familiar company, but he refuses. Looking up, he is told that in their days the system is debugged and works at the highest level, so the problem with the gate will be solved soon. Standing near them, Leo says that they are very friendly. Turning to him, Rick says to be careful and in general thank you for helping. Closing his eyes, he is told that he will repay next time. Elsa sits on a Pegasus and says that the store is insured and let him fix the door, and leave everything else. Opening his mouth, he is told that all the offices are currently focused on solving the problem with the gate, and that he should not worry. Smiling, they ask her if it is okay to tell Elsa everything. Widening his eyes, they tell him that he was not one to talk. They put their hands on his head and say that they are not strangers with him, and he will keep the secret. She closes her eyes and smiles. The protagonist watches as Elsa flies away. The guy is holding a mop and cleaning, and he wonders if Amelia can use the same trick with mana. He gets up and says that from what he said, other races use this skill for useful things. The boss stands and remains silent. The protagonist looks at him in surprise and thinks that Mr. Wolf's method of using mana reminds him of someone from the old days. Clapping their hands, they ask her what's the matter. Looking up, Amelia asks to sleep at a nearby inn. The girl opens her mouth and tells him that she won't be able to return home today because the transport device is broken. They are standing near the cash register. The boss raises her head, because she has worked with the escort squad several times in the past, and one of those days a soldier approached her. The man who accompanied the president is standing next to her and asks if she has any magic that could prematurely detect a sniper within a radius of 10 kilometers. Straightening his finger, he wanted her magic to be able to break through several layers of protective magic at once and instantly detect the target. It should take no more than 30 minutes to prepare for using magic. The soldier wanted to catch the sniper in this way. Smiling, they tell her that he needed to capture the target alive to prevent a repeat of the terrible event. Closing her eyes, she tells him about the super powerful detection magic, but warns him never to use it to destroy a sniper, but only to detect him. His hand glows, because otherwise the sniper will notice the soldier first, and he will have to run after him 10 kilometers to destroy the target. Amelia glows and wonders how it will work. The man smiles, because he managed to grab the sniper and then came, thanking for the help, but only after some time managed to understand how he did it. Her hands touch and she says that werewolves know how to use magic correctly and manipulate it, so as soon as the soldier finds the target, then physical abilities are enhanced with the help of mana. She closed her eyes, thinking. Looking the other way, Amelia says that Mr. Wolf could be the soldier she just told him about. Rick is sitting on the floor in shock. She is standing nearby and says that Elsa said about the possibility of the gate core appearing. We see the cash register and the cabinet. There was a keyboard near the globe. Because it seems that this affected their movement mechanism, the calculations are constantly confused, so nothing works. Sitting on the floor, Rick asks a question that he probably will not return home. He is answered negatively. The goods are scattered because she will rewrite the formula and save it. The problem is that to re-register the formula she needs to go through the confirmation procedure at the Ministry of Magic, which takes about a day or two. Putting a hand to his head, he is told that this procedure is necessary to prevent theft. We see a glowing ball, because on normal days I would not even pay attention to this. Now strange things are happening in the world. Rick remembers the dogs and thinks what he will do without the guys. Opening her mouth, Amelia promises that no matter what happens, she will go home. He takes his hands off his head. Getting up from the floor, he is told that for this you do not need to be perceptive. Anyone would start to worry, suddenly stuck in someone else's world. The boss opens the cash register to take the money. Closing her eyes, she asks if he knows what kind of money this is. She is told that her grandfather streamer gave her. She hands him the money. Raising her finger, Amelia says that if he leaves and goes left, there are good hotels within 15 minutes walk, and also let him rest. Holding the envelope, he realizes that he wanted to treat the girls with this money. The boss opens his mouth and is surprised. She takes the wallet to give him more money. The cashier walks down the street. It was morning, but there was not a single living soul in the city. Taking the phone, he wonders, is it all because of the gate? They call him, but he did not want to answer. Picking up the phone, he listens to it. Turning his head, he is asked to share news. Rick says that he is working on a project for a pharmaceutical company. We see a black box. Iruo puts his hand to his head, because he also helps the police with one case. Holding the phone, he is asked to maintain the current pace and not rush. Looking down, he thanks for the advice. A man passes by him, and the protagonist asks what he is doing? Taking the phone away from his ear, he is told that they cannot tell him. Opening his mouth, he asks to wait a minute. Looking at the screen, Rick asks if it is connected with the core of the gate. Holding his neck, the boy says that yesterday, some strange things happened because of the gate. He holds the phone and is told that some animals affected by the gate caused chaos at work and heard about the gate from someone he knew. Holding the phone, Riku is told that his job is an advisor to the temporary task force for the prevention and elimination of the consequences of the gate outbreak. We see the city, because there are currently 60 government-certified anti-magicians on the council, covering a territory of 30 square kilometers. Holding the phone, he is told that they are hiring anti-magicians. With their backs to us, they tell him that the main requirement is a minimum of 3 years of experience, and there can be no reason why they could have been disqualified before. Holding the phone, they ask him if he would like to work. We see a red building, because if he is interested, then a territory of a 1.5 kilometer radius will be assigned, around the location of the store where he works, and he will also be given the authority to act without the consent of his superiors. Rick is still holding the phone and they tell him that if he refuses, nothing will happen to him. We see his sneakers. They tell him that if he was incompetent, he would not even talk about it. Squeezing his hand, they tell him that it is stupid to try to cope with a problem, knowing in advance that nothing will come of it. Looking down, they call him number 44. The squirrel is electrified, but this will be different from everything he has done before, and he needs to be more flexible to be able to adapt to any situation. On top of everything else, he is completely inexperienced. They are sitting behind a shelf, because he does not have knowledge even in the basics. The pigeon is sitting, thinking whether to refuse. Clutching his head, the protagonist asks to give an answer later, when he takes a nap. Holding the phone, they tell him that because of the gates it will not be possible to return home, and what programs there are for supporting anti-magicians. He takes the phone away from his ear. Holding the phone in his hands, they write to him that the gates open and close around him. Holding a mobile device, they write to him that they would like to discuss the potion. We see a bridge on the water. The car is driving along this bridge. Opening his mouth, he is surprised. The taxi driver looks in the mirror, where Rick asks, "Is it really a dragon?" Sitting in the car, they ask him a question. Is it his first time in the city? He is told that he came from a remote village. He closes his eyes and says that if it weren't for the gate, he would have seen a lot of interesting things and hopes that he will have another chance to come. Smiling, he is told that he will like the city. They drive on, and Rick will definitely come here again. He is standing near the building, and the cafe looked like a museum. Standing near the cafe, he looks, because the address was correct. Kloe appears behind him, who apologized for being late. Coming up to him, she says that because of the gate, the buses do not run as usual and stop anywhere, so she is treating him today. Open-mouthed, she is told that she dresses beautifully. We see her casual clothes, because he has only seen them like this a few times. Looking up, he says that every time he thought she had excellent taste in choosing clothes. Closing his eyes, he is told that he usually just puts on the first thing that comes to hand. Looking down, the girl is told that she is beautiful in herself and therefore any outfit will do. Holding the bag, she asks a question: if there was a girl, how would he like her to dress? Looking at him, she says that she is asking out of professional interest, so she can answer with confidence. With a calm face, he thinks, are such questions important for developing a potion? The girl's face blushed, and she is told that he would like the girl to dress like her. Kloe begins to leave, inviting her to go inside. Standing next to him, he asks to switch to formal communication. Opening his mouth, Rick says that they are not in a store and therefore it is better to call by names. The girl's face is still blushing. There were cakes on the table, and she says that this is the reason why she wanted to meet. Smiling, Kloe says that they are also developing this, and a few days ago they conducted the first experiment together. They remember how they held bottles and she reported the results to the authorities. They were satisfied, and another anti-mage would have taken 2 weeks. We see a bottle in the shape of a heart. Opening her mouth, she says that the management was interested in whether she plans to work with their company in the future. Stirring his coffee, Rick agrees to cooperate, but wants to know when they will finish with the potions. Closing her eyes, she says that this arrangement will suit her. We see a blue bottle. This potion is an improved version with additional stability and other benefits. Drinking coffee, he is told that it has the effect of being honest with oneself. Looking down, Kloe says that the youngest on the development team, she suggested implementing this effect at the last meeting and wondered if someone who is not honest with themselves can be honest with others. A silhouette appears near her, and her boss also told her to add this effect to the potion. Holding an ice cream, she says that it is not every day that an idea from junior employees gets support, and that she was just lucky. Putting a piece of ice cream on a plate, Kloe says that she makes potions in her free time from work. While eating, she says that she only makes simple potions. It is easy to get the ingredients and make the packaging now. Holding the coffee, Rick says that he does not understand potions, but he would like to watch the cooking process once. A blush appeared on her face. Opening his mouth, the guy is asked what he did before. The girl looks down and just wants to listen to him. We see his face and he is asked if he has any hobbies. Sitting at the table, she is told that after working in the store he does nothing and just goes to bed, and before working in the store he worked in the office, and then there was no time for hobbies, since he was constantly running around on business trips. Squeezing his hand, Rick says that he was tired all the time and did not even have time to sleep. Grinning his teeth, he asks if she wants to talk to him again. She opens her mouth and apologizes, because it was not worth bothering. The main character closes his eyes. Pointing to the bottle, he decides to go back to work and asks the question, what will happen if he drinks? Opening her eyes, the girl says that you can drink alone, and when you drink, then he himself will appear before your eyes, imitating thoughts and feelings. The problem is that he does not know how he will react. Looking in the other direction, he is asked a question, are you sure you want to try? Sitting at the table, Rick answers in the affirmative and asks what he should pay attention to. We see a creature who has checked everything and a business classroom has been reserved for him for 2 nights and 3 days. The protagonist goes into the passage. We see a building and apparently this is how anti-magicians live. Looking at the phone, they write to him that he has 2 days to make a decision. They take hold of the door to open it. His eyes widen in surprise. We see a room and in it they set the right humidity and temperature for him so that he can relax and enjoy the time. Leaning over, he thanks the worker. Rick is sitting on the bed. His hand was on the bed, because the first bed was so soft. Looking at it, he says that it is fluffy and feels as if he is being sucked in. A boy holds a bottle in his hand and decides to have a drink before going to bed. Smiling, he remembers that he can drink alone. He holds his head, because he should know what he feels. He opens the bottle, and why couldn't he refuse the proctor right away? We see his back and how he drinks. Leo waves his hand because if it weren't for his help, he would never have coped with the squirrel. Elsa jumps, because he would never have passed the exam without her. Amelia puts out the fire, because everyone around him is helping him, but why couldn't he refuse the proctor's offer? His eyes widen because he was called. Someone holds a football and asks a question, what is he doing here? His eyes widen and he is told that he feels like he's going to faint. Next to him is a small copy of himself as a child. The boy points to himself and says that he is 9 years old. The child opens his mouth and asks a question, does his uncle live in such a house alone? Turning his head, he is asked if his name means shining. Rick closes his eyes, thinking that there is no doubt. He kicks the ball, this boy was his, because the same torn clothes and sneakers with holes. The sword was worn and old. Holding it in his hands, he was obsessed with football and begged his mother to buy it. She brought it to him from who knows where. It was painful. Mom is standing in the kitchen, the boy is crying, because he was hysterical for several days, but she did not react. Putting his hand to his face, he thinks that in the end he got tired of hysteria and went to play football with his friends. The guys made fun of him well. Holding the bottle, he thinks that the reason why he was in this situation then is because of the potion. We remember Kloe, who said that when he drinks the potion, a clone of him will appear, imitating thoughts and feelings. The problem is that they do not know how he will react. The boy was unhappy and he is asked if the children are making fun of him because of the ball. Taking something out of his pocket, he asks to come and talk. The child opens his mouth and says that his mother forbade him to talk to strangers. Rick takes out some money and says that he will pay 10,000 won for an hour of conversation. We see candles and he is told that there is magic in this world. His eyes widen in surprise, because the night sky on the ceiling is magical. Opening his mouth, he is envious and wants some kind of magical thing. The main character also smiles, and the boy wants to make a new ball. Turning his head, he is told that there are things in this world that you can't envy. We see a squirrel that is electrified, because there are many scary things here. Leo is standing near a bird, because a pigeon broke into the place where he works. This was not the world that should be taken lightly. The cashier holds his head, because many things contradict common sense. In response, they tell him that he is lying. Opening his mouth, the guy is told that he is not afraid of anything. Turning his head, the boy explains to him that if they were afraid of this world, they would have immediately refused the proctor. They also wanted to quit after saving up money. We see a child and he says that the reason why they refused the proctor is that he wants to hide from his friends from this world. He clutches the bed linen and they tell him that he wants to hide that he is a nobody in his world. There are people in the room, and Rick has been working since he was 20, and at first he was always criticized for his lack of experience and knowledge. He was always alone because he could not find a common language with anyone. We see workers, and he was focused on making money. Men leave him and despite all the efforts, the result was always sad. In the end they let everything slide. Getting out of bed, they tell him that he was just doing his job, but he began to like this world so much that he wants to live up to his friends' expectations. The child is lying on the bed and this boy is not the past him, because he was the only thing that helped him survive such a difficult and depressive time. Smiling, Rick says that he likes him. Kloe smiles and he liked this place, because everything happened to him for the first time. They listened to him. Terry sticks out his tongue, because everyone thanked him for his help. Kate puts her hands on her chest. Leo closes his eyes and for the first time he was told that he was worth something. For the first time they congratulated him on a job well done, and were happy for him. Elsa smiles and closes her eyes. The protagonist opens his mouth, and says that this is why every day spent in this world seemed much more pleasant than any happy day in his world. He squeezes his hand, because he was scared. Sitting on the bed, he says that he is afraid of rejecting, because he will not live up to someone's expectations. The boy holds a ball and is asked a question, does he think that everything will repeat itself in this world? Sitting calmly, he is told that he does not know and depends on him. Amelia is standing behind the cash register and says that today it has become worse and apparently because of the gate, wants to meet with Elsa and discuss the problem, then they ask to start the working day earlier. The protagonist stands and smiles and he agrees. The proctor calls his phone and apparently the registration process is over. Sitting on the bed, he thinks that the registration process takes some time and will contact later. Harry sits and does something. He is asked to behave well. Rick goes outside and is told that he will be brief. We see the starry sky and from now on is one of the members of the Prevention of the Consequences of the Gate. At his disposal 3 organizations, now can call people as needed, control the gate, and even destroy it himself. Holding the phone to his ear, he asks a question, is the situation serious? We see his hand and he is told that the natural disappearance of the gate core is inevitable. Given the current situation, it will happen in 2 to 7 days. Looking into the distance, he is told to act in such a way as to achieve the best results. The protagonist puts his hand to his chin. Looking at the screen, he looks at his zone. He is sitting on the bed, because he was glad that he decided. The guys are standing and looking in one direction, because now that he saw the work zone, he is a little worried. We see red and blue balls, because the core should appear here. Poking a finger at the point, he thinks that the boss is already busy. Looking down, Rick thinks that he has no choice but to deal with everything himself. He holds the phone in his hand and this time he will be alone. Rick looks up and sees that it has started to rain. Harry opens the door and shouts that it is pouring down and he is standing outside. Raising his finger, the visitor tells him to bring a rug and an umbrella packer so that it will be easier for visitors to make purchases. Pointing at him, they ask him how they get paid with such an attitude. Holding his neck, Rick says that the situation on the streets is not the best because of the gates. They answer that he is not going to leave and must finish the job. Clenching his fist, Harry remembers the bed that beckons at home, so he wants to throw it away. We see the city and the visitor says that if he is finished talking, then he should come back in. Harry stands next to him and asks that he is apparently working on measures to protect against the gates. They answer that something like that and for this reason he is worried and does not find a dream. Standing calmly, they tell him that this is the first time he is doing serious work, so he does not understand what to do. But since he agreed, he wants to give it his all and cope with everything. Looking the other way, he is asked if he is not a seller. Harry frowned and was told that there are no customers at all because of the gate, and at this rate the store will go bankrupt. Raising his head, he was asked what exactly he should do. He was told that he was looking for the core. Turning around, Harry asked to follow him. With his hand, he reached into his bag and asked to stop slowing down and tell him how to find this core. Opening his mouth, Rick said that it was necessary to draw a line between the opened gates, and then it would be possible to roughly predict where the core would appear. We see a laptop and a tablet, and its zone was a radius of 1.5 kilometers around the store. Harry bares his teeth and asks to do his job quietly, and if he makes noise, he will fly away from here. We see the store and how the rain pours. Rick pours himself coffee. His face was thoughtful. The visitor turns his head and has been sitting like this for 10 minutes. Approaching him, the main character thinks that if he makes noise, the essence of a chihuahua will wake up in him. Turning to him, he asks to see, because this is the current status of the gate outbreak, which he got from people from the Ministry of Magic. We see green dots, and the zone itself has become larger. With his mouth open, he is told that there is still something that they did not announce. We see orange dots, because people always post some unusual things on social networks and collected data. Grinning, Harry says that these lazy people from the Ministry of Magic are not going to inform the population about the situation. We see a tablet and sheets, because all they do is mess around with complaints and reports. Someone is holding a phone, because the more data, the more accurately it will be possible to determine the location. Sitting at the computer, the visitor says that people still can't come to their senses because they can't do anything. Everything is going wrong. The protagonist stands silently, and is told that they have to do their work for them. With his mouth open, he gets angry and is asked if he works for the Ministry of Magic. Covering his ears, Harry tells him not to say that again, and if he says it again, he'll fly out. Sitting next to the guy, he says that he only does work related to the Ministry of Magic when they contact their company, so he has to hang around here instead of relaxing at home. Opening his mouth, he asks why he needs to collect and analyze data. Rick's eyes grew bigger, because he was a security expert, and his job was to hack into the security systems of government organizations and enterprises, and then notify them of vulnerabilities. Turning the laptop, he says that he'll tell you another time and let him take a look. Standing next to the laptop, he is told that he used the data obtained earlier and narrowed the area in which the core could be. Looking seriously, Harry tells him that there are only 8 places the core should be nearby. We see purple dots on the map and he could easily go around all the places. Looking at the visitor, Rick thought that he would have to run around the entire area, but they made his job easier. Harry looks at him. We see a microwave and the rain has gotten heavier. Turning around, the customer takes out his card and asks to pay for the coffee and ring up 2 bags. Taking the laptop, he is asked why he should pay for the coffee. He is told that he drank it on the head, so he should pay. Grinning, Harry asks how a seller can treat customers. Closing his eyes, Rick is told to stop arguing and let him process the payment, because he is going home, but he himself thinks that he helped and therefore wants to treat. Looking into the distance, he understands how this can work. Harry turns his head and is offered to exchange the card with the gate for coffee. We see that it is raining outside and the cashier says that today they do not want to charge him because he helped a lot. Handing over the card, he says that he would not like to charge for the bag, but he knows that this will not suit him. Harry is shaking with anger and is told that the rain is getting heavier outside and therefore it is better to end it this way. He holds up the phone and asks if his name is Harry. Rick looks confused and says that his name is fine. Putting the bag on himself, he is asked if he will do it, to which he answers that it is none of his business. Opening the door for Harry, he says that the main thing is that his head and bag stay dry, and the rest is unimportant. The cashier looks at him in surprise, because he was called. Raising a finger, they tell him to be sure to find the core and not let this place fall apart. Smiling, Rick is told that then he will have nowhere to work. In his hand he holds the phone where the dots were,